Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the City Council meeting on September 30th, 2024. Individuals interested in participating in today's meeting were eligible to register online using the delegation registration form at www.kitchener.ca/delegation or via email at delegation@kitchener.ca. Any written comments received prior to the commencement of this evening's meeting have been circulated prior to the meeting to members of council and will form part of the public record. The meeting live streamed and archived videos are available at www.kitchener.ca/watchnow. This evening, we'll begin this evening's meeting by acknowledging, as we always do, that tonight we're gathering on the traditional territory of the neutral Anishinaabe and Haudenosaunee peoples. We recognize our responsibility to serve as stewards for the land and honor the original caretakers who came before us. Our community is enriched by the enduring knowledge and deep-rooted traditions of the diverse First Nations, Métis, and Inuit in Kitchener today. Today, September 30th, also is the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, formerly known as Orange Shirt Day. This is the fourth time that this day is being commemorated in Canada. This day was officially enacted by Parliament in 2021 to further encourage Canadians to understand the enduring legacy of Canada's residential school system and consider the important work of Indigenous reconciliation. On this day, it's important to learn and reflect on the intergenerational impacts of residential schools felt in Indigenous families and communities. We must remember the thousands of children who lost their lives in residential schools and the survivors who live with the trauma that can never be undone. We all have an opportunity and a responsibility to learn more about this terrible part of our nation's history and commit ourselves to meaningful action. Actions may include learning about Indigenous peoples' relationship with the land, reading Indigenous literature, supporting Indigenous artists, having meaningful conversations with family, friends, and colleagues, and committing to personal change and allyship. The city is acknowledging the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation by lighting Carl's Air Square in orange, flying the survivors' flag at City Hall, and providing city staff with resources to help facilitate learning, reflection, and action. The City of Kitchener's vision is one of building a city for everyone, where together we take care of the world around us and each other. In 2019, we committed ourselves to responding to call to action number 57 from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, which began with the launch of intercultural competency training focusing on history, treaties, legislation, and impact on First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples. In addition to staff training, we have launched programming around days of significance, such as the development of learning toolkits and resources for the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. We've also grown the size of our RISE Fund that is supporting Indigenous communities, amongst others. The fund is a community grant that provides support for Black, Indigenous, and racialized community-led organizations, programs, initiatives, or events meant to decrease inequities and increase opportunities and well-being for those same communities in Kitchener. The City of Kitchener strives to make meaningful efforts towards reconciliation. It is slow and intentional work that involves creating spaces for Indigenous perspectives and values while also altering the ways we have historically operated. Recent projects that highlight Kitchener's commitment to reconciliation and relationship building, including working with Spruce Lab Incorporated, an Indigenous and women-owned firm, to assist the city with facilitating dialogue with First Nation partners and local Indigenous community members as part of Kitchener 2051, our new official plan. Through our Forest School program, we have hired an Anishinaabe knowledge keeper and have partnered with local Indigenous organizations to create and lead programs specifically for Indigenous children and youth. Working collaboratively with White Owl Native Ancestry Association, the Wissacottawinuk Urban Indigenous Garden Collective, and Conestoga College on the Wajindaman Indigenous Land Restoration Project, which aims to restore the Pioneer Tower National Area. These projects represent opportunities for staff learning and unlearning and growth that will help inform our perspectives and move our work forward. We acknowledge that we still have a long way to go towards reconciliation and eliminating discrimination against Indigenous people. I urge all Kitchener residents to recognize the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. We need to reflect on the tragic facts of the residential school system and acknowledge their presence in contemporary history. Each of us can do our part by committing to learning more, attending a local event, supporting an Indigenous business or artist, or donating to local Indigenous organizations. Through our learning, reflection, and action, together we will build a caring city for all. And now I would invite those who are able to stand for the singing of our national anthem. Thank you. On motion by Councillor Singh, it's been moved that the minutes of the regular meeting held August 26, 2024, and special meetings held August 26th and September 16th, 2024, as mailed to the mayor and councillors be accepted. All those in favor? All those opposed? That's carried. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Councillor Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is in the Planning and Strategic Initiatives Committee from September 16th. The item for 330 Mill Street, I'm going to recuse myself as I and my family member have property that's in close proximity, and it's within the 240-meter public input circulation area. So I'll recuse myself on that decision.
Okay, thank you. There don't appear to be any other disclosures of pecuniary interest. We'll now move on to communications referred to file and note the flag request by the Association des Francophones de Kitchener-Waterloo, which took place back on September 25th to 30th. We'll now move to presentations. To all presenters, one quick reminder, you're permitted to address council for a maximum of 10 minutes, which will be displayed on the screens in front of you. When there's 30 seconds remaining in your time, you will hear a small audio tone that will signal 30 seconds remaining. Please take that time to conclude your presentation, as there will be a second tone at the completion of your time, and the microphones will turn off shortly after the exceeded 10-minute mark. Council may have questions for you following the completion of your presentation. It is 10. We're talking presentations, not delegations. So we'll now move on to the first presentation, and it is the Climate Smart Utility Award from the International Water Association. And I invite Boo Lam, the Director of Sanitary and Stormwater Utility, to present the award.
Thank you very much, Mayor, and members of council. Good evening. It's with immense pride and joy that I stand before you today to announce a remarkable achievement for Kitchener's sanitary and stormwater utilities. Last month, we were honored with an award from the International Water Association recognizing Kitchener as a most inspiring climate-smart utility. This prestigious accolade places us among leading utilities and world-class cities globally and celebrates Kitchener's commitment to environmental stewardship and innovative solutions to address the impacts of climate change. The 2024 program saw 92 applications from 87 countries around the world. Kitchener was one of 16 recipients in the Achiever category, and Kitchener was recognized as a most inspiring recipient as part of this 2024 program. The IWA Climate Smart Utility Award recognizes Kitchener for our creek rehabilitation and naturalization program. This program aims to restore and rehabilitate creeks within Kitchener's 29 sub-watersheds with the goal to enhance the natural environment, build ecosystem resilience, and mitigate flooding and environmental pollution. Over the last decade, the utility has embarked on an ambitious program to restore and rehabilitate large stretches of creek that have degraded over time, have been altered through straight channelization, or have been concrete lined as a legacy of past engineering practices. Through our creek rehabilitation and naturalization program, we're implementing low-impact development approaches, or also known as green infrastructure approaches, to restore natural processes. These nature-based solutions are effective ways to build resiliency. By restoring natural creek functions and expanding the widths of creek, we are slowing flows and reducing the risk of flooding. We are also introducing native plant species and other resilient plantings, helping to create healthy ecosystems and enhanced biodiversity. In fact, through this work, we've been able to create new fish habitat in many of our creek projects, which have been formally recognized by the Department of Fisheries and Oceans Canada to be part of a federal fish habitat bank. By reducing flood risk with these creek projects, we are allowing thriving and resilient communities to be built. In many cases, these creek projects also include other amenities like community trails, creating better connectivity. These creek corridors also represent excellent community gathering spaces and places to connect with nature. And by connecting these creek projects to other green spaces or park amenities, we can create spaces that not only protect our environment, but also enhance the quality of life for our residents. The Creek Naturalization Program has also provided many new opportunities for learning. We've done a lot of listening to our partners to further our own learning. For example, with First Nations rights holders, we acknowledge that we live and work here on the traditional territories of the neutral Anishinaabe and Haudenosaunee people and recognize their deep cultural and historic connection to this land. This knowledge and experience is so important to inform how we approach our Creek program. We actively engage with rights holders like Six Nations of the Grand River, which are depicted in the photo, and also engage with other nations like Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. And this provides us that opportunity to bring in their insights and help us formulate and approach our projects. Similarly, we listen and engage with our community, ensuring we capture feedback from as many members of the public as possible through as many different channels as possible, such as the pop-up engagement event shown here. Now, we've done a lot of work so far. Since 2014, the utility has undertaken approximately 4,300 meters of creek rehabilitation and naturalization. But we still have a lot of work to do. We have another 3,000 meters of additional creek work planned over the next 10 years. Including an upcoming project in Schneider and Shoemaker Creek that is currently ongoing as part of our Disaster Mitigation and Adaptation Fund program. When complete, we know that this project will be transformative for that neighborhood. Now, it's hard to talk about the program without talking about the team who deliver it. The International Water Award from the IWA reflects the team's collective efforts and unwavering commitment to environmental sustainability, not only to support climate change adaptation, but to build resilient and complete communities. The success of SSU's Creek program is entirely because of the efforts and dedication of the team that's to my right over here. And I'm humbled to be able to stand up here and present some of their work. While each may have their own independent role to play in the delivery of a project, collectively their actions, be it through project management, technical review, engineering, modeling, or the commitments and efforts made to engage and build relationships with the public we serve and the First Nation stewards of these lands, it's these combined efforts that truly lead to the successful delivery of our program, and why I believe this utility and its work was recognized by the International Water Association as a most inspiring climate-smart utility. In closing, and on behalf of the team, I wanted to provide a thank you to Mayor and Council for your steadfast commitment and support of this work. It's because of this support that we can continue to contribute to Council's strategic goal of cultivating a green city together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Boo. And there are some questions and comments from council, but just before we go there, I do want to take this opportunity to, on behalf of council, congratulate you and the entire SSU team on this tremendous award. I can remember when we were originally looking at the stormwater utility, and we were one of the first municipalities in Ontario, if not Canada, to go down this route in terms of introducing it. And we did that because of the city's commitment towards trying to help address climate change. And to see the group recognized in this way, I think is tremendous. I'd also be remiss if I didn't acknowledge that while obviously a big chunk of it is funded through the utility itself, I'd be remiss if I also didn't acknowledge the $49.9 million in funding that we received from the federal government in terms of the climate adaptation and mitigation fund. So thank you and congratulations to the team. And we have several members of council. And first I have Councillor Ioannidis.
Thank you, Mayor Verbanovic and Boo. I just want to echo a lot of what the mayor's comments. I witnessed it firsthand, the work that staff and yourself and everyone within the department with regards to the pedaling and dealing with the public, and sometimes not so friendly, confrontational process, but in the end, we're going to get something terrific in that park, and seeing all the other projects and how drastically they changing the neighborhoods and enhancing the lifestyle of our communities. It's a testament to the team and everything else. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ioannidis. Councillor Deneau.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks, Boo. I wanted to boo you on the way down, but like in a good way. What your team has been able to accomplish, in Wilson Park along the creek there, Montgomery Creek, it's incredible. And I haven't heard anybody who hasn't spoken of how beautiful it is in its redesign, but also the fact that nature is coming back to that area. And so again, congratulations to you and your team. You guys, you thanked us. You guys make us look good. Honestly, you give us the best advice from your expertise, and without you folks, we are not looking as good as we sometimes do. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Deneau. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Boo and team. It's pretty incredible how we can look at how naturalizing something again is a novel concept. We've gone from trying to make our rivers and streams go down a concrete culvert and realizing for some reason that doesn't make sense. So it's amazing that we've gone back to the way that we really should be. So thank you, Boo, thank you to your team. It's pretty incredible what you've done, and we're all really proud of the accomplishments of your team. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. And Councillor Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to add on, same as what my colleagues have said, your team is phenomenal. This is something that in its origin, where it started off initially to be able to dredge Victoria Park and be able to remediate something that's a cornerstone of our community. We needed something like this, but it was, I think, a generation ahead of many other municipalities. It's very poignant for us to realize that in the summer, where GTA communities were flooded, and much in part because of lack of appropriate infrastructure, especially with stormwater mitigation, and they paid the price. Whereas we decided to pay upfront, probably a much smaller portion, where we are, I think, better safeguarding ourselves for the future, and your team that's leading it, and so congratulations and thank you for your work.
Thank you, Councillor Singh, and I think Mr. Lamb will now, I guess, do the passover on the award. Is that the plan?
Sure.
Is the award here?
The award's here.
Yeah, okay, and we'll get the team down to do a picture. There's a lot of us. So come on. Paul, before you back. Oh my, there really is a lot of us. Ooh, come and help me.
Okay. Yeah. We're coming this way?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's going to be over there.
Yeah.
Denise, maybe you need to go on a stair, or whoever's taking it. That might help, give you some height, so you get everybody.
1, 2, 3, Stillwater.
Stormwater.
Awesome. Thanks.
Okay, next up, we have our next award, actually two award presentations for Growing Together, both the Planning Excellence Award and the Project of the Year Award. And I'd like to invite up Claire Basinski and her special assistant, who is here to present on behalf of the Ontario Professional Planning Institute. Welcome, Claire, and you want to share your special assistant's name?
Franklin.
Hi, Franklin. Welcome to City Council.
Thank you very much for the warm welcome, Mayor and members of Council. My name is Claire Basinski. I'm the chair of the Ontario Professional Planners Institute. I'm also a graduate of the University of Waterloo, and I live down the street, or we live down the street, on Sterling Avenue North, so a proud resident of Ward 10. So I couldn't be more pleased and honored to be able to join you here today to formally present to the wonderful team here at the City of Kitchener, yes, 2 awards from the Ontario Professional Planners Institute. We as an organization about 2 years ago thought to ourselves, this is tough but exciting work, and it's important to acknowledge the hard-working planners who are making significant change within our communities. And myself, along with members of council at OPPI and our executive director, Susan Wiggins, we decided that we would bring a little bit more excitement, a little bit more gravitas to these Plan On Awards. And so we established a new series of categories. So Award of Merit is between 80 and 90 points. Award of Excellence is between 90 and 100 points. There was a panel of reviewers of the many submissions that we had, both members of the organization as well as individuals who are supportive of planning within the industry. And I'm so pleased to say that not only was this wonderful team acknowledged for an Award of Excellence, but also for the Project of the Year Award. And as somebody who has spent many years on and off in and around the City of Kitchener, it has been transformational, the change. Congratulations. And this is the next step in that change with such beautiful leadership from your staff members and also as council members for approving and seeing this great work forward. So we wanted to come here sort of last minute, but that's okay. Hence my esteemed colleague, though very junior in his role, a bit questionable, and provide both of the awards. And you can see, of course, the smaller award, very significant in itself, but the project of the year, this is a one-of-a-kind piece that we sourced from a local artist, and we couldn't think of a better team to award it to. I believe I should stop talking and let a wonderful video that we put together acknowledging the great work of this team, let that speak for itself and let it end this presentation on my part. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you.
I have to admit, when we were presenting that, I got a bit teary-eyed, and I think many of your wonderful staff members did. I can't speak for them, but it was not announced beforehand, so it was a complete surprise for those who were in the audience. And Franklin, do you want to grab one of those for us?
One of what?
One of those awards down here, because we're going to say a huge thank you to Rosa, Natalie, and the amazing team, and a congratulations to everybody who participated.
Wonderful. So I'll come up to join the team in a moment, but Justin, did you want to add anything as the GM? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. And so I'm just honored on behalf of the team. I know the team poured their heart and soul into a really great tactile engagement process and really changed the way we do land use planning around our major transit station areas. And so I'm so pleased that the team got to experience this and is celebrated for their amazing work.
Wonderful, thank you. And I too, on behalf of council, want to extend our thanks to the team for the amazing work that was done in putting this together. And it's absolutely tremendous to have the Ontario Professional Planning Institute recognize them and their work in this way. I think one of the particularly special things was the citizen engagement, and particularly the large map, which we had at community events and at the market and so on, and heard so much positive feedback on that because it really allowed people to see it, feel it, and describe it, and was a very tremendous process. Congratulations to the team, and I'd like to invite them up as we grab the award. Franklin, thanks, buddy. Thanks for being here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Claire, and thank you, Franklin. Who knows, maybe one day you'll be sitting in one of these seats, maybe even being mayor of the city as well, or a planner or something else. But keep being awesome. Thanks for being here to support Mom. Well, with that, we'll move on to our next delegation, which is the Volunteer Waterloo Region, and I'd like to welcome David Marsh forward. Welcome, Mr. Marsh.
Thank you very much. Mayor, councillors, as was mentioned, my name is David Marsh, and I'm the chair of the board of Volunteer Waterloo Region. Jane Henning, our executive director, who is responsible for the day-to-day operations of the organization, was unable to be here this evening, but she does send her regards. Volunteer Waterloo Region, or the Volunteer Action Centre, as we were formerly known, has been active in engaging and promoting volunteerism in Kitchener for the last 40 years. Kitchener has, as you know, a rich legacy of volunteerism, and volunteering has a tremendous impact on this community. The Conference Board of Canada recently issued a report putting the direct contribution economically of volunteers at about 2.7% of gross domestic product. In this region, that would translate to about $1.2 billion every year contributed by volunteers. But nevertheless, there are challenges. There are probably three main ones as we see it. Volunteerism is declining, it is changing, and it is increasingly required large amounts of coordination. It's declining. Many other areas in our community have seen a bounce back post-pandemic. That has not translated in the same way in volunteerism. It's not experienced the same recovery for a variety of reasons. So we're seeking to address that by continuing to raise awareness amongst community members of opportunities for volunteering that exist, making significant investments into our systems and our volunteer database that connects not-for-profits with members of the community who want to volunteer, and probably most significantly, we are redoubling our efforts to lower barriers of entry for members of the community who do want to volunteer in some capacity. But the nature of that volunteering is also changing pretty significantly. It's very rare now for a volunteer to, oh, there's the slides. Pardon me, I'll catch up to where I am. It's very rare now for an individual volunteer to volunteer with the same organization in the same way for many, many decades. Increasingly, volunteers are looking for more flexibility in what they do. They're looking for a shorter time commitment, typically. They are looking for very measurable objectives and goals. And perhaps most significantly, they are looking to make a unique contribution that reflects who they are and what skills they have. For example, a software engineer working at Google is looking for opportunities where she can use her software engineering skills to benefit her community. And so we are taking steps to address that as well. We are increasingly trying to make volunteers aware that those opportunities do exist, and we're working and coaching with not-for-profits to help them transform their volunteer opportunities to reflect that changing demographic and those changing desires. There's a significant amount of coordination that's required as well in volunteering. Many of you may know that most not-for-profits, not just in this city but across Canada, are very small. They have one, perhaps two staff members, annual budgets of $200,000, $300,000, maybe $400,000. And so all of their services are, for the most part, delivered by teams of 50, 100, 200 volunteers. All of those are coordinated and managed by those one or two staff members. That is a significant challenge. And so a big part of what we do is coach and help not-for-profits know how to manage volunteers well so that it's an excellent experience for both the volunteers themselves as well as their clients. I mentioned earlier the economic impact that volunteers have, but everyone in this room knows that the economy is just one part of a healthy community. Healthy communities encourage arts and culture and sports and recreation and poverty alleviation and looking to make connections and so on. Many of those things are happening in the city of Kitchener and beyond, and many of those things are driven largely by volunteers. And therefore, all of those things are at risk if we are not diligent in continuing to encourage and promote volunteerism. So, what can you do? Not just as councillors, but everyone in the room as well. As we see it, there are probably three things, and probably more. The first is talk about it. Talk about volunteering every chance you get with your friends, your neighbors, your coworkers, your families. The second is be open to the changing face of volunteerism, be willing to adapt to the changing nature of it. And then finally, continue to, as you've already done, show appreciation to volunteers for the work and the efforts that they contribute to the community to make this a better place for all of us. This does conclude my presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Marsh. There are some questions for you. Councillor O'Dooney.
Thank you very much, Chair. Through you. Thanks for coming in. I tend to meet a lot of newcomers that live in my ward, and it seems I keep hearing the same reoccurring theme where it's around people who are interested in volunteering, but they're overwhelmed in terms of the number of opportunities, how to find them, and which ones have opportunities in terms of their boards as well. But whenever I speak to different organizations, I will also hear on their side, they're looking for people to join their boards, and sometimes they're having a hard time find that. Is there a way we can bridge the gap, especially for the newcomers that are coming in? More importantly, after they've settled in, they've had a chance to find a job, and then they're now looking to serve and give back to the community. So I'm noticing that a lot, but not sure exactly how to support. I try to direct them to the City of Kitchener website, but is there anything else that can be done in terms of supporting them?
That's an excellent observation and a good question as well. And I particularly appreciate your remarks about once they've settled in, being a newcomer to a new community that's a lot going on for people. There's a number of things that we've done to try to do that. We've reached out to a number of community organizations, making them aware of the service that we offer. One of the features on our website, volunteerwr.ca, is a database which you can think of almost as a brokerage between not-for-profits and volunteering opportunities and community members. So you can go to our website and enter in some basic demographic information, how much time you're willing to volunteer, the sorts of things you're willing to engage in or would like to participate in, the nature of the volunteering you'd like to do. And what you'll receive is a large list of all of the opportunities in the region of not-for-profits who are currently looking for people with that skill set for that amount of time commitment. And then that's a big part of what we do, is make that connection between the not-for-profits who are looking for volunteers and people in community who, as you say, are looking for opportunities to give back but really aren't quite sure where to start.
Sorry, Mr. Marsh, those appear to be all of the questions. I just want to, on behalf of council, thank you and the Volunteer Action Centre for the great work you've been doing for many years, supporting not only the City of Kitchener, but many organizations in the community with helping facilitate volunteerism, volunteer training, helping connect people with volunteer opportunities, and so on. As you've indicated, it is a changing space these days, and certainly, if I recall, about a year or two ago, we actually even added a second position in our community services area to help facilitate more of it because of some of the changes that we're seeing here in the city. But I do know that whether we're talking about sports teams or neighborhood associations and others, we rely on our volunteers tremendously and appreciate all that they do on behalf of the community. So thank you for the work that your organization does to support that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and Council, for your time.
Thank you. Okay, our next and final presentation is the Road Safety Initiative update on the Municipal Speed Camera Program. And I'd like to welcome Doug Spooner, the Acting Transportation Commissioner for the region of Waterloo, and he's joined as well by Daryl Spencer, the Manager of Transportation Engineering, Teresa Mendler, the Manager of the Processing Center Automated Enforcement, and Kaylee Pfaff, the Supervisor of the Administrative Penalties Program, to assist with any questions that Council may have. And with that, I'll turn the floor over to you, Mr. Spooner.
Good evening, Kitchener Council and Mayor Verbanovich. Thank you for the opportunity this evening and for your ongoing partnership. As introduced, my name is Doug Spooner. I am the Acting Commissioner of Transportation for the region of Waterloo. I'm also a resident of the region, and maybe most importantly for this evening, I'm a father of school-aged children. And based on the previous presentation, I maybe should have brought them with me. Council, I'm presenting tonight, and I'd like you to hold two ideas with you as I do that are quite different. The first is I believe as we travel around our region, we should be safe. Our neighbors who walk, wheel, cycle, drive, take transit, and use a horse and buggy should be safe. The second is we should also feel safe doing all of those activities. Council, 72% of trips in our region are taken by car. And at the same time, 30 to 40% of residents do not drive. So the following is how a municipal speed camera program can help us all be and feel safe. I'm going to talk about why we should lower vehicle speeds, the current program that's in place, an overview of the planned expansion, understanding various elements of the community safety zone, as well as how we plan to communicate this program broadly, and obviously an opportunity for questions. This is the most critical slide in the presentation. It's a pretty stark slide. What this tells you is a car traveling 40 kilometers an hour. By the time we have an opportunity for our eyes to communicate to our brain to communicate to our foot, and our foot to apply the brake takes about 45 meters. The next is the rate at which a pedestrian can survive a collision. This increases as we slow down. In fact, you can see there's a significant difference in survivability of 15% at 50 kilometers an hour and 70% at 40 kilometers an hour. Slowing down has the potential to save lives. It's science, it's true, and it's an awful thing to know. So is speeding a problem here? Well, these are real incidents from our pilot program. And if you note the box in the middle, 111 kilometers in a 40 zone right after school. Council, back to the previous slide. I can give you survivability statistics, 40, 50, 60 kilometers an hour. But on this slide, at 80, 91, 94, 111, 121, there is no statistic to share. Council, I, as I'm sure you do, receive lots of community feedback, seeking tools to make our neighborhoods be and feel safer. We're learning this from around the world too. Globally, excessive speeding is a factor in 1 in 4 fatal collisions. Speed cameras reduce collisions by 50%, and speed cameras reduce serious and fatal injuries by 44%. Sick Kids Hospital recently released an evaluation of the City of Toronto's speed camera program and found a 45% reduction in speeding when a community safety zone and speed camera were in place. Let's talk about how this is working locally. Currently, as part of the pilot program, we have 16 camera locations and 4 active cameras, and we have results. People driving the speed limit has increased by 63%. Not that we're in competition, but I'll note that we beat the City of Toronto program in our pilot. It's working. We've also learned a lot. A local processing center increases efficiency. More on that shortly. The Provincial Offences Act court is at capacity with long wait times, and all school zones could benefit from this program. And we are delivering on our commitments to Regional Council. In 2020 was the first motion for a pilot program. In 2021, we launched our first cameras and a council motion to expand and cover the entire region. In 2022, we are asked to investigate a local processing center. In 2023, we received approval of the administrative penalties program, approval of the plan to expand to all school zones by 2028, and approval of the business case for a local processing center. And again in 24, receive budget approval to build the team that is ready to deliver the next phase of this program. Let's talk about that program now. The overall plan is to grow by 36 cameras deployed across the region each year from now until 2028. Each year, I will return to Regional Council and report on the program, plans for expansion, and what our working group, which is comprised of staff from all area municipalities, have identified as next year's locations. Part of the plan, I previously mentioned, is a new local processing center and administrative penalties program. Let's talk more about that. The first thing we note is the name of the program. We move from a provincial offenses to an administrative penalties program. This administrative penalties process will be familiar to Kitchener residents. This is how we pay parking tickets today. Next is timing. Under the administrative penalties program, the entire process will take a fraction of the time as it does now. The next is about the local and local processing. First, we'll have regional staff doing the intake of tickets with an ability to cancel or vary tickets based on individual circumstance and financial hardship. Along with online and phone options, we can also expand the number of in-person locations for those who have questions or wish to challenge the ticket. Finally, the program is scalable. Using the Provincial Offences Act court limits our ability to expand beyond the current program. With administrative penalties, we can grow and eventually, if needed, include other types of tickets. Okay, so moving from provincial offenses to administrative penalties is good. It's faster, we've got local control, and it's scalable. But the fines do increase. They increase by changing programs, so they only change once. They don't stack. If you have administrative penalties program and in a community safety zone, it is not a double-double. This becomes the new fine for all municipal speed cameras as outlaid in 2 separate schedules in the Highway Traffic Act that I'm reflecting examples of before you. The fines that you see on the right are in line with fines today in a community safety zone or in a construction zone. I'll also note that the provincial offenses have not changed in decades, so they may at some point, and that other municipalities, such as Windsor, have requested the change and also that fines increase. Now, the goal is road safety, and one of the outcomes is fine monies collected. The real goal of this program is to not need community safety zones or speed cameras. With that, all monies collected will go into the Road Safety Reserve. I should say, all monies exceeding operating costs will be put into the Road Safety Reserve that can then fund projects such as the Township Traffic Calming Initiative, our Roundabout Safety Pilot Program, or roadway redesigns that can design the need for the community safety zone and camera right out. So, we do believe that tickets will increase in the short term and then reduce over time as we all slow down. This is another area where I report back to Regional Council on the status of the reserve as well as projects funded by it. To get a sense of how this works, I've got a quick video. Clerks, maybe you can help me if there's a play. Thank you.
We're on Westmount Road in Kitchener to learn about community safety zones, what they mean, how to recognize them, and what drivers need to know to ensure they're following the rules of the road. Community safety zones begin with a sign letting you know you're entering an area where there's more pedestrians, places like schools, childcare centers, parks, retirement homes, or sports fields. This sign is a cue to drivers that you need to slow down and pay closer attention. In community safety zones, fines are increased to deter speeding and protect those walking, biking, or rolling. This sends an important message about how critical it is to follow the posted speed limit. There will be another sign further along to indicate the point where the community safety zone ends. At this point, the speed limit may change. Remember, the speed limit still applies, but regular fines return. In some school zones, an active camera detects vehicles traveling over the limit. Take extra caution. A ticket will be issued to license plate owners of vehicles traveling above the limit in this area. In Waterloo Region, speed cameras operate only in school zones, which is a stretch of road 150 meters on either side of the school line. Some municipalities, including Barrie, Guelph, Brampton, York Region, and Ottawa, have designated all school zones as community safety zones as a best practice. Throughout the region, there are roads near schools that have high pedestrian traffic, but don't fit the Highway Traffic Act definition of a school zone. This means they don't qualify for the added protection speed cameras and higher fines provide. By designating these areas as community safety zones, we can help ensure all schools in the region are equipped with the same protection to make our roads safer for pedestrians walking, rolling, and biking.
Noting my time is up, I've got 3 quick points if I could close out.
Okay,
please.
very briefly, please.
Yes, so the difference between a school zone and a community safety zone. School zones are limited in their application to the main road with vehicular entrance. A community safety zone we can apply anywhere in the area of a school or other community facility. I'll move that. Also, we plan to communicate this very broadly. It's important that people know where these are. The goal of this program is not punitive, hidden, or secretive. The goal is to simply slow down and be aware in the areas where our community needs the most support, is to be safe and feel safe. Thank you, and welcoming of any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Spooner, for your presentation. We have many questions for you. I'll start with Councillor Davey.
Thank you, Mr. Spooner, for taking the time today and for your presentation. I want to preface my question by saying that I do share the same goal, but I do have some serious concerns on behalf of the residents that I represent. The first is to quantify the seriousness of the problem. And you put up some very scary numbers in terms of fatalities per speed and some specific examples of speeding that were recorded. One thing that I thought we might see is, do you have any understanding or recording of the data of the number of fatalities in the last 5, say 10 years that have occurred in the region of Waterloo in the last 10 years, or any data that you might have?
Through you, Mayor, thank you for the question. I don't have anything in front of me. I do have a recollection that in the region last year, there were 15 fatal motor vehicle collisions resulting in 17 deaths. So.
Okay, but nothing related to school zones or pedestrians?
Not in front of me today. Happy to follow up.
Okay, yeah, and thank you. And actually, when this came, just as a point of interest, when this did come to City Council before, I noticed that our Director of Transportation is here as well. I believe the data that they had in the City of Kitchener was as far back, I think it went back 5 years was their data, and there were 0 fatalities in school zones in the last 5 years, including back when I believe the speed limits were 50 kilometers an hour. As part of this program, would the City of Kitchener have any ability to set the thresholds for the speed of which someone's going over the limit before they would receive an automated ticket?
Through you, Mayor, thank you for the question. So the decision on a threshold is actually developed by the Ontario Traffic Council, and we take their guidance. It is set by the region as part of the program. My recommendation is 0, that if you drive the speed limit, you do not receive a ticket, but there is a threshold on the program.
Okay, so the City of Kitchener would have no ability to say, this council have no ability to say, you know, if they decided the threshold was 4 kilometers an hour over the speed limit, they could conceivably get a ticket in the future. It's out of our hands if we agree to this.
Yes, it would be. It's a regional council decision. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Is there any ability for us to set the cameras on or off depending on school zone times or hours?
Through you, Mayor, thank you for the question. Yes, we have the ability to turn the cameras on and off. The recommendation at this point is that we're entirely consistent and that we leave them on in the community safety zones or school zones. If you think about parking bylaw today, people are challenged by, am I doing this, am I doing that? So just the consistency of having those cameras on all the time reminds us that schools and community facilities are used at all times of day and the extra protections are required at all times of day.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the context. But just to be clear then, so if we did go along with this program, the City of Kitchener would have the ability to tell the region we do not want them on during statutory holidays, Christmas, etc. We would have that autonomy authority?
Through you, Mayor. The program is administered by the region, so through the CDET Regional Council, yes, you'd have the ability to make the recommendation.
But this council, no?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Lastly, and I think you touched upon in your presentation, so I want to be clear on it. The City of Kitchener would have no authority, nor I guess the region at this point, would have the ability to set any threshold in terms of fines. It's all as prescribed by the province.
Through your mayor, that's correct. There are two schedules in the Highway Traffic Act, one for provincial offenses and one for administrative penalties, and what I showed you is the fine rate.
Is there an ability to have, because again, I believe in the education part of this program, is there any ability to be able to waive the first infraction when someone goes through community safety zones or school zones?
Through your mayor, thank you again. Great series of questions. Yes, so the screening officer has the discretion, again, based on individual circumstance and financial hardship, to reduce or eliminate a ticket on an individual basis.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next, I have Councillor Michaud.
Thank you, Mr. Spooner, for your presentation. And I'm a big supporter of speed cameras in school zones. I just want to qualify that right off the top. One of the questions I have, though, is with regards to the processing of tickets. I understand that in past some speed cameras, people could go through, speeding through a camera and get 5 tickets in a month, not knowing that they're still speeding. And I think your presentation said 7 to 14 days. Is there any way that can be tightened up, or like within 7 days or within 5-day period? I mean, we're pretty technology savvy in an era right now. So what would you comment on that?
Yeah, through your mayor and councillor, thank you for the question. It's a good one. I'm aware of there's a story as well where a new camera was placed. It wasn't a resident of our community, but went through it 5 days in a row, and then 2 weeks later received a whack of tickets. So this is actually important in awareness building. I didn't talk to you too much about how we're going to do that. We will publish the locations. They will show up on GPSs, but also in that opening period. Again, the goal is not to be punitive, so we're trying to figure out how to manage those first couple weeks of implementation so that we don't do that to people. We want them to learn, to slow down. I don't want to hit them with 5 tickets.
Appreciate that. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Michaud. Councillor Ioannidis.
Thank you, Mayor Verbanovic, and thank you, Mr. Spooner, for coming in. I saw one of your slides that you had, went through several series with regional council with regards to dealing with this issue. Other than today, was it ever a thought process to involve the other local councillors with this discussion?
Through you, Mayor, thank you for the question. I've been in the role for about 6 months, so I actually don't know if it was under consideration before. Again, I could check back and see. We have been working at a staff working group for a number of years, so I think this is an important step. I'm happy to be here and happy to revisit in future.
Okay. With the report that your staff and yourself have brought forward to regional council, what is the projected surplus?
Through you, Mayor, very good question. So at full build out, 175 cameras in 2028, operating cost of 21 million, road safety reserve fund about 21 million as well. So that's at full program build out. That is if we continue to scale when we report back, if there's still a desire to do so.
So let me get this straight. You're saying there's going to be 21 million on top of the 21 million that's to run the program?
Correct.
Okay. And how are those funds distributed? Like, who's going to receive these funds?
Yep, through you, Mayor. Thank you for the question. At this point, by nature of the region taking on the risk to start up the program, financing the program, also by nature of the legislation, the region has to receive that revenue. To date, we've had no formal discussions about where that revenue should go.
Okay. My other question is, what has been the public feedback with regards to this, in particular, the fines? Because the doubling of the fines is something really new to me, and from what the public that I've heard from, the fines wouldn't be unacceptable. So I'm just wondering what's the feedback that you've heard from your team?
Yeah, through you, Mayor, thank you for the question. As you can imagine, much like you, very mixed feedback. So some very positive from those who don't drive, who don't speed, very welcoming of it, and from others very challenged by not only the existence of fines, but also the monetary value of those fines. So very mixed feedback, as we do with the most road safety initiatives. That's how people land.
Okay, so with the $21 million surplus after the rollout, do you not feel that the public would perceive that as a cash grab?
Through you, Mayor, thank you for the question. So again, the 21 million assumes that over the next 5 years, we continue adding 36 cameras a year, and that the program continues to be effective like the 63%. So I don't know if we'll ever get to 175 cameras. A cash grab is an interesting framing. I choose to not think about this program as safety versus fines. I actually think about it as safety versus convenience. If we simply slow down, there is no fine. And so there's a very easy way to avoid this one, which is simply in the areas of our community that require the most protection, drive the speed limit.
Okay. So what I'm hearing correctly is if they drive the correct speed limit, then no fines would be issued. Then how would this program be sustainable?
Through your mayor, you've hit the key part. I do not want to run a community safety zone and municipal speed camera program. I am doing so because we require interventions in parts of our community for safety. If we are successful, the Road Safety Reserve will fund road improvements, but they will eliminate the need. So, absolute agreement with your statement. The goal is road safety, the goal isn't fines.
Okay. And again, will this council have any ability to dictate where those dollars are spent from the surpluses?
Through you, Mayor, very, very good question.
That's my time. Don't worry.
Sorry. At this point, no. At this point, as the revenue is managed by the region of Waterloo, the region will decide where the hotspots are and where. We've got a long legacy of partnership on this one. I'm interested in those discussions. Again, if road safety requires intervention on a City of Kitchener road or a region of Waterloo road, it still requires an intervention.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ioannidis. Councillor Singh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Both Councillor Ioannidis and Davey did ask some of the questions that I had. And Mr. Spooner, I don't want you to take away from this meeting that you're being grilled on these questions. I think it's fair for us to have a correct understanding of the program. At the end of the day, for whatever reason, members of council field calls related to both the city and regional matters, and in many cases, speeding issues on regional roads and city roads as well. Okay, so based on the questions that you've answered, I really want to stick on to one. I have concern about the doubling of the fine. That aside, about the what will be done with those funds. You've said a lot of it is to fund road safety measures. You've outlined the townships. Again, many of these cameras will end up being on city roads, revenues collected on city roads. We have a hotspot program that does physically create avenues to reduce speeding. What of this revenue will come back to us to support? Because at the end of the day, we don't want to rely on cameras alone, but also frame the roads in a way that it automatically reduces speeding.
Through you, Mayor, thank you for the question, and also in agreement that we are partners. Members of the public do not disseminate the roads that we travel on in our community. At this point, the Road Safety Reserve, there's been no formal discussions about the Road Safety Reserve and its division and application on any roads other than regional roads. I would seek direction from Regional Council on if that's something to explore. There's been no formal discussions on that to date.
Okay, at what point, I want to take a step back a little bit regarding the partnership. Is it clear in my understanding the region can do with their roads what they want, set up as many cameras where they would want, set the speed limits, the fines relatable as they would want. But on city roads, the council of the jurisdiction of the municipality would have to be in agreement to allow those cameras to be on those roadways?
Through you, Mayor, yes, you are correct. It's by road authority, so road authority for regional roads is with the region, road authority for local roads is with the city.
Okay, excellent. So again, referencing and really pointing on the word partnership. So what avenue is there really to create a framework of a continued partnership where the local council will engage with regional staff and their council and determine what is a fair and balanced approach towards safety of those roadways and the appropriate the fines?
Yep, through you, Mayor and Councillor, thank you again for the question. So we have been working in partnership at a staff level for a number of years. The question about partnerships at a council level, I actually don't feel educated enough to answer that, other than our staff are putting forward locations, our staff are reviewing all of the required elements of the program. I'm sorry I don't have a better answer.
Okay, could council at any point choose to disengage with the program after the rollout, this expanded rollout were to happen?
Through you, Mayor, yep, absolutely. So the City of Kitchener could choose, it would be a change in direction from where we've been to date, but absolutely could. And what that would mean is community safety zones and municipal speed cameras in the City of Kitchener would only appear on regional roads.
Okay, and that's even after the rollout, potentially? After expanded program, the City of Kitchener could potentially to opt out of the program?
Absolutely.
Okay. Coming back to the question about, really ensuring safety in our roadways and our school zones especially, I get it, the cameras do work, I agree with you. Really the question is, in some cases, people get dinged because they're not conscious as they are, perhaps during the daytime, when they realize it's active activity, but perhaps late in the evening, they get caught speeding a little bit over the speed limit. My colleague asked a mechanism of scaling down the speed during times. You said no, that's not the avenue that the region is looking at. Also as a way of forgiveness, first-time forgiveness, is that something as an ask as this council that could say, yes, we want to agree with this program, but this is our requirement or mandate that anyone caught have a first grace period on the ticket?
Yeah, through you, Mayor. Thank you, Councillor. I think you've hit an important point about active and passive driving. So the reason to not turn the community safety zones and the cameras off is that we all drive in two states. One, very tuned in, very active, looking and watching. We also drive in a bit of an inactive state, and that's the one where you arrive in your driveway and you go, oh, I'm home already, and you don't think about it. And what we're trying to get people to do is to pay attention if you go through one of those zones when you're not paying attention. First-time forgiveness, very, very good concept. I talk about the screening officer and their discretion. That is part of the individual circumstance. So if you've got 11 tickets versus one ticket, much more likely to get relief on the one ticket.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Singh, I'll ask you to queue in again if you have further questions. Councillor Deneau.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks, Mr. Spooner, for coming out tonight. And you may not be able to answer this question, and hopefully you can get some context for me afterwards. When I moved to Kitchener 24 years ago, we had red light cameras. We no longer have red light cameras. So I'm assuming you probably don't know why they went away, but I'm assuming they were there for community safety reasons.
Through you, Mayor, Councillor, I'm aware of at least one location that I travel through with a red light camera still just in front of Sunrise Centre, so I don't know if...
Bunch.
Really?
Yes.
I'm thinking of Fairway Road, because there used to be one there. I have okay, so my bad. Okay.
Councillor, there's a real possibility that what happened was that the red light camera as a short-term intervention did its job, and then through road redesign and other programs, we were able to remove the need for that camera.
Okay. Do you feel that all streets should be community safety zones?
Through you, Mayor. Very interesting question, Councillor. I don't think so. I think community safety zones are a very specific intervention, along with a camera, that suggest a really heightened need for safety and that feeling of safety. I don't think that applies on every roadway in our region, no.
Okay. So we're obviously talking about children in school zones. And I know I brought this up with our own staff at one point in time. Long-term care facilities, they are not designated as community safety zones, and I know personally, there are residents who go out and have a smoke on the sidewalk, or families take them around the block for a walk, but they're not designated community safety zones. And so, where do we draw the line of what's more important? Our youth and our seniors, or are they all as important, but we're just really want to focus on the schools at this point in time?
Through you, Mayor, thank you, Councillor, for the question. I had to rush through my last slide, so I missed the opportunity to share this with you. So the reason to start with school zones is there's a very specific Highway Traffic Act legislation that we can follow. One of the decisions in front of Regional Council next month is to introduce community safety zones and a warrant to implement. That this very first step of that would be to recognize schools, parks, community centers, hospitals, daycares, seniors' residents, and other places where we gather and other places where we could use a little bit of extra support on the safety front. So that's absolutely in program.
Okay. My last question is, what does it cost to replace the cameras?
Yeah, through you, Mayor, and thank you for the question. Very good one. So we've all seen some instances of vandalism with these cameras. It's well documented. It's an active WRPS investigation. The answer is $0. So these cameras are leased, and the nature of the agreement is that they need to be up, calibrated, and active, and if they are not, then it's our vendor's responsibility. Now, you would imagine in future, the next time we do a contract of this sort, we will pay through cost escalation, but directly in this contract, there is no, other than the downtime and the vendor's cost to replace.
And how many cameras have been damaged?
I'm aware of two. One of that was damaged multiple times.
Okay, so two, but one was damaged multiple times. And now, do you foresee other actions being taken with the potential rollout of so many cameras? Yeah.
Through you, Mayor. Thank you, Councillor. So we've taken a number of steps in terms of how we introduce and place the cameras. This is a global phenomenon. You could look around. Resistance to programs like these happens at the onset. So we anticipate that will happen for a while we continue to educate people about their purpose and why they're there.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Councillor Schneider.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much for coming in, Mr. Springer. One of my favorite times of the year here is when we get together with our traffic team to review our seasonal traffic calming measures. They do a great job collecting data on speed, volume, and collisions for our seasonal traffic calming measures. It's a great discussion because we see areas where speed and volume and collisions are an issue. And a lot of times those are on main feeder streets, so a street that feeds a lot of residential streets. It's one of the issues that I hear about most often from my constituents. And you mentioned something about the speed cameras just being on regional roads. And while I agree, school zones is a great place to start, we here, our staff collect a lot of great data. Would you ever connect with them to get that data and see maybe the possibility of moving a speed camera onto a main feeder street where I'm sure we as councillors get a lot of calls and emails about?
Yeah, through you, Mayor, and thank you for the question, Councillor. So this is the goal of the program, is to place cameras both on regional and local roads. The previous comment was about an opt-out. The plan to date has been to have City of Kitchener staff identify locations, present them to you, Council, and then bring them back and say this is where we'd like them. So if we continue with the program, that's exactly how it works.
Okay, because that's something I would definitely love to see, and just great collaboration with all the local municipalities and their traffic teams to gain a great understanding of where the issues really are. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Schneider. Next up, I have Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you so much for coming in, Mr. Spooner. I'm wondering if you can provide a prediction for the amount of time where we will see tickets decrease and therefore funding decrease into this program, as you've mentioned, and I think the goal here is that you don't want to be collecting these large amounts of money. You'd love to see if we can get to the point where we can go down to zero in this program. Do you have stats on what is consistently shown as the amount of time it takes to decrease?
Through you, Mayor and Councillor, thank you for the question. I don't. And I don't have any global examples, and now I'm thinking I should go get some, because we've probably got some other municipalities in Ontario around the world that are actually over that hump and on the way down. I don't have that in front of me today. I apologize.
Do you think that exists?
I think so. Yeah, I think we've seen, look, I'll use a silly example. We all know in our region where the police cars hide when they're handing out tickets. Mm-hmm. And we, by very nature, slow down when we pass those places. And so I think that is the same message here. Once we learn that behavior and we start to, we do this naturally. Mm-hmm. I think that indicates that we go that way.
Okay. I want to be clear, I am very much in favor of ASEs. I would love to see some stats on that. That would be great. And kind of to go along with the questions that you've heard from my colleagues here tonight, as we have the highest population in the region, the potential to collect money from fines will be the highest here in Kitchener. And I believe what you're hearing from the line of questioning here is that we would like fines collected here to be spent on our Vision Zero hotspot program and or geometric road changes, as we know that is very effective. Can we get a commitment from the region to champion the funding raised from this program to be disseminated equally according to population in our region?
Through you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor. Absolute agreement with the outcomes that you've outlined around geometric changes. I don't have the ability here tonight to commit the organization to a revenue sharing agreement on this program. But I do have a representative in the room on regional council who I think could champion that.
We might know that person.
For the record, there are 3 in the room, and I want to acknowledge 2 regional councillors at the top, Colleen James and Carrie Williams, who are here as well.
I did also want to share in my research for tonight's meeting some collision data. Over the past 5 years, there have been 97 collisions in school zones located on City of Kitchener roads. And of these 97 collisions, 26 have involved a vulnerable road user. Though there have been 0 fatalities within school zones located on City of Kitchener roads in the past 5 years. And I'm going to say 6 because I was looking at our 2023 data, and Mr. Cronkite is here, and he'll be able to speak to that as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, before I go into councillors on a second round of questions, I have a few myself. Mr. Spooner, in terms of the business plan that was presented to Regional Council, how many tickets approximately were issued in 2022?
To you, Mayor. I believe it was 11,000, the number off the top of my head.
Okay. And the business plan, if I recall correctly, contemplates 5,000 tickets, or up to 5,000 tickets being processed on up to 175 cameras, which, according to my math, equals 875,000 tickets. So we would see an increase of 11,000 tickets amongst a population of 630,000, which is probably around 140, 150,000 households, now go to 875,000 tickets amongst that same number of households, which would, just depending on how it works out, we'll say somewhere between 4 and 6 tickets per household annually. Is my math approximately correct?
To you, Mayor, yeah, that is correct as per the business case. I am responding to a regional council motion that requested ASE and cameras at all school zones. So that is what the business plan was built on. The decision in front of regional council next month is actually much less than that. It's a community safety zone warrant, as well as 32 cameras in 2024, as well as a report back done by the All Municipal Working Group on where future school zones and community safety zones could go. So again, the program is entirely scalable. Will we get to 175 cameras? That would be based on the outcomes of the program, both on the safety side as well as on the road safety reserve side.
Okay, thank you for that. And I'm just wondering on that, do you have any sense, like these cameras would be operating, as I understand it, 24 hours per day right now. How does that compare roughly to the number of police officers that are patrolling the city at any point in time, doing, obviously a whole variety of community safety issues, and not just dealing with speed enforcement?
Yeah, to you, Mayor. So the 32 cameras that would be installed in 2024 is my area of expertise. I have no idea what the deployment of Waterloo Regional Police Service is across the region. No ability to comment on a comparison.
Okay. That would be something that we can work on getting. And the last, actually two last questions. Number one, in terms of the doubling of fines through ASC, that is, to my recollection, and I'll say this as a regional councillor, that was not information that was previously shared with regional council in earlier reports. So that was new information recently provided. Is that correct?
Through you, Mayor, I've done a full review on this one. It was not explicitly stated in any reports. It could have been read through the business plan had somebody gone through it with the intent of getting that deep into the difference between provincial offenses and administrative penalties. It wasn't stated explicitly until the community safety zone presentation last month.
Right. Okay. Thank you for that. And then my last question is, there are a variety of things that I know have been raised tonight and so on, including revenue sharing and so on, which have been topics of conversation between, as I understand it, the municipal teams and regional teams, but have never been brought to a conclusion up until this point. Do we know why that's happened, and how do we get that back on track if we choose to proceed with the regional process?
To you, Mayor, I think being a bit cheeky, we wouldn't have a revenue sharing agreement today. We would have a cost and risk sharing agreement. There's been, the revenue agreement would come later. Again, I've been involved in no formal discussions on that. I would take direction from regional council if that was something they wish to explore.
Okay. Okay, those are all the questions I have. So I do have 3 members of council at this point with second rounds. And I'll go to Councillor Davey.
Comment, sorry.
Okay. Are there any other questions at this point? Okay, Councillor Singh, I'll come back to you. Councillor Davey?
Yeah, I did take that as a bit of a cheeky response, as a cost and risk. I think we could dwell a lot deeper into that conversation, but maybe that will derail a constructive dialogue, and that's not where we want to go. Okay, that aside, again, a Provincial Offences Act and an administrative fee, again, these numbers could be outdated a little bit. Maybe you can confirm. Just with the information I'm seeing online, it outlines that anywhere between 1 and 20 kilometers an hour. Over speed limit is around $45. Anything between 20 and 39 is $112. Anything between 30 and 49 are $280. Again, there are other offenses that are relatable when it's over 30 kilometers an hour, and then 50 above. Obviously, we're all very aware of that suspension. And that aside, the fines, if these numbers are accurate, why the discrepancy from a provincial, Highway Act as fines are set out and what the region seems to feel is necessary for automatic speed cameras?
Through you, Mayor, and thank you for the question. So there is no regional decision in the setting of fines. When the province granted us the ability to introduce administrative penalties in 2021, they also introduced the schedule that you would have seen on the right-hand side. So today, those fines are applicable in community safety zones, in construction zones, and they also become applicable when you adopt an administrative penalties program, which is the only way we have to expand our program. So it's a little bit of a catch-22. If we wish to expand, we have to go with the APPS program, and again, that fine is set at the provincial level.
So the fines that are set are really to outline the expansion of the program, so to pay for itself. That's why the fines are being doubled based on the recommendation going forward.
Through you, Mayor, the fines are set by the province as a deterrent to speeding.
Yes, I'm talking about with the speed cameras. The fines do not correlate with what the Provincial Offences Act fines are outlined on the website. Again, it could be inaccurate what's outlined, so I'm asking you, is it the same? What the region is setting their fines now with the doubling is the same as if I were to get a ticket, I'm driving, I'm going to use myself as an example, hypothetical, driving in a community zone, it's 10 kilometers over, and to my understanding, it's $45. But the region's fine going forward is going to be $98. Why that discrepancy? That's why I was asking for clarity.
Yeah, through you, Mayor, Councillor, great question. So that community safety zone APP fine is consistent. If you got that ticket in York Region, that's the ticket. So the ability to use an administrative penalty program is what increases the fines. So that's consistent across our whole province on anybody who's implementing now community safety zones and municipal speed cameras.
Okay, and again, I'm not going to call it a cash grab, right? But again, there is a apprehension question to see the fines double as they are. Again, relating if someone were to be infracted based on speeding through a police officer as opposed to camera, again, to show that there should be some sense of I guess, not fairness, but I mean, should be similarity to both offenses. What avenue going forward? I know it's tough for you to ask in hypotheticals or for you to commit. I get that. Do you feel, I don't know if it's even adequate for me to ask in that way, do you feel that there is a opportunity where members of council, city staff, and region and their members of council can have a forum to engage in dialogue, to pinpoint the various questions asked around the horseshoe today, to see that there is some sense of acceptance on both sides? Because it doesn't feel as if there is right now.
Through you, Mayor. So the read that I got from the regional council meeting was that we had an inconsistent understanding of the program and inconsistent information. And so the reason to be here tonight, as well as at all of the other area municipalities over the past and coming weeks, is to do exactly that. We've got, obviously, staff level working group ongoing. We've got a CAO's meeting upcoming. And so the goal of these education sessions was to level that playing field. If there's additional activities requested, I'll take guidance from regional council in any future meetings or things we need to work out.
Okay, one last question. You were very diligent with writing down some of the questions asked. After this meeting, would we get a follow-up in response to many of the questions asked today?
Through you, Mayor, yes. I've got my team here taking notes, I'm taking notes, and the goal, again, is consistent information across everybody who has a role in road safety, which is all the councillors here tonight and all of our municipal partners.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ioannidis, do you have a question? Go ahead, Councillor Ioannidis.
Question and then maybe comment, or do you want me to wait after? Okay. Thank you. I guess, yeah, with the questions that Councillor Singh had brought up with the doubling of the fines, as I've heard from many residents, there's not also the doubling of the fines, but there's also like a $5 or $15 processing fee. Will that still apply?
Through you, Mayor, yes, in both cases, and if you have a look at that chart, it actually gets a bit confusing because at a 15-kilometer over fine, you'll see that the POA provincial offenses column is 5250 and the administrative penalties program is 9825. That is not, in fact, a doubling. The fine collected in that, in the one column is $30 on a 52 and in the other is a $60 on a 98. So there is actually a doubling of the fine, but the administrative costs do increase.
Okay. I think Councillor Singh also had mentioned it too, like as part of his comments. From my experience, based on the residents I represent, this hasn't been embraced at all. And quite frankly, from what I've witnessed between the meeting that I seen online and that our mayor had to act on our behalf on quite a few things, I feel like this is being jammed down our throat without us ever being consulted. And quite frankly, the way it is set up right now, I'm going to be not supporting this. And I don't know how your program will work if Kitchener bows out on it.
Thank you.
Councillor Davey. Oh, sorry. No problem. I don't know what happened. Go ahead.
Thank you. Actually, just one quick question, Mr. Speaker, if I could. So you presented to the other local municipalities already or no?
Through you, Mayor, you're third up. I've been to Wilmot, the region of Waterloo, and City of Kitchener, and over the coming weeks I will be at all area municipal councils. Okay, thank you. Yeah, just by way of comment, and again, I do thank you for coming in and explaining. I can tell that you're passionate about this and you believe what you're saying, and that is appreciated. And as I started my initial comments, questions, that we want the same thing. It's just a matter of how we go about getting there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell you what I want to see, and I realize that this is not within your power, but maybe part of this is advocacy to the province in terms of what our abilities are. So first and foremost, I think nobody wants to speed these intersections, and the black text on white going through a school zone is very easy for people to miss. So one of the first things I would want on either side of these school zones is a flashing yellow light that people cannot miss that says speed camera ahead, something along those lines. Gives them an opportunity to slow down.
I also want a first-time waiver. I understand that if people contact or call in or something and plead their case, there's a possibility. But let's be honest, those that are connected are going to do that. Those equity-seeking individuals in the community are not going to know to do that, and they're going to be stuck with significant fines. I also hate the idea of doubling of the fines. In my mind, if we're educating, one of the things I've learned from our bylaw from both our current director and our previous director is that education works a lot better than being punitive. And I would rather see a warning the first time, and then perhaps a small fine reminder the second time, and then escalating. With exceptions, if you catch somebody going at one of those ridiculous speeds you showed earlier, first time, throw the book at them, because obviously those people are, I almost swore. And last but not least, in terms of thresholds, I really believe that there needs to be higher thresholds on the speed limits outside of school hours. And let's be honest, in some parts of our areas, our community speed limit's 30 kilometers an hour where it used to be 50. And that really means somebody traveling on Christmas Day has happened. On Christmas Day, you could be going 50 kilometers an hour with no cars or kids or anyone in sight, and get a close to $200 fine later, a couple weeks later. And that's punitive. That's the kind of thing that makes people hate government, and we cannot be doing that. So this is the feedback that I want you to take back to Regional Council and implement it in any way that you can see. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Singh.
Yeah, it's kind of annoying going after Councillor Day because we end up agreeing with a lot of things, but the points that he outlined, I agree with absolutely, so I won't repeat all of them. Some I will, just as a emphasis of the importance of them. Just before I do outline that, I really do want to say, again, great job in presenting, and I appreciate you trying to do the best that you can in your role. And regarding road safety, it's not about us against you.
Agree.
It's about getting this right to ensure road safety across the region, and of course for the City of Kitchener residents itself. We're in agreement. This is a partnership. We are a team, but I think there are differences at play right now with the approach that we feel that's best to handle this. And some of that approach is exactly as Councillor Davey has outlined. Signage is key. We don't want these things to be surprises, especially the fact that in some cases, you outlined individuals that were speeding excessive amounts in some of those residential roadways. That's destructive, irresponsible behavior. Those individuals will likely do the same, irrespective of if there's some police enforcement or if there's a camera. It would have been helpful to have seen an average of the speed to see the difference, not necessarily the extreme. But the fact is, in some cases, individuals driving late at night, on the weekends, during holidays, don't see those community zones in the same reflective way as they would if it's during school times. I think we all are very generally respectful and very conscious of our youth safety. So clear signage is absolutely important, as well as the first-time forgiveness. Perhaps not a smaller fee, as Councillor Davey has said, but the same fee as what the fees had been, and then the doubling of that third time. Again, it's about changing road motorist behavior. It's not about penalizing. It's bringing safety to the roadway, not necessarily building up a cash reserve, and that's to working with our residents. And the final thing I would want to say is this has to be a continued dialogue with the area municipalities, their staff, and their councils to know exactly where we land, because again, I think the differences are just too many at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Singh. Councillor Deneau.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And, I'm a father of two young girls who go to school, who walk to school. And, obviously, safety is, utmost importance to my household and my girls, but also the greater community. But the fact that no pedestrians in Kitchener over the last 5 years have been fatally injured in the school zones, yet particularly in my ward this past year I had 2 or 3 fatalities at an intersection that is quite heavily occupied by cars. That tells me that there's other areas that probably are a little bit more important at this point in time than some of our school zones. I'm not saying they're not important, but what I'm saying is nobody's been killed in those areas in 5 years. We know that there are pedestrians killed all the time on our busy roads, and so I think, we need to have a little balance, not necessarily filling all the community safety zones or the school zones with these cameras. Maybe they need to be veered off on, as Councillor Schneider had mentioned, onto some of the main roads leading into those community safety zones, because that's where a lot of the problem lies, is those main roads. I hear about it all the time. And it's important to us, it's important to our staff, and I know it's important to the region and to yourself. But there needs to be some balance. There's no need to ticket someone on Christmas morning when school's not in session going 4 kilometers over. That doesn't make any sense to me, and I'm sure it doesn't make sense to most people. And so, just if we can find some balance, I think that will go a long way to actually bringing a lot of people on board, because you're never going to make everybody agree with what the process is or what the plan is. But I think, if we can have more communication, more dialogue between councils and between our community members, I think that goes a long way in actually bringing people along. So that's all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Deneau. Councillor Michaud.
Thank you, and I want to thank you again for coming out, Mr. Schooner. As I said, I'm fully in support of automated speed cameras in school zones. I'd like to see them on city streets as well. But I do think that school zones is a great place to start. And I think that just because we haven't had any fatalities, I'd hate to think we're going to wait until we do. So I think it's time to make the move, to slow the traffic down. We just spoke with someone from the fire department yesterday who commented on how fast everyone's going and how angry drivers are out there. They might get a little more angry with these speed cameras, but lessons learned. Just take your foot off the pedal, and it's pretty simple. So I do appreciate this, and I do appreciate all my council colleagues on their comments. It's pretty clear that we're not on the same side of the fence for a lot of things, but I'm hoping that our city staff and regional staff can work together and come to agreement where we can have these speed cameras in school zones, and the city, I guess I'd hate to say benefit from it, but reap some of the dollars to go back into our traffic Vision Zero road safety as well. So again, I thank you, and I look forward to seeing where this lands. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Michaud. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you again for coming in this evening, Mr. Spooner. I know that you've been you've had some really challenging questions to answer tonight. I think what you're hearing from all of us, maybe with just different ways to go about it, is we need something to slow people down on our roads. And this is a council who really looks to technology to help us solve our problems, because that's really the direction that we're going in. So it's exciting. It's wonderful. As a former public school board trustee, I will tell you that the number one issue that we hear at parent councils, or at least it used to be whenever I was there, was about traffic in our school zones. So this is wonderful, and we're excited to be looking at this. What I think you're also hearing from us as well, though, is that we have the highest population in the region. You are bound to get the highest number of tickets coming out of Kitchener from any other community. We need help with our road redesign. We need help with our Vision Zero hotspot program, which we have an innovative transportation team here who has been doing so much study and work on this. We want the money from this that frankly our taxpayers will be paying to go back to making road improvements to slow people down even further. I would love to see this program be something that at some point goes to zero, because people, like Pavlov's dog, have learned that you're going to get a ticket whenever you go too fast in our school zones. I too would also like to see community safety zones, as you've heard. It's not the only place to be putting them, and frankly I just wish that people would, as in the words of the Nova Scotia Premier, slow the blazes down. It's enough. We need to make changes. I'm happy that the technology is here. I know that Chief Mark Crowell has talked about this many times as well, that whatever can be helping here. But please, if we can really look at having the revenue go back into Kitchener, where our team is doing great work to improve things here. So I'll leave it at that. I'll say hi to our regional councillors up there. Glad you're listening to this too, and you can take this argument to the council table there as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor O'Dooney.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Spooner, for coming in. I do appreciate it, and I appreciate the arguments and the conversation from my colleagues. I have been one of the recipients of those tickets, I will confess. I even turn the music down when I get into those school zones now because I got to fully pay attention to the speed limit. So I will say it is working. This was the #1 issue from Ward 5 as well, people speeding, not necessarily in school zones, but just across the local streets as well. One thing that I do want to mention is I don't know what the strategy is around the media and relating with the media, because there have been times where I've heard this come up in the media, and I'm not mentioning any names. However, I've heard callers call in and talk about just strongly against this, or people alluding to even, oh, we'll break it, or things of the like. So I do think there needs to be some sort of relations with the media and having really good conversations so you're on the same page with them. Because if we put this out and people see this as punitive, you're going to be replacing a lot of cameras, or you're just going to have a lot of negative repercussions from people. So I think it's something we should really put into your plans as well. But thank you for this. Thank you for the plan. I'm in support of it. I think it's just the how and the intricacies that we have to deal with now. But thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just before I make my comment, I guess one question I have, Mr. Spooner, is, it's clear that there's a desire for additional dialogue between the municipality and the region about a number of things, both how this would roll out, cost and revenue sharing, and so on as we look at this. That's obviously going to take some additional time. I don't anticipate that would get resolved by the October Regional Council meeting. Are you prepared to potentially recommend that additional time be taken so that we do this right going forward?
Yeah, to you, Mayor, I think there are 2 steps we could take. We're ready to launch this program with 16 cameras on November 18th, and to increase that number by another 16 in December. That requires a very simple agreement about the road authority and placement of equipment on the roadway. We could absolutely do that in time. I would hate to miss an opportunity to implement a program to have a further discussion around fine monies. If given direction from Regional Council, absolutely we'll do that. We'll seek that agreement with our partners. I'm not sure that would require slowing the implementation of the program.
Okay, so I mean, to be clear then, I just want to say from my perspective as Mayor of Kitchener, this council has been unanimous in its support for Vision Zero and the great work that Mr. Cronkite and his team have done here. And so we're committed to it, and we're committed to the various tools that are available to us, including, AES, or ASC rather, the role that Waterloo Regional Police Service plays in traffic enforcement, and also, geometric changes that can happen to the roads in order to help address that. Because I think there's no question that we're all committed to trying to see, zero fatalities, and ideally a day where there's zero injuries from traffic. But it's clear to me that there are a number of things here that, maybe there was some initial dialogue between regional staff and area municipal staff on this, but there has not been significant additional dialogue in terms of getting the program to this spot. And there are a number of areas that need that additional time in order to have them worked on. It's my understanding that you can implement additional camera locations without going the AMPS route. it would simply mean limiting the number of tickets you can actually process and so on, which perhaps is the way of initially going ahead with that in order to ensure that we are addressing the concerns of your area municipal partners. Again, I just want to reiterate those numbers that I talked about earlier. We live in a rule of law-based society, and that's based on society believing that they're being treated in a fair and just way. And if that doesn't happen, it becomes a significant risk and concern. And quite frankly, when that used to exist in the province of Ontario, we saw what the results of that were back in 1995, if I remember correctly, where people were very frustrated, by the speeding van on the 401 and by Milton, where everybody knew to slow down, but lots of people didn't, and there were countless examples of that around the province. And quite frankly, I don't think any of us want to see things develop in that way here in the community. I don't think it's good for this or any of the other things we're trying to achieve. So I would strongly encourage you to facilitate additional time with the area municipal partners. I know our team is prepared to be part of that dialogue and have things move forward in a constructive way. Councillor Davey, okay, just on a point of clarification. Go ahead.
Just on that point is an additional bit of something to consider going forward. I understand that various municipalities are at different places in this, some are more gung-ho than others. Clearly, we want to take our time. So I would just say, perhaps as a compromise, as the region's looking at this, and this would have to be resolved at the regional table, but perhaps another municipality could sort of be like a pilot city for this ahead of us while we figure out exactly what we want to do. That way, you're not slowing down, and we're taking the time that we need.
Okay. That is all. So it's been a very, I think, robust dialogue, and I want to thank you and your team for coming in and sharing some education with us and also hearing our issues and concerns.
Yeah. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you. Okay, we'll now move on to delegations. Council, we have 30 delegations for various items on the agenda this evening. To all the delegations who are here this evening, thank you for coming in. I want to remind delegations, while public participation is welcome at meetings, we're committed to engaging in respectful and constructive dialogue with members of the community, and conducting yourself in any of the following manners may result in an immediate removal from the meeting: interrupting the mayor or councillor, staff, or other delegations, derogatory statements about the mayor, councillor, staff, or others, and any hate speech or defamatory comments. I'd like to remind those in the gallery that clapping, cheering, or other indications of support or disagreement with delegations is not permitted in the council chamber. One last reminder, delegations are permitted to address council for a maximum of 5 minutes, which will be displayed on the screens in front of you. When there's 30 seconds remaining in your time, you'll hear a small audio tone that will signal 30 seconds remaining. Please take that time to conclude your presentation, as there will be a second tone at the completion of your time, and the microphones will turn off shortly after the exceeded 5-minute mark. Lastly, please do not take offense if following your presentation there are no questions from council. This is council's time to really listen and reflect upon the opinions and ideas shared with us from our community members. I'll now, the first group of delegations is pertaining to the fireworks bylaw, and I would ask Councillor Owaduni to bring forward his notice of motion with respect to item 9.2 on the council agenda. Councillor Owaduni.
Thank you very much, Mayor Vivanovic. I'm bringing this motion to council due to the ongoing concerns surrounding fireworks, despite the measures our council and staff have already implemented. Last year alone, we received 186 firework complaints, and this year we have 173, keeping in mind that we still have a few holidays ahead of us. Many of us are aware of the incident that involved a councillor from Waterloo who was struck in the face by a firework as well. From my discussions with members of Ward 5 and other people from different parts of this city, it's clear that we have an opportunity to be able to do more. We can learn more from other cities and approach this issue in a more effective way moving forward. So just going through the motion here, it says, whereas the use of fireworks has raised significant safety, environmental, and noise concerns among residents in our city, Whereas various cities across Canada, including Vancouver, West Vancouver, Brampton, Woodstock, and Milton, have implemented bans or strict regulations on fireworks. Whereas addressing the fireworks issue through a collaborative regional approach could enhance the effectiveness and consistency of policies across municipalities. Therefore, be it resolved that staff be directed to contact colleagues in cities that have banned or strictly regulated fireworks, such as Vancouver, West Vancouver, Brampton, Woodstock, and Milton, with a goal to gather feedback on, number one, the effectiveness of their fireworks ban or regulations, recommendations on best practices and strategies that are working well, challenges that they've faced, and lessons that they have learned from their experience. And there be further resolved that staff be further directed to connect with our local municipalities within the region of Waterloo to discuss the fireworks issue, sharing insights and exploring how we can all work together to develop a unified regional approach to this concern. And finally, therefore be it finally resolved that based on the consultations and regional discussions, staff then report back to council with their findings and recommendations, potential timeline of February 2025, and address how the City of Kitchener can make firework regulations more stringent, potential policies or actions that can be implemented to address the fireworks issue effectively, and strategies for a coordinated regional effort to manage and enforce fireworks regulations. I know it is a mouthful, but I do believe that if we can proceed with this, we'll be able to have a better strategy ahead of next year. I would appreciate your support through this.
Okay, thank you, Councillor O'Dooney. I'll come back to the motion after we hear the delegations. Councillor Chapman, you have a question on? Yeah, we'll wait till we actually move that. We do have 4 delegations. Our first delegation is Mo Markham from Waterloo Region Climate Initiatives. Welcome, Mo.
Thank you. So I am here. I certainly support the motion, and we would also like to take it a little further. But sorry, I don't know if you're getting an echo. So I've lived near Victoria Park, and I currently live near another city park, and I have been woken up and kept awake on numerous occasions by the fireworks. I've called the non-emergency number, sometimes waited half an hour to an hour just to get through to speak to someone. So I know that bylaw and police are simply can't keep up with the complaints and the concerns. And the thing is, with the residents who live near these parks, you never know when it's going to end. You don't know if you're going to be able to go to sleep in an hour. You just don't know. And often it's sporadic, so it's just quite impossible to predict. We know that fireworks are entertaining and bring pleasure to people, but we feel there are just too many costs involved. We believe the costs of personal public fireworks are too high. Some of the costs involved for neighborhoods and cities, there's loud, disruptive noise, obviously disturbs sleep on holidays, and also for days before and after holidays. The violence in near riots that we've seen recently in our own city in Victoria Park and surrounding neighborhoods around Victoria Day and Canada Day this year, up to and including passersby, adults, and young children having firecrackers thrown at them. The financial costs as well, obviously the cost of for bylaw officers and extra bylaw officers around these holidays are massive, and just dealing with noise complaints. There's the cost of cleanup, and of course the cost to the region of police officers when things get out of hand, which they certainly have. My colleagues will also speak to the animal, human, and climate costs. We think that public awareness is higher now because of recent incidents, and we believe that the time is right to ban fireworks in the city of Kitchener and in the surrounding areas. We're aware that council has previously amended the bylaw, and we appreciate this, but clearly it hasn't gone far enough. And we know that people may still be able to get them elsewhere if they're banned locally, but we need to start somewhere. So our requests, largely in agreement, that council amend the fireworks bylaw to prohibit the sale, purchase, and discharge of fireworks in the city of Kitchener, that council and staff work with other neighboring councils to pass similar bylaws. And we also would like council to look into alternatives for public firework displays to make them quieter and more environmentally friendly. As you've mentioned, there are other municipalities in Canada that have banned the sale of fireworks here in Ontario and beyond. Also, in terms of public firework displays in 2023, Montreal canceled the Canada Day fireworks due to concerns over air quality and the backdrop of over 500 wildfires burning across the country. Fireworks can cause fires as well, of course, and they have done so here in Canada. It would seem to me that we have enough fires to put out without taking more risk for entertainment when there are other alternatives, which I will talk about. So the alternatives that we think might be considered by council are cities like Canmore and Banff have replaced fireworks with special effects pyrotechnic displays, which are quieter, in order to protect their wildlife. Others have switched to low noise fireworks. There are laser spectacles that can be used, and of course the other option is drone shows or displays such as the ones that many of us have enjoyed in Waterloo in the last couple of years. Drones can also be fueled by renewable resources, and they can slash the emissions of traditional fireworks significantly. We hope that council will be banning the sale and use of private fireworks, as well as finding alternatives for public celebrations, and be a true example of progressive policymaking for our climate and our community. And my colleagues will speak of other reasons for this as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mo, for coming in. Councillor Singh, you have a question?
Yeah, just very quickly, I recognize, your consideration of us to be more mindful of the environment related to firework display, and of course, looking at other more environmentally sensitive and friendly ways of celebrating. If the city were to look at banning, but still allowing more of a city-coordinated effort, in which cases, some communities or some people do want to still see that sense of, boom in the sky, but it's to a smaller scale rather than citywide, but in a city-coordinated effort, so it's more safer for the overall community. Would you agree with something along that effect?
Well, as I said, alternatives such as drones and other such displays that don't have all of the chemicals, but also don't have the massive amount of noise. That is very disturbing to many, as my colleagues will talk about as well. I would certainly support that. I've been to the drone shows in Waterloo. They play music while you're watching the drones. It's quite lovely. And I think everyone who went was quite entertained. So I think that that's a good alternative. And there are others as well that I spoke of, and we will supply the citations to the clerk later by email.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate your input.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mo. Those appear to be all the questions we have.
Thanks for having me.
Okay, our next delegation is Alec Chacon, I believe that's the correct pronunciation, who's joining us virtually.
So, welcome to you, Mayor. Can you hear me all right? Thank you, Council and Councillor O'Dooney, for bringing this issue to the table tonight. So for context, I'm an environmental and municipal lawyer, and I do pro bono animal law work. I'm also a former director of the Gulf Humane Society for a few years, so I come with that perspective, with the impact of fireworks on the environment and animals. And I actually just finished writing part of a textbook on environmental law, specifically on the regulation of fireworks and their impact to the environment and humans and animals. So it's very top of mind for me. I'll cover two issues briefly before council today, environment and animal impacts. I also want to say I'm not, sort of a firework hater or not my backyard type of person. I grew up about 9 hours north of here on 60 acres, and I'm ashamed to say I lit a lot of fireworks when I was much younger. So I very much understand the draw, but have unfortunately since learned that there are a lot of big problems with fireworks that need to be addressed. So with respect to the environmental impacts, fireworks are known to emit a number of harmful chemicals, including nitrous oxide and sulfur dioxide, which result in asthma spikes after firework displays. They can also result in cough or lung infections. We know this from data supplied by hospitals, specifically emergency rooms. The color of fireworks is determined by certain metals that are found in them. So for example, red is produced by strontium, green by barium. You get the idea. And in order to produce a large burst, there's a singular chemical called perchlorate that's added to fireworks as an oxidizing agent, makes things explode in a larger way. So what we find is after fireworks displays, these chemicals are found in soil and water, and they're toxic. The ones I listed are toxic to human and animal life. Some of them are persistent and bioaccumulative, meaning they last a long time. And when animal eats it, if an animal eats that animal, the chemical accumulates up to trophic levels. Fireworks also contribute microplastics to waterways. To give you one example, some scientists in London, England found a 10 times increase in microplastics in the Thames River in the 24 hours after New Year's fireworks. On the animal side of things, the primary risk, I would say, is both to domestic and wild animals, is the explosive noise that fireworks emit. In some instances, they can be as loud or louder than thunder at 175 decibels. So statistics tell us that a majority of dogs and cats experience fear and anxiety during the discharge of fireworks, and cows and horses are known to escape their enclosures out of fear, often hurting themselves on fences or being struck by oncoming traffic. Another big issue that we see a lot locally is Canada geese experience disruption in flight navigation. So humane societies all across the region of Waterloo and in Wellington County, I know from my experience, they see a lot of Canada goose who come deceased or seriously maimed because they lose track of where they're going. They'll run into traffic and unfortunately be hit. Other birds will fly hundreds of kilometers to get away from these displays, abandoning nests, that kind of thing. So there are some significant issues here, and they're local issues to very tangible issues. So we would ask council to seriously consider this. I do, of course, support the motion that's being brought by Councillor Owoduni, and I thank him for bringing that. I'll just end by saying that Section 121 of the Municipal Act, it gives municipalities very, very clear and direct authority to regulate or prohibit the sale of fireworks in their municipality. And I would just add to the great summary that Councillor Owoduni provided that the City of Guelph is currently going through this exercise. So if council was to direct staff to look into this, I might encourage staff to speak with the staff of the City of Guelph as well to benefit from their work instead of sort of reinventing the wheel. Happy, of course, to answer any questions, and thank you, Council, for considering this tonight.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chacon. And Councillor Ioannidis, you have some questions?
Thanks, Mr. Ciccone, for coming in. It's good to see you. I guess my question would be with regards to, and my colleague, Councillor Singh, had mentioned it with the last delegate, would somewhere along the lines of more of a sanctioned city fireworks be something that's you would be supportive of?
It's a great question. I mean, I would say, speaking personally, I think alternatives that don't produce a tremendous amount of noise are sort of the goal. It's all relative, right? The less harm you do, the better, but no harm is obviously ideal. I would consider myself an expert on sort of the environmental and animal impacts of fireworks, but I would not consider myself an expert on the alternatives. So I know that some of the alternatives, as Markham provided, are good ones: drone shows, laser shows, silent fireworks. I would say those are preferable over sort of a single city sanctioned event if they're using fireworks that involve noise. That's kind of the main problem that I see. But it's a great question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, those appear to be all the questions we have. Thank you for coming in this evening.
Thank you.
Our next delegation is two people, Aisha Shailas Javeri and Ankur Javeri. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to talk about mental health and physical health implications of fireworks. Fireworks are not exactly harmless fun. They have been shown to affect the mental health of many, more explicitly worsening anxiety, post-traumatic stress, autism, and other mental health struggles that increase sensitivity to sound. Post-traumatic stress is not just a consequence or result of war, but can also be an effect of interpersonal violence, childhood abuse, or even an accident. Psychologists have shown that symptoms of stress and anxiety are a worsening mood, feeling numbness, nightmares, flashbacks, lowering the ability to focus through its impact on memory, affecting the quality of life through its effects on sleep, where an individual finds it hard to fall asleep, along with a loss of appetite, only leading to fatigue and furthering stress, which can impact an individual's immune function. So now, based on this, what would fireworks look like for someone who is struggling with their mental health? Fireworks are loud, with bright light flashes, leading to acrid smoke. According to a 2022 USA article, 64% of people struggling with their mental health report that holidays and celebratory occasions worsen their mental health. There's increased use of alcohol and drugs to cope with stress around fireworks. According to an article in Cambridge, fireworks can have far-reaching implications related to grief, helplessness, hopelessness, and people struggle to remain optimistic with the increasingly negative forecast about the future. This is now known as climate anxiety. Cambridge research has also shown a rise in anxiety levels since 2019. We also need to acknowledge that now even individuals here are feeling increasingly stressed because of financial strain and a lack of jobs, leading to increased violence and strife in the city. One recent example is the Victoria Park incident on July 1st, 2024. According to StatsCan, 1 in 4 adults reported moderate to severe symptoms to depression, anxiety, or post-traumatic stress, and the prevalence is higher among young adults. We can see now how fireworks can act as a catalyst for worsening mental health symptoms in individuals. I'm going to move on to physical health implications. A 2020 paper in Environmental Monitoring and Assessment describes fireworks as composed of oxidants and fuel agents and other components such as coloring agents, smoke, and propellants. The chemical reactions of these ingredients permeate the air with harmful substances such as greenhouse gases, sulfur dioxide, particulate matter, and heavy metals. All pose an immediate health risk to humans, including breathing difficulties in those with respiratory issues. According to the American Lung Association, exposure to these pollutants has been shown to increase cases of chronic cough and other lung diseases like asthma and chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. The prevalence of asthma in Canada in 2000 was at 6.46%. This same number has risen to almost 12% when the data was last compiled in 2022 by the Government of Canada. Personal fireworks, the ones that we set off at home, can be even more dangerous because the smoke stays closer to the ground where we breathe. Coming to injuries, the Canadian Hospital's Injury Reporting and Preventions Program, or CHIRP database, shows that injuries associated with fireworks were sustained most frequently by 10 to 14-year-olds, about 42%. The injuries peaked in the days surrounding Halloween, Victoria Day, and Canada Day. 34% of injuries occurred around the patient's own home. Overall, the most frequent type of injuries were burns, around 62%, and the body part most often affected was the head. Importantly, more than 56% of patients needed medical follow-ups after leaving the emergency department, showing the severity of the injury and also causing a strain to our healthcare system. The percentage of firework injuries requiring hospitalization was approximately 2 times higher than the average of all injuries in the CHIRP database. We would like to propose the city ban the sale of fireworks and explore alternative solutions for community celebrations such as drone and laser shows. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much to both of you for coming in this evening. We do have some questions. Councillor Ioannidis.
Thank you, Mayor Verbanovic, and thank you for coming in. That was really a very informative presentation. I understand that you're asking for a ban, and so I just want to make sure that the expectation there with a ban, in my opinion, and if we were to ban fireworks, that doesn't prevent individuals from coming from other municipalities, whether it's the region or anywhere else, and bringing in fireworks. And there's no way for us to police that or to even look at that as a thing. So banning, in my opinion, wouldn't work. But I mean, I am very supportive in the direction of where we're going. And so I guess I know, along with Councillor Singh's, I'm going to ask that question too, is would sanctioned events be something that you would find amenable to, like that the city operates? So it would be like 4 or 5 centers in the community and that's it, and nowhere else.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you for that question. I think that's a step forward from where we are today. So I would say that's a step forward, but the ultimate goal is for us to have reduced number of fireworks across the board with alternative solutions already available today, with the technology available today, with drone shows and laser shows that can have, that may have equal amount of excitement.
Okay.
I just wanted to add that the individual fireworks just kind of really are, don't seem to be regulated like at the moment, because I've been one of those people that have made a lot of calls, because they just kind of strike at any point in time, and there doesn't seem to be any kind of regulation that exists at the moment. So I feel like just greater enforcement would be a very helpful start.
I don't disagree with great enforcement, but I do want to set the expectation that to enforce this would be very costly, and to even catch everyone at the right time, it's just logistically not possible. So that's why I just want to set the expectation. That's why myself and I know others have preferred to have sanctioned events, and so that's why I'm asking these questions on behalf of some of my members who've asked the same questions.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Ioannidis. Those are all the questions that there are. Thank you so much for coming in. Our last delegate is Aleem Kanji. Welcome, Mr. Kanji.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of council. It's great to be before you again. Just a bit of background for those that don't recall. I am the Chief Advocacy Officer of the Canadian National Fireworks Association, representing approximately 30 vendors here in Kitchener, but also thousands of importers, distributors, wholesalers from across the country. I want to talk about the motion in a second. But I want to point to a report that was conducted and was dated April of 2023, presented to Councillor by Ms. McNeil. And the report says, if I can quote, "Staff do not recommend banning the sales of fireworks as they are broadly available for sale throughout the year in neighboring communities. Both Waterloo and Cambridge permit sales the week preceding. Fireworks are available for purchase and delivery year-round. Fireworks are too readily available, and staff do not have enough resources to meaningfully enforce an outright ban." And I know we're here talking about this here tonight. We were one of the first organizations that condemned the activities that happened earlier this year. There's no excuses for bad behavior. But as I had said to council earlier, we focus on the 99% of the people that are using the product in a safe way. Certainly, it is very tough to keep up with complaints and concerns. That's been our experience in bans across the country. You're playing whack-a-mole right? You can only issue a citation, as staff would know, when the offender is using the product nefariously. As for the environmental concerns that were raised earlier, some very important stats to share. But one thing to keep in mind is that the federal government, through Natural Resources Canada, actually tests 4,000 fireworks, and they approve for them to be sold. By banning them in this community, you're in effect creating an underground market where people will buy them from First Nations communities. Perhaps they'll buy them and bring them from the United States. Perhaps they may even make them at home. And that is a greater risk to the safety and the people of this community. That's been our experience in other communities across the country where we've seen people actually purchase them from surrounding communities that surround where there is a ban. So a ban will not work in the community. As for the numbers that were brought up around injury prevention earlier, I think it's really important to remind everybody in the room that there were 210 reported cases of injuries related to fireworks in the last 12 years, according to the Canadian Hospital Injury Reporting and Prevention Program database that I think was mentioned by the earlier delegate. That represents just 11 cases per 100,000 records. In comparison, on an annual basis, we have 800 candle fires and an average of 8 deaths and 115 injuries, causing $30 million in property damage on a yearly basis in this country. But we're not here talking about banning candles. I do like the idea in the motion that talks about working together. And I want to be very clear that as an industry, we are proud to work together with the communities in which we operate in. I think there are common sensible ways in terms of time of use, prohibited use in environmentally sensitive areas that communities must look at. Banning it outright will create bigger problems, will tie up your 311, and will make it more enticing to the community to bring the product in by buying it online, making it themselves, and causing more safety concerns for every resident in this community. I'd be happy to take your questions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Kanji. There are a number of questions. Jason Deneau.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Deneau.
And thank you for coming in. And while I appreciate what your role is as an advocacy part, you know, what we're hearing, and it's not even necessarily about people using fireworks against other people. We've seen that. It's awful. Actually, like, it's horrendous. The concern we're hearing is about animals being stressed out, sleepless nights for people who live around the areas in which some of these fireworks are being set off. People who suffer from PTSD, whether it's war-related, as the gentleman mentioned earlier, whether it's trauma-related, smoke insulation. You know, there's an increase in wildfires because of some incidents of fireworks hitting dry land. So what is your response to those individuals? I know you have to, I get it, you have to protect your industry, but what do you say to those people who suffer from all those things, and whether it's one night a year or it's 3 nights a year, this has a great effect on their mental, physical, emotional health?
Thank you for the question, through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor. You asked a series of questions, so I'm going to try to tackle them one by one, if I may. In terms of animals, I think when I was here at the last committee meeting, and you can find, for those watching online or others that are here, the research papers that we have written at nationalfireworks.ca/research. I want to hold this one up to your question. This one is titled Fireworks, the Environment, and Animals. And you raised some really, really important questions. One thing I will say on this, in terms of animals, we actually take our cues from the various humane societies across the country that actually advise through their own guidelines. We know that fireworks in most communities, Kitchener included, are actually only allowed for 3 or 4 days of the year. By having a ban, you know, you're gonna take out those 3 or 4 days. And so to the point, the humane societies have said, take your dog out or your pet out for a walk to relieve themselves, et cetera, before, because we all know the time fireworks are going to be used on Canada Day, on May 2-4, on Diwali, as prescribed in your current bylaw. And I think that is some common sense thinking in terms of the first part of your question, in terms of how we should deal with animals. Certainly, if there are wildfires happening and smoke, let's deal with wildfires first. We have seen fire chiefs across the country say there's a burn ban in place, which means no campfires, no fireworks, and no one should break the law when that is in place. Okay, that should go without any discretion. If there is a burn ban in place, certainly there should be no fireworks. But that doesn't mean that people can't use them at other times of the year. We get burn bans at certain points of the year. Diwali's coming up in a month. We don't get burn bans in November. Lunar New Year is in February. We don't have burn bans in February. And those are a couple of examples where we need to find the balance. And I think what it comes down to is follow common sense regulations, follow the rules that the Humane Societies put out with respect to animals. I would like to come to your question on PTSD, because I think it's a really good one as well. Post-traumatic stress disorder is real. A lot of the comments that were raised earlier by folks in the room and online around anxiety are real, as were the delegation with the gentleman who we could hear his pet, I believe, in the background, actually distressed by his own voice, and the cat in the background. And so we need to look at holistic ways of solving these issues. This doesn't mean that we just ban a product outright, where somebody can just buy it online and bring it in. As it relates to PTSD, I would remind folks that there are drones that have been caused, and we've seen evidence of this, that cause PTSD for people. For example, our friends from Middle Eastern communities, from Russia, from other places where drones are used in active warfare, they remind people of war. So we cannot replace one product because one community doesn't want it with another where other communities may have issues. Montreal is an example of a community that switched to drones, and they switched back to fireworks because of complaints from the community around tradition not being respected, whether that's 1,000-year-old traditions around Diwali and fireworks or Canada Day as examples. So I think we need to find a balance, particularly around PTSD.
Mr. Mayor, can I just ask one quick question?
Can I actually come back to you? I just want to be very, tonight around the 5 minutes, so I will come back to you if you can just click in. Councillor Ioannidis.
Thank you, Mr. Kanji, for coming in again. And I guess my question is, I feel like there is a lot of difficulty with banning fireworks. So has your organization, has there been issues with fireworks being sold online?
Sorry, is that the question?
Yes.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Issues in terms of fireworks being sold online, I'm not following where the question's going.
Can you buy fireworks online?
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Absolutely, you can buy them online. You can also bring them from an hour drive from here from the United States, if they weren't sold here, through a retail experience where the customer can be asked, hey, what are you using this for? Is it a bar mitzvah? Is it Canada Day? Is it a private event where you need a permit, of course? And that interaction is eliminated by throwing the 30 vendors out of town, right? Because you can't have that interaction. And so, yes, Councillor, you will be creating an issue by people buying it online or perhaps trucking them in from the States or making them themselves. That's the issue. And that's the safety concern by instituting a ban. FedEx, UPS, and the list goes on. They're not going to check what's in the box when they deliver it. They'll continue delivering them to communities where there are bans. And by the way, as it relates to the communities cited in here, Vancouver, West Van, Brampton, Woodstock, and Milton, all of them, and let the record show, have seen their complaints go up as a result of the ban. And it's interesting because I know the question was raised earlier around larger, public events. public events, larger events, will not displace personal use of fireworks. That's been our experience in cities across this nation. They don't. People will continue to use them in their own home, in their own community, to bring communities together. And the thing with larger events as well to keep in mind is that commercial-grade fireworks are naturally louder. They're bigger. You're putting them on for hundreds or thousands of people. It's not a community celebration anymore. It's a larger celebration with louder product. And I think that's something to keep in mind when we're having the conversation around larger community events replacing personal use. I hope that answers your question.
No, you answered my question. It's just the question that's just challenging to address. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ioannidis. Councillor Michaud.
Thank you. And, sorry.
Yep, good.
The fireworks today seem to me to be a lot more, I'll use the word explosive, but louder, larger. They're not your little schoolhouses that you used to put on in the backyard and that would only go as high as maybe 10 feet. So the fact that they've changed this significantly, does it not concern you that the types of fireworks that you're selling are in backyards of people's backyards where children are nearby and like the safety measure of it?
Through you, Mr. Chair, thank you for the question. So just to be clear, I don't sell fireworks.
Okay, sorry.
But I think you're raising a really important question. And this is where, as I was alluding to in the last question, the retail experience actually helps, it doesn't hurt. Beyond employing people in this community and supporting jobs in the economy and all of the things that go along with that, through that interaction, one can ask, what kind of event are you using or hosting? And here's what I can recommend. That's taken away when people are trying to make things themselves. In terms of louder or larger fireworks, I just want to bring it to council's attention that 4,000 fireworks are tested strenuously by NRC in Ottawa. These are some of the tightest testing regulations in the world. And those 4,000 products are approved to be sold and to be used in this country. If there were issues with creating catastrophic environmental implications, as was suggested earlier this evening, I can assure you our federal government would not approve them to be sold or to be used on a personal level. There's reasons we have regulations and testing in products like this. They are explosives. They are fireworks. Of course they are. But they're not disapproved for sale, they're approved for sale. And there's a really strict process that one goes through in order to sell a set of regulated fireworks federally by NRC, provincially by fire codes, and in municipalities, regulated for sale and for use.
So when these random trucks roll in, come May 24th weekend or any other celebration that's happening and park their trucks on the sides of the roads in Kitchener, are they all licensed? Do they all have the credentials to be able to sell? And where do they purchase them from?
So trucks, if you're referring to a trailer, for example, in the parking lot of a Canadian Tire, they can't operate there without a license. So they go through all the regulations locally to get that license. Everything from following the fire code to making sure that they're staffed properly and they're there, in some cases, shoulder periods of the year. I can't speak on behalf of, if you're suggesting trucks on the side of the road.
That's exactly what I'm suggesting, yes.
So what I'm answering through the question is, there are mobile trailers that take out permits and are following the rules when they sell fireworks. That absolutely is going on. And it's being done completely within the confines of the law. If they were illegal, I'm sure staff would shut them down in a heartbeat.
Okay, that's good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Michaud. Councillor Singh.
Yeah, first of all, Liam, where credit is due, you're great at what you do, advocating on behalf of your group. That aside, you did make two statements I just want to clarify, and I think it's important for everyone listening as well as members of council. It is not correct that you can go across the border and just bring fireworks. I think you do need an import license, correct?
through you, Mr. Chair, the comment I made earlier about going across the border, I think to so first of all, we're a community. Driving here on the 401 does not require one to cross any municipal border. I think we all know that. To the question of having an import license to bring them in from the United States, I will say this, and full disclosure, I do lobby on behalf of the Toronto Police. It is as simple as saying the number one source of guns that are hitting our streets and communities across this country come from the U.S. border. And it is very hard to stop those guns coming in from the U.S. border as much as it is, Councillor, to stop fireworks from coming in. You may need a license, as much as you need a license, in fact, guns can't even cross the border. You won't have that license. People bring them in the back of their truck by buying them at Walmart in Cheektowaga and bring them to this community.
I'm not disagreeing with you that people can choose to engage in criminality. I just wanted to, limit the confusion that it's not something that's legally allowed, that you can go across the border and just bring fireworks across. And purchasing, I mean, that aside, like, again, today we're not really engaging in dialogue about the safety or, fireworks are good or bad. I think we're looking to get more clarification about how we can better mitigate, manage, and get a better understanding about cities that have banned them. Again, you may be biased with what you're going to respond. I get that. What has your experience been with some of those cities outlined that have outright banned, Brampton and a few others that were mentioned in the motion?
Thank you for the question, Councillor, through you, Mr. Chair. In terms of other cities, and I've got some notes if we can go through some of them. Vancouver, again, as an example, in 2023, received an increase of complaints. It's interesting to kind of follow what's happening in the Lower Mainland, because things have spread out there to see bans in communities. Interestingly, in North Vancouver, when I was before council, I heard from Mayor Little in North Van, and one of the really fascinating things he said was that it is the unknown that scares pets. He's an owner of 2 dogs. I'll come to the point, and that is that the knock from Amazon on the door alerts his dog more than the fireworks, which are predictable when we know when they're allowed to be used. This is his rationale in thinking of not supporting a ban, and is one community that is exclusive out of this list that wasn't included. I know Vancouver and West Van were, but North Van, for that reason, were not. And in his opinion, in council's opinion, out there, it actually doesn't. It doesn't jive, right? Because they're going to be affected by unknown tremors, like the loud voice from the gentleman that was presenting, as we heard from his cat. It's all subjective. But fireworks generally are timed. We know when they're happening. We know what's going to happen and at what time of day. As it relates to some of the other examples, with respect to Brampton, and I'll get to the other ones, some may not know that Brampton was the only city that actually had a ban, the only city in the country before they instituted a full ban of fireworks that are 4 feet or less, which effectively amounted to a sparkler being the only form of a firework that could be used. That's what they had. And then they moved out to a full-out ban of fireworks. Well, interestingly, they lifted their ban. Not sure if that's known in this room or not. And fireworks, sparklers specifically, are allowed to be used. They saw complaints go up. They had larger events, public events, for things like Diwali and Lunar New Year with louder and more powerful fireworks. That's what larger community events do. They bring louder fireworks to communities as opposed to individual use. Woodstock, as an example, which is also cited here, we saw an increase in purchases in Woodstock, and the record will show as well that complaints have gone up there as well, as has Milton. Although those two are relatively new bans that are in place. But complaints went up. We saw retailers locating on the edge of town because they can. They're outside of town, and they're selling to people that will be inside of the town. I'm not suggesting that's going to happen here, but what I will suggest, Councillor, is that that is something that's happened in the cities that have been cited and others across the country. Wherein a ban exists, people will buy outside the community or online.
Thank you, Councillor Singh. Councillor Deneau.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just a quick comment before I get to my questions. We don't know why that cat was meowing. We don't know. You referenced a couple times that the cat was meowing because of whatever reason. We don't know why that cat was meowing in the background. You were talking about maybe it was the loud noise. We don't know. So
it's all subjective, Councillor.
Well, no, it's not, but that's fine. So you referenced a brochure earlier on. Who wrote that brochure? Like, who's the author of it?
The staff report?
Nope. The original one about the animals and...
Yep. So all the information that I'm sharing tonight, again, at nationalfireworks.ca, I shared this at your last council meeting.
Yep. So
when I was here a year and a half
who's
ago.
the author of it?
The Canadian National Fireworks Association.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And you mentioned that many jobs are created during the firework period of time. How many jobs would you say in Kitchener are created because due to those times they can set off fireworks?
Through you, Mr. Chair, a great question for a former economic development officer of this beautiful city of Kitchener. Unfortunately, I don't have that information off the top of my tongue. I can tell you there are 28 or 29 individual vendors, and there are also those, to the earlier question around mobile sales, that sell in shoulder periods around seasonal holidays. That's something I can certainly come back to you with. I don't have that multiplier effect economically of those 28, 29 vendors, what they sell, how many people they employ, direct, indirect induced impacts to the community and beyond.
So the trailers that come in and set up at Canadian Tire or Walmart, are they sellers from our community or are they from other communities?
They are employing people in this community. In some cases, they are retailers from this community. In some cases, they are retailers not from this community. I mean, the products are, to be quite blunt about this, they're not made in Kitchener, right?
No, and I'm not suggesting that they are. What I'm alluding to is, he would mention that job creation because of 3 days a year, and my curiosity is how many of those actual employees live here and work here on a daily basis. Especially those ones who are set up on the roadside or in parking lots. I would assume that there's not very many that live here or work here. I may be wrong. Yeah. If I am, please advise me.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think that would be a bit of a faulty assumption to make, to say that the people don't benefit in this community. I think. Or sorry, did you say they don't work here or live here?
They don't live here, and or do they work here on a day-to-day basis?
No, I mean, I'm certain there's a certain amount of interprovincial migration of people that may live outside of the region that work here, but still live here. There's people that go back and forth. Place of work data would show that through StatsCan.
I'm talking about 3 or 4 times a year, people coming into our community, not living here, selling a potentially dangerous device that are used against our own community members. That's what I'm referring to.
Right.
And so, as I mentioned, I do question the validity of the amount of jobs that 3 or 4 days a year actually creates. And I believe personally that the greater good is not having them, because I think there's far more benefits to the people who are suffering from those questions I asked you earlier, or that how many people go to the hospital per year due to fireworks? There's a lot. I have the numbers here.
Yeah.
So what I'm just saying is, I don't believe that the sale of fireworks outweighs any benefits to the city, and it brings many benefits to the city. I think it's more costly on the city than it is.
Okay, Councillor Deneau, we can focus
I'd like to answer that through you, Mr. Chair. I'd actually like to answer that question, because I think the assertion that you're making that these are dangerous products is unfair. They're regulated by our federal government, and they're allowed to be sold and used. They're not potentially dangerous. I appreciate your opinion that they are There were a couple of incidents this year, of course they were, and those are reprehensible. But they're not, if they were potentially dangerous to communities, they wouldn't be allowed to be used in communities and sold to communities. And over 4,000 of them are. Again, to your questions earlier, Councillor, around injuries, I will share with you 210 reported cases of injuries related to fireworks in the last 12 years from the Canadian Hospital Injury Reporting and Prevention Program. If we're worried about injury and if we're worried about dangerous use, I think we're considering to ban the wrong thing, because there have been 800 candle fires per year, 8 fire deaths per year, 115 injuries per year, fire injuries, pardon me, and almost 30 million in property damage every year.
Mr. Kanji, if you can wrap up, because we're past Councillor Deneau's time.
Okay.
Councillor Stretch.
Thank you. Can you give an example of a community in your mind that you think is doing a good job of managing the many different needs of their community while not banning the sale of fireworks? So maybe they're engaging in different kind of public education, or do you have any examples of, communities doing well?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Stretch, and through you, Mr. Chair. I think we can point down the highway, although not technically in this region, still kind of part of southwestern Ontario. And that's the community of London, Ontario, that faced this same series of questions just before they hosted AMO last year in London. And they went through this conversation and this dialogue in their community. The reason I bring up London as a great example is I think they find the balance. I think there are rules in place, prescriptive rules on time of day, that should be respected. They respect cultural holidays. There's a big Asian and South Asian population that celebrate Lunar New Year and Diwali in London, as there is, of course, in Kitchener and Waterloo region, the broader region, where they're allowed to celebrate their holidays. And I think they look for that balance. They look for that balance to make sure that people are governing themselves and following the rules, but they also work very closely with the association. And I shared this at council last time, but this is our Be a Good Neighbor program. We provide this through our retailers information on the sale in communities. It reminds people to prepare ahead of time, inform their neighbors, celebrate responsibly, inform the community, even ask them if they want to join in community celebrations. Fireworks can bring communities together. Be safe. I don't think anything should undermine safety, given the incidents, obviously, in this region most recently, and cleaning up when you're done. These are rules that are required by our federal government when the products are sold. Unfortunately, people don't follow them, and they need to be reminded of that. And through that retail experience and that dialogue and that communication, doing that locally matters, because people will be better informed, as opposed to trying to bring it in across the border, making them at home, and doing things that, again, will jeopardize community safety in a big way. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Singh, for your second question.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, and my apologies, it may even be my third, so Aleem, just to be respectful in the response and the time, I would appreciate, so the question is quick. What's the budget of your advocacy group towards responsible use of fireworks through print media, online, and of that, what is done in the Waterloo region? So if you can be very succinct with your answers, thank you.
Sure. Thank you for the question. Through you, Mr. Chair, I will say this. Our budget for media, be that traditional and social, we will not prescribe a limit to that when we're invested in working with communities. I will say this, Councillor, it will be extremely hard to work with a community that has an outright ban on a set of products in order to push the messages of responsible use and safety. By throwing the industry out of town, that'll make it impossible to work together. I do like the language in the motion that talks about more stringent regulations, and I would ask, with your permission, Councillor to amend the motion to look at how we can actually work together, not just with our communities that surround ourselves in this community and further afield, but actually work with the industry. And I hope that's something that the mover of the motion would consider to amend and to put in, and that is to work with industry so that we can address that question and work together and put an unlimited budget, quite frankly, on this community to make sure people know the rules. We're committed to that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kanji. Those are all the questions that we have. Councillor O'Dooney, if you can click back in and just, I mean, you've read the motion already, but you can move in. Do you have a seconder? Go ahead, Councillor O'Dooney.
Yes, I do. Councillor Deneau will be seconding the motion.
Okay, thank you. And I believe, Councillor Chapman, you indicated you have an amendment you'd like to propose?
Yes.
Go ahead.
If you could pull it up, please. So my amendment would read as follows. Therefore, that staff be directed to examine the cost and implications of all city-run events moving away from fireworks to light shows, whether drone or through other means. This would just be for public city events.
Okay, is there a seconder for that amendment?
And this would come back with the other staff requests.
Okay, is there a seconder for the amendment? Councillor O'Dooney, thank you. So that's a discussion on the, actually I'll have to deal with the amendment first. So any discussion on the amendment?
Mr. Mayor.
Oh, hold on, I just lost you on my screen. Madam Clerk, how do I get this back?
Oh, okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, the clerk just activated mine. I had emailed you, but again, yes, chairing, so it's sometimes hard for you to keep track. I had indicated my intention of bringing an amendment as well, and I think the clerk can bring that up. Also, to coincide with Councillor Chapman, it's something along the same line, but goes into a little bit more detail and adds few additional things.
Okay. There we go. Okay. So sorry, you're moving that second amendment?
That's correct.
Okay. And is there a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Schneider. Thank you. So there being two amendments, I'll deal with this first amendment first. Question to staff. Go ahead, Councillor Dave. No, I'm sorry. I'm just, I know your name. I'm trying to, how do I?
Yeah, that's
Madam Clerk, can you just turn on Councillor Davey, please? We have a new system, folks, and we're still trying to figure it out.
Yes, thank you. I don't have any specific question. I just noticed Ms. McNeil is in the audience and just wanted to ask her if she had any concerns or thoughts about either the main motion or the amendments before I vote on this.
Ms. McNeil?
Through the chair, through the mayor. So I don't have any concerns with what's before us. We, staff, have started having some preliminary conversations with both Waterloo and Cambridge, knowing that this motion was coming forward. We also recognized and saw that Guelph is bringing forward a report, so we will keep our eyes on that. The only concern that I would have and ask council for some consideration on is the February date to report back. This is quite a body of work that we're going to have to undertake, and I think given the holidays and the fact that we have to collaborate with other municipalities, it may take us a little bit more time than that February date.
Do you have a date in mind?
I would ask if even we could be given consideration to come back in April, so that would give us time before the Victoria Day weekend.
Thank you. I would make that amendment.
Madam Clerk, can I take 3 amendments, or am I limited to 2 at one time, I think, correct?
Okay.
Only, okay. So.
To simplify things, Mr. Mayor, if the mover is amiable, he can change that himself.
Okay, just to move things along, is the mover and seconder amiable with that? Okay. So we'll go with that just to move things along. Normally, that wouldn't be the process. So I will deal with Councillor Chapman's amendment first. Councillor Stretch.
Thank you.
On Councillor Chapman's amendment.
That's right. So I could be wrong, but I remember Councillor Davey requesting staff to do this at the end of, like, already having directed staff to research these in one of our meetings. So I'm just wondering if it's is it just for event staff? Okay, so it was just, my question was more, how does that work with overlapping requests?
This would just formalize it. Yeah, I mean, I don't have the minutes of that meeting in front of me, but I mean, normally for it to have the strength of council behind it, it requires a formal motion. Sometimes if something is a small body of work, staff will accept that without a formal motion, but that's not the norm. Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, I mean, I'll withdraw my amendment because I think, it pretty well says the same. I might be a bit more specific on light shows, but I think, you've got the environmentally responsible component. So I'm happy to withdraw my amendment and go with Councillor Singh's.
Okay, thank you. I will then go to Councillor Singh's amendment. Hold on. Wait a second, I'm trying to. It disappears when I blow up the motion. Sorry? Okay, great, thank you. So next in the queue, I have Councillor Singh.
No, I think we're pretty much ready to vote, so it's okay. I keyed in earlier.
That's fine.
Yeah.
So all those, Mr. Chapman, you have a question or a comment?
I apologize, Mr. Mayor. I understood the two amendments as being different. Councillor Singh's motion references fireworks events, and so I understood that to be direction to explore large-scale community gatherings in lieu of neighborhood gatherings. I understood Councillor Chapman's motion to refer to alternatives to fireworks being drones and light shows, and so I understood that there were different directions. I don't see Councillor Singh's motion covering off what was intended by Councillor Chapman.
Councillor Singh?
Yeah, I saw the same, that they were a little bit contrary, and Councillor Chapman did acknowledge the fact that it does outline environment-friendly alternatives, which does speak to the drones or fire light show, but also it does have a longer or bigger inclusion, potentially a firework display as well. I don't think that's necessary.
Sorry, hold on, you turned. Go ahead, Councillor Singh.
So just a larger encompassing. I think it gives us costing on both, as opposed to only limiting to drones and light shows.
Okay, so we're going to deal with your amendment now. Councillor Chapman, if you want to come back to your amendment, happy to do that. Councillor Ioannidis?
Thank you. My question is to Ms. McNeil. Just wondering, what are the differences in this motion from what I had put forward a year ago? Like, what are the differences?
Ms. McNeil?
Through the mayor, Councillor Ioannidis, can you just remind me of what your motion was?
Okay, I know, because I thought there was supposed to be some form of reporting back on if this was working or not, and so this is kind of just negating that, so I don't know what that motion was. I didn't look it up, but I just thought you might have known if you remembered. Sorry.
Through the mayor, I don't recall that, but I do recall we had committed to letting council know how our first year of the changes worked, and we're not quite through that first year yet. So that would be coming after the Diwali event, which is next month.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Chapman, is this on this amendment or on your amendment?
Amendment again, if they could put it up again. Not mine, the other one.
So you want to see Councillor Singh's amendment?
Yeah.
Okay, if I can ask staff to put that up.
So, I mean, I see where you say it's slightly different.
So if you can speak to this amendment, I'm happy to come back to you on your amendment. Okay, so there aren't any more comments. All those in favor? Oppose? Oh, sorry. All those in favor? That's carried. Councillor Chapman, you want to still go ahead with your original amendment or not? Okay, and remind me, it was seconded by Councillor O'Dooney. Thank you. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. Okay, and now the main motion as amendment. All those in favor? You had indicated that you were willing to do that. Well, I already took that you did that. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Okay, thank you. We'll then now move on to item 6.2, Waterloo Region Insurance Pool Investigations. We have one delegation, Mr. James Trotman. Thank you, Mr. Trotman. Welcome.
Yes, first I want to thank you, Mr. Mayor, and the council for letting me appear to. I'm asking for a re-examination of a claim I made that destroyed my 2005 Camry by a city manhole cover. Some of you may know me because I was on CTV Evening News, and then on, not to promote myself, but on, you don't like to be in the paper that way, but on May 16th in the KW Record, I was on the front page. And it was on April 4th, I was driving down Highland, and in the rain and at Field Gate, the manhole cover was missing its little metal ring. A manhole, if you look at a manhole cover, it has a big cover, and then it has a little metal ring that holds it in place, and it's tarred. And the first thing I knew was my car was airborne. The hood was smashed open, and steam was coming out of the engine. And then when it finally landed, witnesses had stopped and came over, and we pried the hood the rest of the way open, and the radiator was destroyed, all the wiring, the transmission, the undercarriage, the oil pan, and in fact, I've just finished 4 months in CBI rehab because the engine was almost in the compartment next to me. The fire department came, the police came, hazmat crew because there were fluids leaking all over. And what the city workers showed me was that the metal ring was missing. And as the witnesses said, they could see that the manhole cover kept flapping whenever a car went by. And unfortunately, I hit it exactly in the spot where it flipped itself up. So I guess I hadn't had an accident in 61 years. And, you know, the impact, I'm 78 years old, the impact of one event meant that besides the 4 months in rehab, I've suffered stress because I have kidney disease. I was in the Marine Corps in the Vietnam War. I don't know if the kidney disease came from spray or regular. But anyway, and I have diabetes type 2, and the next week I was supposed to get my yearly appointment like you do when you have diabetes, but I had to cancel that. My daughter came home from California and helped out. She had been there earlier because on January 24th, I had surgery in the Milton Hospital, and she had just left because I had finished recuperating from that. what happened was then I had a small business in Woodstock, an antique business, that I no longer had any capability to get there for a car. So we had to close the business, box everything up, and rent storage lockers to store all your goods. So if anybody wants some nice antiques or collectibles, contact me. I guess what I found was, what disappointed me was that there was an investigation, but I discovered that the investigator never contacted any of the eyewitnesses who could have told them what they saw happened. And even myself, the city worker who was there, admitted that the metal ring was missing, and that I was just the unlucky one who got the cover. So in one of my other careers, I guess I said I was disappointed because I was a state trooper in Massachusetts for 8 years, so I know investigation. And then the icing on the cake was when he sent me my rejection letter, when I opened it, it was the personal information of someone else, not me. So my question was to him, did you send my personal information to someone else? He claimed that he hadn't, but I'll never know. It's just I feel that, a proper investigation, and I only asked for $5,000 to replace a 2005 Camry, and I've lost my independence.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Trotton, for coming in this evening. And as we said at the beginning, Council certainly values the engagement of members of the public on various issues. However, I think as has been explained to you, because this is a matter that's currently under litigation, Council can certainly listen to your presentation, but we won't be able to ask any questions or make comments. But thank you for coming in. Thank you for coming in this evening.
Yes, I haven't. I mean, I presented to you because you're sort of the last resort. I don't intend to get a lawyer or anything. It's just I was looking for since it was a city manhole cover and I hadn't had an accident in 61 years. 61 years.
Right.
And felt that the city would see its way clear for that little amount of money to compensate me.
Councillor Davey?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to mention, Mr. Trotman, and again, obviously our mayor said what he had to say in terms of our legal obligations, but first of all, I want to apologize you had to wait so long before making your presentation. We have a very busy night tonight, but I don't want you to feel like you wasted your time. We have heard what you said, and even though we can't ask questions or dialogue with you directly, we will certainly do our due diligence internally, okay? Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Davey. Thank you, Mr. Trotman, for coming in this evening. Okay, our next delegation is Irene O'Toole with the Walk with Grief. Welcome, Ms. O'Toole.
Good evening, Mayor Vivanovic, Council and staff, and thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. My name is Irene O'Toole, and I've been a resident of Kitchener-Waterloo for 47 years. I am retired from the City of Waterloo, where I was in a management position for 30 years. And so I understand the value and the reach of our local municipalities. I'm a member of Waterloo Regional Friends of Palestine, which is a grassroots group of citizens working for justice, equity and belonging through the celebration of Palestinian culture in Waterloo. And I'd like to just say there's a number of people in the audience who are also part of that group. We're here tonight to highlight an astounding public achievement which reflects the engagement and commitment of those living in the community. Residents of Kitchener-Waterloo have been participating in a weekly public walk called Walk with Grief. It is a silent vigil walk to grieve the genocide taking place in Gaza and to express support and solidarity with Palestinians living under bombardment in Palestine, as well as the Palestinian community locally. We meet at Kitchener Market at 11 o'clock every Saturday morning. This Saturday will be the 52nd consecutive week for the walk. In rain, snow, wind, all weathers, several hundred of the members of our community have been on this walk over the past year to show solidarity with their neighbours whose families are suffering unbelievable ravages to their lives, their society, and their land. In addition, the walk is a chance to educate and dialogue with those who may not be fully aware of the genocide. With a handful of exceptions, we are met with warm words of encouragement and also enthusiastic honking by passers-by, an opportunity for meaningful conversations and sharing. KW is rich in diversity and culture and has shown respect for those bringing their gifts from other cultures. The measure of community and civic success is in the holding of spaces, safe spaces for all residents to come together, share grief, sadness and hope for justice and dignity, and to inspire all residents. The weekly walk with grief has demonstrated that sense of safety, belonging and respect that Kitchener can claim with pride. In very difficult times for the Middle East and the world, the residents of Kitchener have provided a tenacious role model for us all. Waterloo Region Friends of Palestine is pleased to have the opportunity to send messages of love and belonging, not only to our local neighbours, but to others in Palestine and Lebanon who are in need of the care of those halfway around the world. Thank you for inviting us to highlight these efforts and contributions in tribute to Palestinians everywhere. And I'd like to just ask the people who walk to stand up. Many of them have had to leave, but maybe the people could just stand up so you can see that this is a very sad and difficult time, and we walk every Saturday.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. O'Toole, for coming in. Councillor Chapman?
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for coming in. So this is obviously not a municipal issue, right? So my question to you is, why are you coming to a lower tiered municipality with your message?
Thank you very much for the question. The question of the genocide is a municipal question. It's an everybody question. And the municipality is the government that hits the road. It's the government that is closest to the people, as we know, and it has the most influence over lives. So it's very important that this municipality and every municipality in this country take a position and have that position known at the federal level.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. O'Toole, again, for coming in and sharing with us information about the work that your group is doing. I think we all certainly recognize that this conflict and other conflicts around the world right now are causing significant pain for many in our community, and appreciate the work that you and your group are doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can I just ask that the City of Kitchener send a letter to the federal government requesting a cease in the participation in this situation?
Okay, thank you. We'll certainly take that under advisement.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, we'll now move on to our last item with delegations, and there are 24 delegations for this next item. It is the notice of motion on consumption and treatment sites from Councillor Chapman. There have been numerous written submissions, including those from the Social Development Center, Tara Lynn Weber, Leslie McCready, the Downtown Advisory Committee, and Leslie Crompton. Councillor Chapman, if you can please bring forward your motion. Before we, 5-minute break before we, a bio break? Okay, yeah, let's keep it to 5 minutes, please. Thank you. Yep.
You just say you're freezing? Me too. Oh, for the last half hour, I was doing fine until the last half hour. Yeah. Feet were I guess the days of wearing bare feet is supposed to go I'm not quite ready. I was telling a friend of mine, this is the third day, because I got married in PI, it's 3 years ago. When Hurricane Juan came through, the day they got married, it was 32 degrees, and almost all died, and the next day, and then the couple of years, 6 years ago, we were over this time, September 27th, we swam in the Atlantic Ocean.
When people are speaking, you want to advocate here, or you want to walk past here, do an airflow?
It's all about my advice. Nobody was there. This is real It's supposed to show you how the weather can be so. So this is obviously low, so they can see the number. Yeah, so just the big thing. Yeah. I forgot to bring my extra cord, so I got it. So Michael's upstairs, and Michael's home office was there. And so now that I shut down his home office, he said I got an 85% shut down. So now I set up downstairs part-time sometimes as well. You know, I prefer upstairs, that's really my main office, but if I'm coming down, like at 5 o'clock, my alarm goes in the air, right? I just take the laptop down so I have the and I then do the downstairs. So I must get it. It was just more for when there was like doing dinner and I was doing something. Or somebody was coming to the house and pick up something. So I just, you know, by the time I was PSW, just getting patients that needs it. come over, and she's coming over regularly. She's going to be over Friday night, Friday evening, to take another look. Someone needs it. They use it. The worst of it's gone. Some of it I paid for it, some of it the land paid for it, some of it the government paid for it. Now the government has to take their stuff back. Like, they used to get it done 45 minutes. It's all sealed. If you pay some state institution for a safety ID, they won't take it back. And all the TV will set up. It's all sealed. She has patients who can use it, but they can't steal it. So she's coming and she needs some, I'd love to just take it. And then I had other stuff that I had that couldn't take back. And she had a patient that was using it. I said, if you take the whole boxes, you can have it all. I said, if there's something they can't use, you can't find anybody to bring it back, and there's just support groups. So I just give it to a friend of mine that uses it. She can take it there and just get it away. I just want to use it. There's somebody that can use it. That's part of the research. Someone who has eggs and all the applicants to do that. I mean, every time, like once a month, I spend the time to get a conference eggs. Now, most of it is covered by a government. So it's funny you should say that, because Michael, at one point this year, around Christmas time, they put him on his cancer. Very exciting. It's not paid because he's over 65. He said they have a little program that they can apply to get the company to give you a bit of a break, but they said it's not covered. It's $3,500 a month. And they're having to fit with me. And I said, you know what? Just put them on it. I'll pay for it. I don't care. I said, I'll figure out if it's covered. Let's do it. Anyway, the day that they're saying this to me, I said, but let's not all get in the panic. It's just, it sounds really good. It's just, you know, we should most of it. But in the meantime, let's not wait a week or two. I'll pay for it. So that was fine. And so the hospital went out, called them up, said, I got it to you. Totally covered, no time delay, no nothing. Absolutely amazing. And the woman said, after the guy from Salt Lake City said to me, as soon as I heard you were this, she said, I really know you're covered. She said, it's an efficiency, water, we have the best plans in the region, much better than everyone. She said, it used to be the government, they negotiated all the way on the contracts. She said, so she said, I figured you were covered. And sure enough, I was covered. So now, that's not fair. So I got a friend of mine that's a they need it. It's not used very often. It's
Council, 2-minute warning.
Put it in special containers. They're all CPAPs. There's 2 little boxes, no bigger than this. That's a problem. I know that I can get rid of this fine, but to get my back, we need to have, I try, but I mean, those I have to find something else. They will not take it. I could be nasty. I can't wait to get they're sealed, like seriously.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if I can ask everyone to take their seats, please.
Crazy.
If I can ask everyone to take their seats, please. We're going to resume. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to resume. Okay, thank you very much. It's clear we're going to need to go past 11. So the first thing I'll do is take a motion to go past 11 o'clock. Moved by Councillor Schneider, seconded by Councillor Deneau. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. Okay, our first delegation is, our first delegation, Councillor Chapman, you're going to read out your motion.
Yeah, so I just want to say, first of all, thank you for everyone for coming. And what you're seeing on the screen right now is a slightly revised motion from what was published in the agenda. It doesn't change the general sentiment of what's being proposed here, but Councillor Stretch and I worked on this together and came up with these changes. So the motion that we'll be voting on today reads as follows. Whereas one person dies every 2.5 hours from the toxic supply in Ontario. As thus far in 2024 within Waterloo region, 28 residents are suspected to have died from drug poisoning or one unprevented death every 2.5 days. And whereas supervised consumption sites, including consumption and treatment services sites, have been instrumental in preventing thousands of drug poisoning, overdose deaths. And whereas crime statistics provided by Waterloo Regional Police Services indicate a decline in several crimes in the vicinity of the consumption and treatment services site since it was established in 2019. And whereas the daycare across the street from the consumption and treatment services site suggests the neighborhood is better off since the facility opened. And whereas closing consumption and treatment services site is expected to cause deaths and other harms. What? Increased drug use in the public space? Well, whereas closing consumption treatment service site is expected to cause deaths and other harms, increased drug use in public spaces, whereas the closure of the Kitchener site will place additional strain on emergency services, staff of area non-profit agencies in the healthcare system, and whereas the consumption and treatment services site provides a range of health, medical, and social services not accessible elsewhere. Whereas health care should emphasize prevention, harm reduction, as well as treatment, including voluntary evidence-based addiction treatment on demand. Therefore, be it resolved that the City of Kitchener Council urges the Ontario government to continue to permit the operation and funding of the Kitchener CTS, subject to the agreement of the City of Kitchener and the Region of Waterloo, as well as funding all currently operating consumption and treatment sites beyond the proposed termination date in March 2025. Therefore, be it resolved that the Ontario government is encouraged to maintain, if not expand, funding for the proposed HEART hubs. Therefore, be it further resolved that the Ontario government is encouraged to not take steps, to prohibit the establishment of supervised consumption sites, including urgent public health needs sites, the UPHNSs. Therefore, be it finally resolved that this motion be forwarded to the Premier of Ontario, the Minister of Finance and Health Minister, AMO, and to the municipalities that currently have an operating consumption and treatment service and/or supervised consumption site. And this is seconded by Councillor Stretch.
Okay, thank you. I will come back to the motion after we hear from all the delegations. Just hang on a sec. There we go. And so we'll move right into delegations, and our first delegation is Jessica Holliday. Welcome, Jessica. Thanks for coming in today, and thanks for your patience while we work through the other issues. That applies to everyone.
Hi, my name is Jess Halliday. I was born and raised in Kitchener. I grew up in a nice neighborhood with a loving family. I went to a good school and got along well with my peers. I still started using drugs and left home at a very young age. I spent from age 16 to 21 bouncing from shelter to homelessness to unsafe living arrangements. I learned to inject drugs very young from someone not much older than me in an alley, and to say what I learned was inaccurate and the environment was not sterile would be an understatement. I also learned to inject only from people who wanted something from me, which always meant they didn't have my best interests at heart. Many times after I used and became unconscious due to overdose, I was left alone and my belongings were taken. I also often reused my needles and had to source things like water from less than ideal places. Toilets and puddles come to mind. I also almost never knew what was in my drugs or had a choice who I got my drugs from, which meant I was always at risk of overdosing, something that happened to me often. The people I bought my drugs from also didn't have my best interest at heart, which meant I was always at the whim of someone who just wanted to get the absolute most out of me that they could. I was also repeatedly robbed or assaulted during purchasing of drugs, and there was nothing I could do except find a way to get more money for drugs and hope it didn't happen again. Spoiler alert, it often did. This could have been avoided if a consumption site or safe supply existed while I was using drugs. I tell you this not to be provocative, well, maybe a little provocative, but rest assured these are some of the more watered down examples I can give you of what it can be like using drugs without safe consumption and safe supply. I went to treatment in 2006, but before I got in, there was an administrative error that delayed my start date by a week. I'd been abstinent for 1 week prior, and I immediately used drugs to cope with the stress of not starting treatment. I had no tolerance and overdosed several times during the week before my new start date, and I was always alone. It's now been a long time since I used drugs, and I don't know why my story doesn't end at many points with death, but it doesn't. Many of my friends are not so fortunate. The reality is many people after March of 2025 will die with the closure of 2 life-saving programs in our region. We have the option for people to learn best practices for injecting from health professionals and people with lived experience. We have the option to have those same professionals watch over people during and after use and intervene when something goes wrong. We also have the option for people to have access to reliable medication from trusted health professionals who do have their best interests at heart that can help them in limitless ways to have a more full life. If we allow the closure of harm reduction services, consumption sites, and safe supply, we choose death for people by removing their ability to choose safety. I hope my story will give pause to anyone who objects to life-saving services we are faced with losing, because unfortunately my story is unique. It's unique because I'm here to tell it. If we lose these services, we'll most certainly lose people to unnecessary and preventable death due to drug poisoning, and they will not be here to tell you their story. People are worthy of life even if society doesn't agree with how they live it, even if they never change. Dead people don't make it to treatment. Nice people use drugs. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, if I can please remind you that, as I indicated earlier, there is no applause or hooting or hollering or anything like that allowed in the council chamber. Thank you for your understanding. Thanks, Ms. Holliday, for coming in this evening and sharing your story. Next is Simone Morrison. Welcome, Simone.
Good evening, thank you. Hi, Kitchener City Council. My name is Simone Morrison, and I am a resident in Waterloo Region, a parent, and a harm reduction worker. I've been working in outreach and harm reduction for 10 years now in this very city. I want to take a moment to recognize the collective community that has shown up tonight. Take a moment to look around at all of the folks behind me. Those who live this life every day. The people who use drugs, the doctors, the nurses, the outreach and support workers, all working through incredibly challenging times. I ask that you recognize the knowledge, expertise, and care that we bring to this city, your city, our city. We have an opportunity, you have an opportunity, to show us our due respect by supporting Debbie Chapman's motion tonight, as well as lend your voices to help fund a UPHNS site in this region. This is an urgent public health needs site, and you will hear much more about it from other delegates tonight. I'm a person who cares about people who use drugs, because as it turns out, that is most people. Cannabis, tobacco, alcohol, and caffeine are regulated and socially accepted. They don't typically leave us wondering if we will die each time we decide to partake in it. Due to decades of the war on drugs and poor drug policy, this is not the case with illicit street drugs. With advocacy, data, and research, many harm reduction practices have been proven to help mitigate some of those risks. Consumption and treatment services, safer supply, and drug checking at their core are programs that provide life-saving health care. What we don't talk about enough is that they provide connection, oftentimes to people whose survival has been criminalized and are intentionally excluded from our community. When we are faced with things that make us uncomfortable, like drug use, we want to distance ourselves from it. But what we know is that ignoring something does not make it go away. These programs are about providing connection and collective community care. It's about meeting people where they are at, keeping them alive, and building them up for when and if they are ready to make changes. Harm reduction programming provide people a safe place to be welcome to, where people know them by name, care about their well-being, and see them as their whole true self. That may not sound like a big deal, but it is something many of us take for granted. Acceptance, connection, belonging, safety, and love are not given to us all equally. Despite all of the incredible work that has been built on the backs of those who have suffered the most during this crisis, and the evaluations proving that these programs are working, they are currently going to be forced to close. I want to highlight that for those for and against CTS closures, we all have something in common. We want our communities to be safer and healthier. Reducing crime, reducing improperly disposed drug litter, and saving lives is important to all of us. Let me share with you some of the ways that our CTS has contributed to these goals. They provide supervised consumption and overdose prevention services, harm reduction supply distribution, naloxone kit distribution, wound care, sharps disposal, access to mental health supports, addiction services, primary care, and social services on-site by referral. It also houses a variety of programming. The OATC and RAM Clinic provide service upstairs, and recently have had to add another day to the schedule as they were seeing so many people. The drug checking program, which allows people to come test their drugs and find out exactly what is in it, gives them the information to help them make more informed choices. And the findings are then shared widely throughout the community, which helps other healthcare services fill in missing gaps. Our WINS program, which hires people with lived or living expertise, is also housed at the same site. These are folks who go out into the community, provide connection and referrals, while also picking up improperly disposed drug litter. The CTS and all of its housed programs provide 28 jobs for people with lived or living experience. When these services close, there will be much harm caused, including unprecedented number of deaths. People who use drugs, service providers, we can truly not go back to a time before these doors were open. I recognize that these closures are a provincial decision. However, municipalities are not powerless. Policymakers like yourselves have the important job of accumulating as much information as possible before making a decision. This is a complex, layered issue that sits before you, but there is no room for personal opinion based on individual morality. When I think about the decision you all have to make today, I recognize the importance of showing your community that you are doing everything possible to keep our people alive and contribute to making our communities safer. People's lives, access to basic health and social services, and the extreme burden on emergency staff and nonprofit staff matter. 820 members of this community have been lost to drug poisoning. For context, there is roughly 130 people in this room. We would need 6 of these rooms to represent the amount of people we've lost so far. I have more, but my time is up.
Thank you very much for coming in and sharing your perspective, Simone.
Thank you.
Okay, next up we have Samantha Didieu. Welcome, Samantha.
Hello, my name is Samantha Didieu. I'm here this evening to share with Council a bit of my story in hopes to show how important and valuable the CTS site is to our community. I've been in recovery for close to 3 years, and my substances of choice were crystal meth and fentanyl, having used these for nearly a decade. Throughout this time, I received harm reduction services from the Pecuniary CTS site on many occasions. The CTS site provided a safe, judgment-free space where I was able to take precautions to avoid overdose, to receive healthcare services, and was somewhere that I knew I would be treated like a human being who matters despite my addictions. The CTS provided myself and continues to provide others with life-saving services. Without these life-saving services, I would not be standing here today. In September of 2020, my older brother, Sean Cody Didieu, passed away from a fentanyl overdose at our parents' house at the age of 29. Sean was such a compassionate, funny, intelligent, and gentle person whose smile and laughter lit up any room. His death devastated our family. Had my brother reached out and accessed these services, he would still be here, and our family wouldn't be left with the huge hole that his passing has caused. His death and the loss of so many other people is so avoidable. Following my brother's death, I made the decision to go to treatment for my addictions. I couldn't handle the thought of putting my family through that pain again. The Kitchener CTS is where I went to see a public health nurse to get medical checks required for admittance into a treatment program. I went there for these services because I knew that I wouldn't be looked down on for the track marks on my arms or how out of hand my addiction had gotten. Throughout my years of substance use, I have overdosed more times than I can count. I'm only alive today because I was lucky enough to have someone administer naloxone to me. The CTS is a place where people can go and know that someone will help them stay alive to see another day and to have another chance at life. It's because of these harm reduction services that I have another chance at life too. Another chance to be a mother to my child, a daughter, a sister, a community member, a helper, a student, and so much more. Taking away these services deprives so many others of having that same chance, and the number of our loved ones lost to overdose will only continue to rapidly increase. Harm reduction is healthcare, harm reduction is love, and harm reduction saves lives. I would also like to take a moment to acknowledge Truth and Reconciliation Day today. I can't help but feel an overwhelming sense of pride in watching our Indigenous communities reclaim our culture and fight to overcome the devastation that has been caused to so many at the hands of the Canadian government. We are still here and we will not be silenced. With that, I say miigwech, and thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. If you can just hang on, Samantha, because we do have some questions for you. And thanks for sharing a very powerful story. Councillor Michaud.
It's just a comment. Is that all
We
right?
only have questions now.
Okay. Then I'll have to
Well,
wait.
you want to,
It was just a quick comment to her.
Okay, go ahead.
I just want to congratulate you on being clean, and I am so sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
yes, thank you. Thanks, Councillor Michaud, and to you, and I recognize your mom there. Known your family for many years, our condolences on your loss. Our next delegation is Violet Umanets.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I will be honest and say that I was very reluctant to come and speak today because I feel like my voice has been heard many, many times over the years on this subject. And often when I speak, what I hear is thank you for giving a voice to people who are voiceless. The people that I work with, the people that I serve, the clients of the CTS are absolutely not voiceless, but there is a lot of stigma attached to substance use, and coming forward and speaking about that carries a heavy weight. And on top of that, this is a very formal space, and I know I'm nervous coming in and speaking, and it's more so for people who are not comfortable in some of these environments. And also, if I may be very honest, many of my clients are banned from this building, so we weren't going to see them here. I will say that I know that many people have written letters and will be sending you letters if they haven't already, and that we have sent 170 letters on behalf of clients to the Minister of Health so far as of today. Hundreds of emails have come in with support from the community. I've been the director of the CTS since it opened in 2019, and I've been with Sanguine Health Centre for a little over 13 years, specifically working directly and closely with people who use drugs across Waterloo region. About 6 years ago, I stood in this very space, along with many others, and we asked Council to approve the 150 Duke Street West location, which is right over there. With more than 55,000 visits and more than 1,000 overdoses managed, October 19th will be our 5-year anniversary at that location. And with all of my heart and sincerity, I thank you for that gift. It has been an absolutely incredible 5 years, and I'm so proud of the service that the CTS team has built. And I'm here to ask that you advocate on our behalf to allow our site to remain open. As many of you know, the CTS is primarily funded by the Ontario Ministry of Health, and it operates under a federal Health Canada exemption. And I have heard the sentiment that Kitchener Council shouldn't or can't be involved as a result. But the reality is that it's the City of Kitchener that stands to lose a great deal if the site is forced to close. The vast majority of people who access the site are residents of Kitchener. While I'm proud of the literal life-saving work that is being done by the team, that is, as has been discussed, only a small piece of what happens across the street from this building. As a result of the trusting relationships built within the site, most of the clients of the CTS now access the other health services that we offer there. In addition to supervised consumption, we're talking about things like primary care, vaccinations, wound care, abscess care, and so much more. Many of our clients do not access services elsewhere due to significant barriers and legitimate fears. And prior to the site opening, their health care was often provided by our emergency services, calls to 911, visits to emergency departments, instead of preventative care or care before things became urgent. Having the Rapid Access Addiction Medicine Clinic, or the RAM, and the Ontario Addiction Treatment Centre, or the OATC, on site has allowed people to start addiction treatment or to simply start exploring their options in a gentle, self-directed way, knowing that staff at the site will support them no matter what. Our love for our clients has nothing to do with sobriety. We see their value as they are, as they choose to become, and we wish only the best for them. Dead people can't recover, but a life still has value and beauty before and even without recovery. Part of why the site has succeeded is that almost 90% of our 60 staff members use drugs or have a history of substance use, and I am exceedingly proud of that number. We have provided meaningful employment to people, with many staff reporting that the site gives them a sense of purpose, a reason to get out of bed, a reason to be cautious if they're still using, and in some cases a stepping stone to other forms of employment. There are very few jobs in our community as is, let alone for people struggling with their addiction. As I stand here, there are over 200 applications on my desk from people who use drugs who want to work at the site. They want to give back, they want to contribute, and they want to keep their friends alive. More are added every week. If you'll excuse the language on this, many years ago, a client told me that he didn't give a shit about his community because it was so clear that his community didn't give a shit about him. We have embraced people who use drugs and found ways to include them not only in the site itself, but as in our community as a whole. We built a community garden from which not only clients and staff have harvested, and now I'm going to talk really fast, but also people walking by on their way home from work. We have groups that meet in the space and provide a sense of connection and community, not just for people who use the site, but people looking for a way to give back. Clients have swept out front, weeded the gardens, given us feedback, offered to clean the building, all because they have made it their place. For some, it is literally the only place that they are able to be, and we know that everyone needs a place. The way to support people who use drugs is through community and wraparound supports, inclusion and belonging, and that is what the site provides. And I will close with this. When I stood here 6 years ago, I was advocating on behalf of a small handful of people that I had lost, that I knew we were going to lose if we didn't open the site. As I stand here today, there are literally hundreds of names and faces that we will lose if we cannot find a way to keep this open. And so I am asking for your support and all the advocacy you can possibly provide in helping us keep this life-saving community space open. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Violet. We do have a question for you. Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for your presentation. Clearly, you're a specialist in this area, right? My question to you is, the provincial government is talking about the closure of the CTS and replacing them with heart centers. Can you just tell us a bit about the difference between the two?
Ultimately, heart hubs are an abstinence-based plan that includes things that are already on site at the CTS. So when we think of the CTS, we often think about the consumption piece, we think about the using of substances, but what the site also offers is pathways into treatment for addiction. We look at employment, we look at income, we look at housing, we look at all of the things that people need. We have showers on site, we have laundry facilities on site, we have other agencies that come in to do things like identification work and helping people with their legal issues. So the Heart Hubs is essentially all of that minus the healthcare piece of the consumption. It is not harm reduction based, and it doesn't include harm reduction services other than the distribution of naloxone.
So it wouldn't look at the quality of, like this, the composition of the drugs, it doesn't do any of that sort of work. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Chapman. Councillor Stretch.
Yes, thank you. I just had a question. I know you administer naloxone. Do you have staff on site that administer ambu bags?
Absolutely.
Yeah, and about how many times are you using them?
That would be a question I would have to refer to our nurses. So we know naloxone is what's used primarily out in the community, and most of us have a kit on us when we're out and about. At the site, naloxone is our last ditch. It's the last thing that we use. So prior to that, we are using oxygen, we're using stimulation, we're using ice packs, we're using everything we can to avoid administering the naloxone. When necessary, we do have the ability to do far more, but generally, once we get to the naloxone, that person is waking up. I don't know if you... No. Yes.
Sorry, yeah, if others want to speak, they can later on, but we can just focus on you right now. Go ahead, Councillor Stretch.
So, sorry, are you using naloxone as a last resort, or are you finding that ambu bags are working before naloxone?
If we need them, yes. Naloxone is the last thing that we do for someone at the site. We do everything to avoid using the naloxone. So we do use ambu bags, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ioannidis.
Thank you for coming in. I guess my question is with regards to the drug testing portion. You say that's a significant portion of what the CTS site is doing currently, right?
Yes.
To me, I'm not sure why the region wouldn't be supporting something like that on their own. Because to me, if they already own the equipment, why can't you already have the staff there? So why isn't that something being conveyed to the region?
That's not something I'm able to answer, why they are not funding that specifically. The drug testing program is funded through Health Canada for its first year, and since then, Sanguine has been funding it through our additional funds. It is based out of the CTS, but it's not funded through the Ministry of Health. So our hope is that that program will be able to continue if the site has to close. But at the present time, it is fully within the site.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Singh.
Yeah, thank you. Just trying to get to a level of understanding, so I hope you take my questions in that accord. The consumption treatment services that's currently offered, like the region, where does the region play a part in any funding, support, or management?
So the region is our funding partner. Funds flow through the Ministry of Health to the region. The region then distributes those funds to Sanguine for the operation of the site. The region is also responsible for the building itself, the facility, and any issues related to that.
Okay, so relatively, the region, it's a flow through from the province to the region and region to Sanguine to manage and run the facility.
Yes.
The region is the partner at play that needs to be advocating, obviously, the continuation of these services. What has the region done to date in that advocacy?
I can't speak to that specifically.
Okay, you as an organization.
Sorry, if I can just interrupt. The region has passed a motion advocating to the province for the continuation of funding and to be allowed to continue the operation of the CTS site in Kitchener.
Okay, no, that's really good because the region really needs to be that louder voice. And so that's why I want to really encourage and ask as well, have you taken the opportunity to delegate and again, encourage them that they need to do more, or continue on that level of advocacy?
I have independently, but I didn't speak it at regional council.
Okay, good, thank you.
Wonderful. Those are all the questions. Thanks, Violet, for coming in, and thank you for the work that you and all the staff at the CTS are doing. Next delegation is, and I apologize if I'm pronouncing this incorrectly, Jovi Petkovic. Is it Jovi or Yovi?
Yovi.
Yovi, okay. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Yovi Petkovic, and I'm reading a statement from Jen Wise on behalf of the CTS and Sanguine Health Center Services. My name is Jen. I'm a client and teammate at the Consumption and Treatment Services site in Kitchener. I currently also have the position of key holder with the Working to Improve Neighborhood Safety Program, which sits in the office above the CTS. I am very close to the age of 50. I have a family who are very much a part of my life. I have an apartment that isn't the greatest, but I am keeping on my own with my fur baby, and that makes me happy every moment. Going back 15 years, I was totally different. Support is what helped me go from nearly homeless to where I am today. Support is something we all require throughout life, from the very beginning to the very end. No matter what your income, marital status, home, habit, employment, education, family, mental, physical, emotional, spiritual health, we all require support. It looks different person to person and moment to moment. CTS sites like the one that I am a part of in Kitchener is a vital support for the roughest, loneliest times people can experience. This can be a crucial time for a person at their lowest, hanging on by a thread and debating whether tomorrow is worth the fight. I have been very fortunate as I have not experienced homelessness. The incredible people I have had to honor to meet through Sanguine, the CTS, and WINS have taught me the true meaning of having warmth, shelter, safety, security, clothes, a dry place, privacy, and food. You may not recognize the luxury of accessing these things, but you would understand if you were ever faced without having them. To be able to wake up during the night and use the washroom is now an act I do not take for granted. I am certain that none of you know what it takes to survive being homeless, nor would I wish that upon any of you. I do wish, however, that you would take me up on a dare to show you the hardships and complexities that to show the hardships and complexities we help people survive through on a daily basis. You would come out of the experience recognizing the trauma these clients fight through daily. Every human being deserves dignity, and that dignity cannot exist when you have to suffer the elements of the outdoors, the blistering heat or the cold and the wet, shivering so much that it hurts to breathe. I dare you to imagine the wind howling, no winter coat or boots. I dare you to imagine being told to move from the only makeshift shelter you can find, a stairwell, which was the only safe place you could find to shelter you from the frigid air that envelops you. For my final dare, I ask all officials to fully educate yourselves on the full functions of the CTS. As citizens, we try to believe that the government is working to provide support to all its people, regardless of which stage of life we're in. We're not disposable people. When I hear the ignorant shouts of people yelling, "Shut them down," I wish you would be able to share the facts about the CTS and educate the population about the positive impact the programs have had. In order to do that, you would need to be fully educated yourselves of all that the CTS offers. I ask this final dare in the hopes that you fully understand what will happen if the decision to close the site becomes a reality. My mom passed away over a year ago. My first desire after the devastating loss of my mom still leaves a torment every waking moment. Had I left the hospital after she passed and gone home, I don't believe I would be here today. I would have certainly lost my job, my home, and the close ties I now have with the wonderful people in my life. Instead, I went to the CTS. As a client, I needed a safe place to run in the moment of devastation and anger and hate. To know that wanting to use in that moment was okay, that what I was feeling, though horrible, was normal and in time would pass. The people at the CTS were caring, gentle, sympathetic, but most importantly, supportive and honest. This is what I truly needed in that moment, even when I wasn't able to see it. As a client and a teammate, CTS and the support it provides is crucial to keep us alive when no one else does. We cannot be forced to quit until we are absolutely ready for whatever our reasons may be. Attempts are made, but not knowing we have Attempts are made, but knowing we have safety also makes it easier to take steps to a better way of living. Again, CTS provides this in a way no one else can. I truly hope that if you don't take the dare, that you hear us all. All of us are wanting to survive and see another day. We want to live and make it to tomorrow. We want to find a home, a job. We want to get our families back. We want to feel human and be seen always as people who are valued and valuable in ways we deserve. We are required to trust in you to provide us with the best life possible, no matter where we are in it. So prove it by keeping the CTS. Thank you on behalf of GenWise.
Thank you very much, Yovi. We do have a question for you, if you can hang on. Actually, we have a couple questions. Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, Yovi, thank you for coming in. I know you've done a lot of work with the community groups at the Kitchener Shelter, the King Street Shelter. And I was just wondering if you could make connections to what the work that you do with those residents and the CTS.
I think, I mean, you know, sometimes we see maybe like the CTS and certain King Street Shelter as separate communities. Really, we're all one community. I think there's so much overlap in terms of the support that people receive. And, you know, for us, what it really does is allow people to have a start from where they kind of need it. And I think the CTS does a great job of being able to offer that support to people where they're at in life.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
And thank you for the work that you do.
Thank you.
Jovi, I really appreciate your plea, and I feel it as well. But in your last statement, I just want you to understand, at the end of the day, it's not within the control of the City of Kitchener. Yes, we have a role to play in the advocacy, but you do understand that it's not us deciding, it's really the province and, again, higher order like the region that can advocate even further.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great.
Just asking for, you know, the voices that you have to go further, as our voices don't reach that far.
Of course. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yovi. Our next delegation is Stephanie Sinclair. Welcome, Stephanie.
Hi. I'm nervous. Forgive me. My name is Stephanie Sinclair. I'm an outreach worker in Kitchener-Waterloo. I also have lived experience when it comes to substance use. I spent 15 years using drugs as a coping mechanism. I'm currently 5 years abstinent. Stopping using was one of the hardest things I've ever had to do. Everyone kept telling me to just stop and everything will get better. That was far from the truth. The only thing harder than stopping using was maintaining my abstinence. The first few years were the hardest, harder than withdrawals. I had taken away all my coping skills and I had to learn new ones. This takes time, practice, and doesn't happen overnight. I cannot stress enough how excruciatingly hard it was to stop. I can't count how many times that I've tried and failed, and the stigma and shame that followed when I wasn't successful. I wish somebody would have told me that abstinence is not a linear path, that it's bumpy and it takes trial and error. CTSs are a vital part of our community. They help keep people alive, even when they're trying to make changes. Without CTSs, it would be like climbing a mountain without safety gear or rope. One wrong move and you'll fall to your death. I'm currently in school for addictions and mental health. I have 4 courses left to graduate. The most current and up-to-date research shows that you cannot force anyone to make changes in their lives. Interventions don't work. In order to overcome something so challenging, people need to want change. We are taught as counselors to meet people where they are at, their current mindset, viewpoint, and reality, and help guide them to make their own decisions and goals, ones that are realistic and obtainable. When we force goals on people, it doesn't work. It sets them up to fail. They have to be willing to make these changes. There are 5 stages of changes, which include pre-contemplation, contemplation, preparation, action, and maintenance. Most of the people using the CTS are in that pre-contemplation stage of change, meaning they're not ready to make changes. I remember being in this stage. I had experienced extreme trauma. I felt hopeless and unworthy of love. I felt like I didn't matter. I was full of shame, I was stigmatized, and I was judged because my only coping skills I had were using drugs. Society told me that I was a waste of life by the way people saw and treated me, a feeling I do not wish on anyone. I was more than my addiction. I am more than my addiction. I'm a human being. The CTS is for people not ready to make changes, who are in the pre-contemplation stage of change. It keeps them safe while using. It prevents death. It's also a safe place, free from stigma and judgment, a place where people are seen for who they are, and not just for the drugs that they do. A place where they can feel like they're human again. Someone who is valued and loved for who they are. This sparks hope and empowerment, a crucial aspect from moving from pre-contemplation to the contemplation stage of change. Just because someone does drugs does not mean they don't deserve health care, compassion, and understanding, and they definitely don't deserve death. Clothing the CTS means death. We cannot abandon people and leave them to die just because they use drugs and they're not in an action state of change. We cannot take away our safety net for the people that are attempting to make changes and slip. If we cannot leave people to die. Please, I beg you with all my heart to challenge the Conservative provincial decision to shut down these sites. You have the power and the voice to help us, and please don't let people die.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Sinclair. Our next delegation is Ralph Schmidt. Welcome, Ralph.
Thanks. Hi, my name is Ralph Schmidt. My friends call me Ralphie. I have lived in Kitchener all my life, and I am proud to call it home. I talked at council when we were trying to get the CTS open. It was a success, and we got the site open, the temporary site opening October 19, 2019. We got a permanent site exactly 1 year later. All the work that had gone into making the CTS a reality, hours of meetings, we went to Toronto to see how they run the site. Lots of training and preparation went into opening a temporary site. I remember the excitement and joy of seeing the site for the first time. There is even a video of me kind of skipping through the site, waiting, or in the waiting room. It was also a nervous time as well. We wondered if anybody would come and use the site, but once we started and the word spread, it didn't take long before it started booming with people that were afraid of dying in public washrooms and behind dumpsters. Because I am an addict, I knew a large amount of people in a small community. I was a peer at the CTS to help my peers be comfortable by explaining what we do and don't do. To remove the fear people had, many had to access different programs in the same building. I was a face of help people, a face to help people feel okay. With having someone watch people getting high, the nurses, support staff, and peers whose first and foremost goal is keeping my friends and I alive. To have a safe place out of public view to use. I have been working at the site since we opened. I have been a peer at first, and after that I worked with WINS, and finally I presently work doing drug testing. I never would have had the opportunity to have a real job if not for the site. It was nice to have a job that had no stigma and understood my drug use. My time working at the CTS, I have seen the entire team do so much amazing work, from keeping my friends and I alive so that we can be a productive member of society, also wound care that I couldn't get elsewhere with all the roadblocks I face on a daily basis. This helps with less number This helps with less numbers having to go to the hospital and urgent care clinics, freeing up spots for people that need help. EMS. Before the CTS, I was overdosing about once every couple weeks. I was blessed to have friends around me that could Narcan me. Since the site opened, I have only overdosed about a handful of times, all being reversed by our amazing team. I have had to bury so many friends that were less fortunate than myself. Using some other place other than the CTS, the proof is in the pudding. The numbers speak for themselves. You heard someone already say how many numbers, but I'll say them again. Over 55,000 visits managed, over 1,000 overdoses, all overturned, not a single loss of life at the site. We have also got the drug use off King Street and surrounding areas, and got it all into one building instead of being all in the public eye. The crime rate in the proximity has dropped. There have been less calls to the EMS, less wound care in the hospitals. I know if the CTS wasn't here, I wouldn't be either. I owe my life to the wonderful staff and work for the CTS. If the doors got closed like the Ford Conservative government wants to, we will lose a wonderful team that I call my heroes. I would become just a number. Another bunch of deaths in the last 3 years. I would be number 444. Drug poisoning deaths. I would want to live. I may have made some very stupid choices in my life. I never wanted to be an addict. I used to use it to mask trauma. I had a very rough childhood I never got help with. I used to bury feelings. Sorry, I have a long way. I have come a long way since those 5 years when I talked to council. I owe my existence to the amazing team at CTS. This team I have come to love and call family. That's it. Thanks. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you very much, Ralph, for sharing a very powerful story. Our next delegation is Itman Hassan. Welcome, Itman.
Hello, Mayor and Council. I'm here today because I'm strongly against the closing of Pecuniary consumption and treatment services. I am born and raised in Kitchener, and as a harm reduction worker, every day I work, I have the privilege of talking to some of the kindest and most incredible people in this space. Unfortunately, in our country, there's a lot of stigma against people who are just trying to survive, Canadians just like you and me. Who are being discriminated against because of their circumstances. This stigma keeps them from getting the care that they deserve. At the Safer Use program that I work at, we provide harm reduction services that saves lives. This is a public health issue. Access to clean needles, saline water, alcohol wipes, these things prevent diseases and infections. I see people come in with serious wounds and abscesses, and because of our team, we can give first aid and connect them with amazing nurses who provide them the care that they need before it becomes life-threatening. We also supervise drug use, oximeter monitoring, offer oxygen when needed, and Narcan as a last resort, as was said. Often, because of this supervision, 911 does not need to be called, which reduces unnecessary hospital visits and saves lives. Just the other day, one of our participants told a nurse, "This is the closest I've been to a doctor in a long time." This broke my heart. It also made me angry because people avoid seeking care due to judgment. We've turned substance use into a moral issue when in reality it's a public health issue. All Canadians should see this as a failure of our healthcare system, which should be accessible to everyone. And yet here we are in a province where wine and beer are sold at convenience stores, many of which are also near schools. The hypocrisy is obvious. The not in my backyard mentality is really about pushing people struggling with substance use out of sight. But in reality, many people don't see that without supervised consumption sites, the greater issue will become to the point where the city becomes a supervised consumption site. Stigma only makes people feel alienated and targeted just for existing, whether that be walking into a store or waiting for a bus, and it makes people more likely to use alone, leaving them more vulnerable to overdosing or drug poisoning without support. These are our fellow Canadians that we're neglecting. In this space, I've had the honor of hearing stories and of trauma, loss, and survival, as well as stories of resilience and love and strength. It is cruel to judge people for how they survived. We need to approach this with a trauma-informed lens and asking why someone's in a situation rather than dehumanizing them because we don't understand or care to. The problem isn't substance use, it's the pain people are trying to numb, a pain that's often dismissed. The opposite of addiction isn't sobriety, it's connection. That's what this space offers, a chance to connect, to be seen, and to be heard. Shutting down CTS is an injustice. This space has saved lives, built community, and made real progress. Our fellow Canadians are suffering, and closing these services will make things worse. That concludes my talk. Thanks. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Itman, for sharing your perspectives with us. Our next delegation is Myron Steinman. Welcome, Myron.
Thank you, Mayor and City of Kitchener councillors. I believe there's another motion on the floor tonight, and I hope you delay that motion because I had to choose between this motion and that motion. And if you allow construction to start at 6 o'clock at night, it's going to be worse than fireworks. Anyways, this is my presentation in favor of the motion. Excuse me. May I encourage the City of Kitchener advocate with the Ontario government and regional government too, of course, but lower level government should not neglect its responsibilities to continue the funding of all operating consumption and treatment sites beyond the proposed termination date of March 2025. Safe consumption sites are also known as consumption and treatment sites, have been instrumental in preventing thousands of drug overdoses. Crime statistics from Waterloo Regional Police Services indicate that Kitchener consumption and treatment site has not been linked to an increase in crime in its vicinity. Furthermore, the closure of these sites would place additional strain on emergency services and healthcare system, like Grand River Hospital. In closing, I urge that this resolution be forwarded to the Premier of Ontario, the Minister of Finance, the Health Minister, and to municipalities that are operating consumption and treatment sites currently. Thank you. And it's awful late if you're going to address that other motion that's coming forward.
Thank you, Myron, for coming in and sharing your perspectives on this issue. Our next delegation is Heidi Morrison. Welcome, Heidi.
Okay. Good evening, Council. I appreciate the opportunity to address the Council this evening, and I'm speaking tonight as an expert in addictions parenting. I have my MOM in addictions. I've studied in the School of Life and Hard Knocks. I can assure you it was never my intention to become such an expert in this field. I began my education about 25 years ago, when heroin flooded the high school that my daughter attended. She was facing very real social traumas and unfortunately turned to drugs instead of her mother for comfort. Now, there were dry spells, but for a lack of support due to my lack of understanding, she often turned back to using opiates to deal with her traumas. The stigma and judgment I felt was supported by the tough love model of parenting that was all the rage 20 years ago. I tried to step up my game, and I attended a rehab program for myself for codependency. While it was a wonderful program, I just don't think 12-step programs are the be-all, end-all. Our relationship was reduced to arguments and rage and tears. I was living in more fear than ever of losing my child to an overdose. Sleep became something I daydreamt about, and my other children felt the lack of my presence. I knew it was time for a new game plan. I was heart-sickened to think that our last words could be lashed out in anger. I was tired of fighting against this invisible foe, and I missed my daughter. So I leaned in. I started volunteering at Sanguine Health Center, where I would attend weekly kit groups. This was in a way very similar to packing lunch snacks in Ziploc bags, something I was used to doing as a mom. I would sit in a group of peers with lived experience and volunteers from all walks of life. It was 2 hours of support and fun and snacks, and I looked forward to it every week. For the first time in a very long time, I had felt more empowered and part of the solution than I ever did in any 12-step meeting. I had a sense of pitching in and doing my part, as opposed to venting my frustration on a weekly basis about a person I dearly love. My daughter started to attend the kit groups with me. This was a way for her to balance out some of the negatives she lived with in her world, knowing she could be potentially saving the lives of people she knew and cared for. She began to see me in a new light. I'm not here to tell you it was easy or perfect. I still had days where my frustration showed, and I looked at her with judgment. I remember vividly a day where I dropped in unannounced to visit. To paint the picture, she was living in a rooming house that was a known trap house. She was in a very rough shape and in no way up to having company. She tried, but my expression was too much. She loudly asked, "Why is it okay for you to have boundaries, but because I'm a junkie, I'm not?" Now, firstly, I don't use that word, but she did, for effect, and it worked. I was stopped in my tracks. I was gobsmacked. Why indeed? I was not invited. Honestly, how many of you would appreciate if somebody dropped into your home and just started judging you, the condition of it? It was in that moment that I gained a full understanding of harm reduction. With a heartfelt apology, I hugged her and I stepped down from my high horse. I believe this was the day I obtained my master's degree in the field of harm reduction. The relationship began to grow, and we navigated many obstacles such as homelessness and health issues. The fact that "I love you" was now the term we used to close most visits and phone calls really helped to ease my worry about sleep, but sleeping at night was still pretty much impossible because she was living in a shelter. So now if the drugs didn't take her, the dangers of shelter living might. My education in 12-step and harm reduction combined helped me to cope and helped me to have a functioning existence. Now, thanks must be given to a lovely angel at the St. Francis Clinic, Gail Parker, for helping with the very serious health concerns my daughter was dealing with, not the least of which was drug-induced psychosis. Gail understood that meeting people where they are at is the key to connection. She now had a regular healthcare provider, and I had someone that saw my daughter as I did, a human being worth saving. This is harm reduction at its core. This is what compassion and professionalism combined can do. A mother's love alone cannot heal their child's addiction. Enter Safe Supply. We're now connected to amazing healthcare, not always the norm in our society. I believe the solution to the crisis is as a society we are facing is connection between patient, safer supply, and the wraparounds. I believe this because I have seen it. I'm here today to bear witness to the changes in my daughter's life. When she first entered Safer Supply program, her caseworkers, with permission, communicated with me. They explained that this might not be a quick fix. It was going to take a long time. I was told to let go and let her counselors and her doctor take over, and I could just concentrate on being a mother to my daughter. She would tell you she's not exactly where she wants to be yet. However, she now has a lovely home, clean and nicely decorated, with a cat and a puppy. Both she and her husband work in the field of harm reduction. They've rebuilt their lives and they are proud of, and I am welcome to drop in anytime. I still call first. Thank you for listening. Safe Supply so moms don't cry.
Thank you very much, Heidi, for sharing your personal story with us. Our next delegation is Michael Parkinson from the Waterloo region. Oh, sorry, I didn't see that, Councillor Chapman. If I can ask you to come back down. Sorry, we do have a question for you. Me? Yep, sorry about that. Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, thank you. So you mentioned this 12-step meeting or program, and I just wonder if that's the sort of thing that a Heart Hub would have versus a CTS.
Well, I would assume that that's what it is, yeah.
Yeah.
It's an antiquated so-called solution. There are great elements to it, and I honestly carry them throughout my everyday life and every aspect of my life. 12-step is wonderful, but it's not the answer. It's just that simple.
So it's not something you would find at a CTS, it's something you would find in other places?
Yeah, because it's not harm reduction.
Right.
Not at all.
So that's the key, the harm reduction.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and I'm going to start announcing the next speaker and the one after that. So if I can ask the person who follows to be sitting down there, it'll just help us move things along. Our next speaker is Michael Parkinson from the Waterloo Region Drug Action Team, who'll be followed by Rebecca McKay. So if Rebecca can sit in the row behind the podium, that would be great.
Good evening, Michael. Mayor and councillors. Thank you for the opportunity, and in particular, thank you for the stamina and sticking with this issue into the wee hours. My name is Michael Parkinson. I'm a longtime resident of Kitchener. I'm a failed pro hockey player, an atrocious musician, a drug strategy specialist, and importantly, a volunteer with this thing called the Waterloo Region Drug Action Team. We're a team of residents with substantial experience and expertise in all manner of drug-related issues, and really grew from the frustration or the unwillingness of governments to deal with what is unequivocally a raging public health emergency of historical proportions. My comments tonight are on behalf of the Waterloo Region Drug Action Team. We are volunteer, we are unfunded, and we are nonpartisan. And to borrow a phrase from the Office of the Chief Coroner of Ontario, we aim to speak for the dead, to protect the living. In the main, the Drug Action Team is supportive of the motion, and with one maybe a suggestion at the end to bring it more in line with the one passed by the region of Waterloo. We certainly regret that this issue has landed in municipal chambers, and I can recall being at Federation of Canadian Municipalities doing a keynote with some of you, like, 7 years ago, saying that, if senior levels of government didn't step up, this is precisely where it would land, it's precisely where it does not belong, but here we are. Here we are. And we have a hostile provincial government that is really implicated in the deaths of more than 21,000 people since their election in 2018. That's basically the entire population of Wilmot has lost their lives to drug poisonings, mostly accidental. The Waterloo Region Drug Action Team is supportive of initiatives and policies that reflect the evidence and the wisdom of communities most affected in prevention, in harm reduction, in treatment, in enforcement and justice systems, all essential ingredients urgently required for improving both individual and community health and safety. It's both. The provincial decision to defund our CTS has no substantiating evidence. Even the province's own reports, of which there are 4, do not recommend defunding supervised consumption services. The province is wrong when the health minister states that no one will die from the defunding. They absolutely will. And we have local experience here when at the front end of the pandemic, we opened a shelter on Cortland Ave. That was for high acuity men. We offered consumption services inside that place. When it was closed down in July, people scattered. And, by Christmas, three guys that I knew were already dead. And they were all dead of overdoses. They were all dead of a preventable cause of death. The Waterloo Region Drug Action Team rejects the radical, fact-free, opinion-based drug policies of the current provincial government. We appreciate the support for maintaining, if not expanding, consumption services voiced by, for example, and this is the short list here, the Ontario's Chief Medical Officer of Health, the Ontario Association of Chiefs of Police, the Ontario Medical Association, the Registered Nursing Association of Ontario, the Association of Family Health Teams, the Association of Local Public Health Agencies, the Drug Strategy Network of Ontario, et cetera, et cetera. We remind councillors of the package of letters from patrons of the CTS that was sent your way on Friday. We like that many crimes in the neighborhood have actually declined since the CTS opened relative to other parts of Kitchener. And like, what's not to love about that? We hear the concerns about the CTS closure from the daycare across the street, and we are concerned for the children and the staff there. We are heartened by the support of so many of the CTS neighbors and the absence of complaints to the Neighborhood Advisory Committee, the Mayor's office. We concur with the Downtown Action Advisory Committee's endorsement of the motion. We appreciate Regional Council stepping up to endorse a similar motion. Most of us here have seen successful projects being shut down despite the evidence. Monique Béjean, the Honourable Monique Béjean, rest in peace, called Canada a nation of perpetual pilot projects. On this particular one, the costs are too enormous. We are not going back. To that end, we would encourage Regional Council to support the establishment of an alternative mechanism, the Urgent Public Health Needs Site. That's an option for when the province closes the CTS, and it's important to get on it right away. Like, there's an amazing staff team, some of whom are here. You just can't go to Canadian Tire and pick up a group of people like that.
Michael, if I can ask you to finish your.
And finally, I would encourage you to bring the regional motion in line by including a request that the province not pass legislation to prohibit supervised consumption services. So on behalf of the Drug Action Team and the many others, thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, Michael. We have several questions for you. Councillor Davey.
Thank you, Mr. Parkinson, for your presentation. You touched upon one of the pain points I have in this entire topic when you said that you knew it would end up at municipalities, and this is exactly, I believe you said something to the effect of this is exactly the wrong place to have this discussion. Yeah. Could you expand on that a little bit, what you meant by that?
Certainly. I mean, it's really, in my view, in the purview of the federal and provincial governments, and the hyper-political nature of this issue has contaminated the public, what we would, a public health approach, right? I mean, we should have learned that through the first Judicial Commission when SARS round 1. That's how the Public Health Agency of Canada was created. What has happened is really an absence of concerted effort from those senior levels, and so it boils over, where the rubber hits the road, and here we are. And there is no one else. I would also just, I don't want to take too much time, but I would also suggest that.
Actually, I think you answered that.
Okay, good.
There's one follow-up question then as well. And I appreciate that you're taking your time, and obviously we're all, more than happy to take as much time as we need. Having said that then, what are your expectations on the effectiveness should this council approve some type of advocacy motion tonight?
Oh, I think it's important for this council to provide that policy advice to those senior levels of government. That's the act of practicing democracy. Whether they listen or not is, up to them. We know there's a lot of frustration from municipalities right across Ontario, from health units, from the absence of response from the province. Nonetheless, here we are, and we're doing what we can.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up I have Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Michael, for coming in. And I was one of those people that 7 years ago was listening to you. Frankly, I want to commend you for all that you do, and it's an absolute travesty that you're here as a volunteer now with your expertise and your care in this field is just an absolute travesty. That being said, we hear all the stats. We know that people are going to die. It's awful. What is the message that will be effective with the provincial government? What is that message? I mean, we hear they hear stat after stat. What do you think it is?
I wish I knew, because we're trying out here, and that's partly why it means so much to have the support of regional council, this city council. It puts a little gas in the tank of people who are advocating for better. About a third of Canadians don't believe in science if it doesn't align with their beliefs. And that was before the pandemic. We might be there with some of the governments. So there was a number of statements made when the announcement blindsided people at AMO in August. A number of those are simply not true. People will die. Crime is not going through the roof. We have daycare operators across the province who are supportive for et cetera, et cetera. So I don't know. But your voice is really important.
Your voice is really important, Michael. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Next up is Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for coming in and for all you've done over the years, right? And I think of you as a specialist in harm reduction, so thank you. I just wanted to bounce off something that Stephanie said earlier. She talked about people in the contemplative stage. And my question to you is, would those people be, how would they be served at a heart hub? Or if the CTS were to close, where would that leave them?
It would leave them high and dry. There are three parts to this provincial announcement. One is defunding CTS. Two is the opportunity for 10 municipalities to apply for Heart Hub funding across Ontario, for which 80 applications have been received as of this weekend. And the third part is the province threatening legislation to prohibit the freedom of municipalities to do the things that would reduce death and improve health and safety. Where it would leave the patrons of the current CTS is high and dry. The Heart Hub is, if it's successful locally, like it'll be shaped with the partners and all that, but it'll be abstinence-based. And we have, I don't know, tens of thousands of people using unregulated drugs right here in Kitchener. And so that's the political kind of direction, is towards, the Alberta model, the involuntary treatment, all that stuff that has no evidence behind it. That's the political move going on. The Heart Hub is not a substitute for a CTS, no question.
So everything like the drug testing and the clean needles, none of that would be available at the Heart Hub?
I believe the province opens a window for successful applicants to apply to have a syringe drop box on site. That's where we're at. Like it's the 80s all over again, and we're mortified out here.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for coming in.
Thank you, Councillor Chapman. Councillor Ioannidis.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Parkinson, for coming in. Just wanted to clarify with, I know you were, trying to get through your 5 minutes and stuff. Did I hear correctly that you named numerous associations that were supportive of CTS sites?
Right.
Okay, that's the part that really confuses me, because these are the organizations that would have way more pull than any member here in this council. And I think they're the ones that should be helping you, supporting more than what we can offer.
Yeah, I think it's everybody. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I think it's everybody all together. The voice of Ontario's big city mayors, for example, the voice of AMO, the voice of FCM, they're all really, really important. Registered Nurses Association of Ontario is leading a petition charge. They're having the conversations with the Conservatives, et cetera, et cetera. So they're not in, in the CTV Kitchener news every day, but they're out there helping. Yeah.
Okay. Have you been here all evening?
Yep.
So when we were talking about the camera site,
yeah,
we don't even get involved with those issues. They don't even let us know those issues. So think about the issues that are dealing on another level like this. We're left out in the dark just like you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Ioannidis. If I can just remind all members of council, we'll have an opportunity to debate at the end, but let's focus on questions now. Councillor Stretch.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Michael. Thank you for all your help in shaping some of the words on the motion as well. But I was hoping, I'm prefacing, I'm feeling tired and a little bit grumpy. And I'm just hoping you can help council understand the benefit of supporting the said motion, kind of around what Bill was saying, but, practical examples. What does that mean for smaller communities or communities like Kitchener?
It's critical, and now the motion is on the table. Now it's public, and to not support it would be would be embarrassing on a personal level, or it would be embarrassing. And there's no reason not to do it when we support folks like AMO, like we support SEM, like all the efforts to support through the Ontario Big City Mayor's Caucus, et cetera, et cetera. So your voice is important, and it's also important for other municipalities in Ontario who don't have the pull that maybe a motion from the City of Kitchener does. And I'm thinking of Timmins, where the mayor is has been advocating for your Sudbury, Sault Ste. Marie, all these other places that are so much more vastly underserved than the way we are here. It's not great anywhere, but your voice matters.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stretch. Councillor Singh.
Yeah, I'm feeling it too, Councillor Stretch, and I think we probably all are. It's been a long evening, and I think we're just trying to get to a point of understanding. It's been so long. The machine is saying I've keyed in twice, and the mayor was looking at me saying, Paul, you can't speak again. I'm like, I haven't spoken yet. You can confirm, Michael, have I spoken to you yet?
I can confirm.
Mr. Mayor, Michael has confirmed he hasn't spoken to me yet. No, I appreciate all the work that you've done. Thank you very much. We need very vocal voices like yourself that come from learned position to guide us and guide higher order government to really work together with the federal government. You said it right. It's a federal and provincial space for them to come together and tackle. It's a national epidemic. And it's sad the lack of resources at a lower municipality that we have, especially more so when it's the city, not the region. That being said, there's a motion today that's really directing the province saying, no, I don't think this is the way you should go. We carry on with what we have, even though the province is looking at a different direction. I believe there may be another motion that comes up later on today from another colleague that addresses more of dialogue, engaging the province and asking the region to play a bigger part. What do you say to both? Where do we have the right advocacy? Thank you.
Yep, it's a great question for your first question, and I would say that the main motion from Councillor Chapman is we're supportive of that. If there's another motion that exists that is requesting dialogue with the province, then maybe that could be added to Councillor Chapman's motion, for example. I will tell you really quickly, it has been extremely challenging to get any dialogue with this particular provincial government on this particular issue. I'm aware of health units that they're like they just don't get return emails for years on this particular issue. So I'm not going to name them, but everybody's frustrated. So yeah.
Yeah, I think it is frustrating, but I think we do need more dialogue. Thank you for coming forward today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Singh, and thank you, Michael, for your delegation. Our next delegation was Rebecca McKay, but I guess she's no longer here. So Dylan Lankin is next, followed by Emily Jordan on tap. Is Emily here? Yeah, you can just come down. Welcome, Dylan.
Thank you. I'm an RPN with a specialization in addictions. I've spent the last several years working in street outreach, providing care to people who are unhoused and precariously housed. And before that, I worked at a residential treatment facility. It's hard to sum up the human cost of the drug poisoning crisis. The official numbers recorded by the Government of Canada indicate that 1 Canadian dies from drug poisoning almost every hour. The region of Waterloo's official records indicate at least 446 drug-involved deaths since the start of the pandemic. Due to the challenges in tracking these numbers, the actual death toll is almost certainly higher, and these statistics fall short of reflecting the pain and grief borne by surviving family members and throughout our community. While the impact of these deaths is widespread, it is especially important on the National Day of Truth and Reconciliation to acknowledge that Indigenous people and communities are disproportionately affected by the drug poisoning crisis, owing to colonial genocide and intergenerational trauma. Supervised consumption sites are an effective evidence-based intervention in this crisis. The CTS in Kitchener has reversed more than 1,000 drug poisonings since it opened its doors. You've already heard from other delegates about some of the other essential services the CTS provides in addition to preserving life. With the closure of the CTS, we can expect increases in drug poisonings and deaths, and in bloodborne infections such as HIV and Hep C. We will also see increases in non-fatal but life-altering brain injuries that will result from longer response times to drug poisonings. If the devastating impact the closure of the CTS will have on people who use drugs does not garner your sympathy, I offer this. Closing the CTS is a bad fiscal decision that will have negative health implications for the broader community. A cost analysis study of a Calgary supervised consumption site demonstrated that each overdose reversed on site produced approximately $1,600 in savings by reducing the use of EMS and emergency department services. Our hospitals are frequently operating over capacity, and the closure of the CTS will provide more strain on an already overburdened healthcare system. We can also expect further congestion of EMS services in a region that already has regular code red incidences when no ambulances are available. If you or a loved one might need access to an ambulance or an emergency department, supporting the ongoing funding of the CTS will help ensure you have access to these services when you need them. I am positioned to speak to the effects of the unregulated drug crisis as a healthcare provider, a deeply concerned community member, and also as someone who has experienced the shattering loss of loving someone killed by drug poisoning. In August of 2020, my partner relapsed and died in our home. Most people in my partner's life had no idea that they struggled with an opiate addiction from the time they were a teenager. They were gentle, generous, and kind. They had a degree in mathematics and worked as an adult educator. They were also private and shy, and they would hate that I'm talking to you about them. My partner received residential treatment before I met them, but getting treatment doesn't just fix everything. Relapse is a normal and expected part of substance use disorder. The Ford government doesn't seem to understand this. While we need more treatment beds, we also need interventions that keep people alive long enough to get treatment. We need approaches that support people through relapse. We also need to be very clear that regardless of whether they ever seek treatment, the lives of people who use drugs matter. Drug users are vital to our families, our workplaces, and our communities. If you think that you don't know anyone who uses drugs, you're wrong. The rhetoric used to justify the closure of supervised consumption sites is simplistic, stigmatizing, and demonstrates a profound misunderstanding of the complex biopsychosocial nature of addiction. This funding decision fails to listen to the lived experiences of drug users, and it fails to take into consideration decades' worth of addictions medicine. It will fail to keep our loved ones from dying. Deaths by drug poisoning do not need to happen. They can be directly mitigated through social and political action, including the continued funding of supervised consumption sites. The counselors in this room have the power to effect meaningful, life-saving change by supporting this motion. I ask that you do so. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing your very personal story with us. Emily Jordan is up next, and Malik Bhatt is on deck. Welcome, Emily.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Hello. My name's Emily. I am a nurse who works at the Consumption and Treatment Services site in Kitchener. I'm also a person with lived experience with substance use who has lived in this region, specifically Kitchener, my entire life. I could stand up here and tell you about all the statistics and facts that promote safe consumption sites, but I know if people listen to those, we wouldn't be in this situation. Instead, I want to talk about the importance of community, because that is just one of the many things that safe consumption sites provide. The only reason I am sober today is because of my community. My small community of family and friends who stood by me in my worst moments. My family, who didn't hesitate to attend information groups about loved ones with addictions so that they could learn how to support me. My friends, who waited patiently for the return of the person I was before substances changed me. My small community of people saved my life. Fast forward 10 years, I had the opportunity to work at the CTS here in Kitchener. I didn't know at the time, but my community would expand. I now have coworkers, clients, and friends who not only understand the cycle of addiction, but have experience with it themselves. I often reflect on how fortunate enough I was all those years ago to have people in my life that were not judgmental and supported me no matter what. Now I have found a place where this same level of non-judgmental, compassionate, supportive care is provided to everyone who walks through its doors. Consumption sites are not just a safe place for people to use substances. They also provide some of our most vulnerable community members a place of support, empowerment, and interconnectedness. Safe consumption sites allow people to be accepted for who they are and where they are at in life. This fosters a community which allows for people to be supported to make changes and navigate challenges in their lives at their own pace and when they're ready. Safe consumption sites also empower people to take health into their own hands, be that how to safely use a substance to prevent negative health outcomes, or when they're ready to investigate options to decrease use. Closing the CTS site will remove this source of community and negatively impact the broader community as a whole. The Region of Waterloo website says that the region helps all residents, from newborns to older adults, to be healthy, safe, and live their best life. I ask the council and mayor, please show your community that this is true and support your local CTS. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emily, for sharing your personal story with us as well. Councillor Stretch, you have a question for Emily?
Mm-hmm. Yes, Emily, so you're a nurse at the CTS site?
Yeah.
Can I ask you a few questions about naloxone and ambu-bags?
Sure.
So, in my learning about how some overdoses are happening, I've heard that naloxone isn't always working, mostly when there's an animal sedative involved in some of the drug poisoning. So can you speak a little bit to that, and when you're using ambu-bags and when you're using naloxone?
Yeah, so the toxic drug supply right now, it's cut with a lot of different things. Benzodiazepines and animal, I guess relaxants, or the word can't come to mind right now. But those don't attach to your opioid receptors like regular opioids do. And those are that's what Narcan works on. Narcan attaches to the opioid receptors so that the opioid can't do that, and then you start breathing again and your respirations come back. Benzos and those other ingredients don't act on opioid receptors, so Narcan will not reverse those effects. In that case, oxygen, ambu-bags, breath coaching, ice packs, that's the way we go.
No, that's helpful. Thank you.
Those are all the questions we have. Thank you very much. Our next delegation then is Malik Bhatt, and on deck is David Hopkins. Welcome, Malik.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me. My name is Malik Bhatt, and I love people who use drugs. I have lived and worked in Kitchener for over 8 years, and I have lived downtown for over half of it. I came here as an international student with a background in computer science. I have experienced homelessness in this community. I have seen firsthand the harms caused by poor drug policy, lack of non-market or geared to income housing, and stigma fueled by ignorance on people in this community. It fills me up with sadness and rage. I got involved with Sanguine 3 years ago through the Working to Improve Neighborhood Safety program, WINS for short, as a volunteer peer support worker. I'm now a key holder for the program. The WINS program hires people with lived or living experience to clear identified hotspots in Cambridge, Kitchener, and Waterloo of improperly disposed paraphernalia. The peer workers also provide outreach and are a friendly face in our community. I am proud to say that my peers work very hard on our streets to make them safer for everyone. Sanguine manages and creates these opportunities for folks that don't typically get many opportunities. Another project that I'm involved with at Sanguine is the CTS site. I am an administrative support worker there. I started that role about a year ago. The CTS is a medical hub that specializes in saving lives, and it does it very well. It is home to programs such as the drug checking program that protects people by arming them with knowledge that saves lives. It is an essential part of the recovery process that we are at risk of losing. This service is one of the few bridges to recovery people who use drugs need and rely on. It is a safe place for family members of clients to connect or to reconnect with their loved ones. The number of times I've heard different clients tell me that this is the only place they get treated like a human being disgusts me. What do you think closing the site will do to them? Abstinence is not a clear way to recovery. Harm reduction, having a CTS, and arming people with knowledge and resources to make good choices for themselves is. It is a way of sustaining life, allowing somebody that is actively using drugs to live with dignity, have an opportunity at life that we all deserve. If the Ontario government goes ahead with closing the 10 CTS sites, we are denying them of that opportunity. I urge you to please support the motion protecting the CTS from being defunded and divert the funding for the proposed heart hubs to Sanguine and other community organizations that have demonstrated an ability to support our community's most vulnerable members. I am proud of services like this in our community. I am proud to be a part of it. We need more, not less. We are essential. The CTS site is an integral part of the infrastructure that allows our entire community to be safer. I welcome any questions that you may have about the work I'm involved in and my experiences. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Malik. We do have a question for you, Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for coming in. One of the comments you made was the suggestion to divert the money that would go to the heart hubs to Sanguine.
Yes.
Can you elaborate a little more on that?
Sure. My understanding about what the heart hub, what the proposed heart hub is supposed to be, is what Sanguine already does, in addition to the safe consumption aspect of it. So, support the people that are already doing the work.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Those are all the questions. Thank you, Malik.
Thank you.
Our next delegate, oh, sorry. No, okay.
A number of delegates left, so I would just move that we waive our procedural rules to go past midnight.
Sure, we have 9 delegates left. That's moved by Councillor Davies, seconded by Councillor Michaud. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. David Hopkins, welcome. And next on deck is Krista Hicks. Welcome, Mr. Hopkins.
Hello, City of Kitchener Council. My name is David Hopkins. I'm a social worker in one of our local hospitals' emergency departments and critical care units. I'm also a resident of the City of Cambridge, living in Ward 3. Like so many others here, I'm incredibly disappointed by the provincial policy direction to discontinue the use of consumption and treatment services sites in many communities, including ours. This decision sets back a decade of progress in health policy and the care and treatment of substance use disorders and will come at a massive cost to our community. This will unfortunately include the substantial loss of life. The Kitchener CTS has reversed well over 1,100 overdoses in its lifetime, a proportion of which would have been fatal. The on-site and associated healthcare services address many issues, including co-occurring mental health disorders, infections, wounds, and other health needs that this population often experiences barriers to access in other settings. Service delivery through harm reduction services is far cheaper and more effective than hospital-based medical care later on. Our governments have an obligation to care for the most vulnerable members of our society. The dismantling of essential harm reduction services will both increase mortality and exacerbate pressures on our healthcare system, law enforcement, and social services. Harm reduction services are proven to save lives, improve community health, and reduce burden on emergency services. By removing these services, we're not only turning our backs on those in need, but also ignoring the evidence and success stories from our own and countless other jurisdictions. City Council should support the motion tabled by Councillor Chapman today. As with the initial launch of our local CTS site, the continuation requires widespread advocacy and support. While this is a provincial decision, municipalities have an important role in advocating for the needs of our citizens. Besides supporting this motion, please use any other means of influence that you have towards this goal. Now, more than ever, we need to stand united in our commitment to supporting those struggling with substance use disorders, ensuring they have access to life-saving resources and compassionate care. Thanks for your time and for considering the importance of these vital services to the well-being of our community.
Thank you very much, David. We do have a question for you. Councillor Stretch.
Have you delegated with the City of Cambridge?
With the City of Cambridge, I have provided written commentary to the City of Cambridge.
Okay, I would encourage you to keep at it.
Thank you.
Those are all the questions. Thank you, David. Next up is Krista Hicks, and on deck is Elena Klassen. Welcome, Krista.
Welcome. Almost good morning. I'm Krista Hicks. I live in Kitchener, and I'm a nurse practitioner. This letter is written in conjunction with my colleague, Stacey Brecknell, who could not be here this evening, who is also a nurse practitioner, and we work in the downtown core. So first off, we are disappointed in the provincial government's decision to close and defund future consumption and treatment services across the province. As healthcare workers, we are obligated to base our healthcare decisions on science and best evidence. The government's decision to close these sites does not feel rooted in these same principles. Statistics supports that CTS saves lives, save taxpayer money, and decrease new cases of bloodborne illness across the province. In 1997, needle exchange programs were mandated in Ontario, and we have seen a significant reduction in new cases of HIV and hepatitis C. A decision to stop providing clean equipment will increase cost to taxpayers by fourfold. Every $1 invested into clean equipment programs saves $4 incurred by the cost of treating conditions such as HIV, hepatitis C, and other complications such as endocarditis, which is a life-threatening heart infection. Our community struggles daily with EMS calls and wait times. Closing a CTS will increase the burden on EMS and ER staff. Many overdoses are dealt with in a CTS location and prevent the need for these services. Our community cannot afford additional burdens on the system. What bothers us most about this decision is the value the province is putting on human life. Overdose from the toxic drug supply is the #1 cause of death among people aged 18 to 45. To address a health problem so great requires interventions that address the problem at many different levels. Decades of research underpins harm reduction interventions to support people who use drugs, and abstinence-based approaches are not the only solution, which the current government's approach to solving our toxic drug crisis. When someone has heart disease or diabetes, they are offered primary and secondary interventions with a multifaceted and multidisciplinary approach. We encourage people to quit smoking and eat healthier, but in our experience, many people do not. They are not penalized, and they do not have services removed. In fact, they often receive more services. Why would we not offer the same level of support to people who use drugs? Our current challenges with trauma, poverty, housing, and mental health illness do not support an abstinence-based approach. And until we can address the social determinants of health that contribute to drug use, we cannot expect people to remain abstinent. We continue to need dignified harm reduction approaches that make people feel supported and cared for. We trust that as elected leaders and decision makers, you will review evidence and choose to fund local consumption and treatment services through federal funding available with Health Canada's urgent public health needs sites exemption process. Thank you. I was also asked to read a letter on behalf of my colleague, Dr. Sonika Kainth. I'm just looking at the time and realizing that I'm probably not going to get through that. Her letter sentiments a lot of what Stacey and I have written, but I just wanted to also mention that a physician was also involved with our support. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And if you want to leave that letter with the clerk, we can certainly include it in in the package.
Sure, that's great. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Krista, and there are no questions. Appreciate your perspectives. Elena Klassen, and then next up is Ashley Scudema. Am I pronouncing that right? Is Ashley here? Yep, okay, wonderful. Thank you.
Hi.
Elena, welcome.
Hi, my name's Elena. I come to you today as a registered nurse, a mother, and an individual who cares about the community at large. I've worked in harm reduction for about 5 years now in this region, but I'm here as an individual, not representing any organization, in support of the CTS. So you've already heard about what the CTS does and the partners that it has, including the RAM and OATC and primary care, so I'm going to skip that. Because those are all nice little bonuses, but the value of the CTS, where the true work is being done, is in the site when it's used for its intended purposes. Throughout its time, the CTS has been able to establish and build trusting and genuine relationships with the folks who use the space, building a community where people go to access healthcare, to get help with system navigation, to feel validated in their day-to-day life, and most importantly, to not die and to stay alive. I know there are some of you sitting out there thinking that people can pull themselves up from their bootstraps without recognizing that the origin of this term was coined to refer to an impossible task. We know based on evidence that the way to support people is through community and wraparound support, and the CTS houses both of those. Doug Ford said that people can just go get a job without realizing that we're currently living in a society where a living wage, which is significantly higher than a minimum wage, is unattainable and actually does not guarantee accessible housing nor food security. So I challenge everybody to check your privilege, having compassion and empathy that a large percentage of people where you are all tasked here to represent face the challenges of surviving, and it's quite literally your job and my job, to address these issues. The removal of services that are aimed to target the marginalized populations of our communities directly result in the criminalization of poverty and trauma. I urge you to educate yourselves on the war on drugs, but for now I can give you this. Canadian policy was largely influenced by the policy of the United States. So I'm going to read a quote from John Ehrlichman. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly, and I don't care. He's the former assistant for domestic affairs to the U.S. President of Richard Nixon. Do you want to know what this war on drugs was really about? The Nixon campaign, quote. The Nixon campaign in 1968 and the Nixon White House after that had two enemies, the anti-war left and black people. Do you understand what I'm saying? We knew we couldn't make it illegal to be either against the war or black, but by getting the public to associate the hippies with marijuana and the blacks with heroin, and then criminalizing both heavily, we could disrupt their communities. We could arrest their leaders, raid their homes, break up their meetings, and vilify them night after night on the evening news. Did we know we were lying about the drugs? Of course we did. End quote. So for me, what I don't understand and have never understood is how, even after all of this has come to light, we are still upholding the same policy we know was used as a war tactic, and anytime we move slightly beyond these disgusting ideologies that are oppressive and racist, we quickly slip backwards. I'd like to end my speech on the responsibilities and power that you guys hold as counselors and some insight on how it overlaps with my job as a nurse. I personally am tasked with ensuring that I'm doing everything in my power to assist with the health and wellness of the clients I see. Your responsibilities are similar, so I'd like to share some advice. I was told when I have something to say, a statement, an argument, or an opinion, to first ask myself what evidence supports your statement. So I'm going to ask you the same question. Before you decide that someone doesn't have the capacity to be consenting to decisions about their own wellness, what evidence supports your statement? If you believe the best way to address the opioid crisis, including the toxic drug supply, is to focus on treatment and prevention, what evidence supports your statement? If you believe abstinence-based care is the only pathway to the wellness of people who use drugs, what evidence supports your statement? And it doesn't. The evidence contradicts all three of those. I support people who are accessing all types of treatment, be it abstinence or alternative treatments. I think that's great. However, when these are the only options, individuals cannot meet these impossible standards set out, and care is withdrawn, and people die. If anything you've heard here by myself or others has made you uncomfortable or offended, I ask you to challenge that and lean into it, because we grow in discomfort, so sit in it. You all hold the power to impact the lives of the community you're here to serve as advocates. This is not a forum to express uneducated opinions or allow stigma to guide any decisions. I have been disappointed and disgusted by some of the comments that I've heard by our provincial government and by some of our regional councillors. So I challenge you to do better, to be better, as a member of council, but also as a human. Finn.
Thank you very much. Elena, don't leave. We do have a question for you, Councillor Chapman.
I mean, this might not be a fair question, but I'm going to ask it anyway because of your, the work that you do. Can you speak to us about a CTS or even the motion from through an equity lens?
Through a what lens?
Equity lens?
Through an equity lens. I think, so here's the thing, is I think our healthcare system, as a nurse, I think our healthcare system in the province of Ontario is garbage. And I think the CTS has been able to rebuild relationships that have been broken by our healthcare system to people who don't have access to it because of stigma and judgment and kind of just the way our healthcare system's set up. I don't think anybody's on the front lines trying to be horrible. I think that's just what happens. And I think that's really reflective in people who use drugs as well. It's just, we're all trying to navigate a system and it is hard. I think the CTS is the most equitable form of healthcare that you can kind of get to, be it that it is non-judgmental and stigma-free. I know there's a nurse there sometimes who sees people who aren't just people who access the site for STBBI care, which is sexually transmitted and bloodborne infections. And there's primary care that pops in every now and then that would absolutely do the same, if that answers your question.
Yeah, it does. No, that's helpful. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Anything else?
Thank you, Councillor Chapman. Councillor Singh.
Hi.
Hi, Elena, how are you?
I have anxiety, is how I am.
No, that's okay. I get it. I feel it too sometimes.
It's not the fireworks.
Yeah, no worries. No, Elena, you did challenge us, and I'm never offended when I'm challenged. I think it only allows us to be more reflective. I appreciate and I see and sense the anger that you have towards the province and perhaps a better role that the federal government can play as well. And of course, who has jurisdiction, which is the region, around social services where they can play a better advocacy. I get it. I feel it, same as you. Now, you asked this council to do better as members of council and as humans, but can you please specify how can we do better within our jurisdiction?
Just to advocate, I think every voice matters. I think as many voices as we can, just being as loud as we can, in full support.
Good. Well, we're in agreement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Those are all the questions. Thank you, Elena. Next up is Ashley Scudema. Am I pronouncing that correct?
It's Skidema.
Skidema, apologies. And next on deck is William Turman.
Hi, everyone. Sorry, it's late. My name is Ashley Skidema. I'm a lawyer at Waterloo Region Community Legal Services. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this evening about this really important motion that's before you from Councillor Chapman. We're deeply concerned about the provincial government's decision to close various CTS sites across Ontario and the impact that it will have here in our community. You've heard from many people this evening about the impact that it will have on community members that use the services and that impact will be severe and fatal, and you've also heard that it's all preventable. There's also many frontline workers and community agencies that will suffer deeply from the loss of this service, but that's more so in ways that are immeasurable and harder to quantify. So that looks like things like burnout and demoralization, staff leaving the service sector because they feel defeated, people that are here before you today that work so hard in our community that are feeling this so heavily, and loss of knowledge and experience. And these are things, impacts that we will continue to feel in our community decades from now. Unfortunately, the provincial government is making these decisions, as you heard from Michael, despite recommendations from their own experts, their own evaluations, and many, many well-versed groups across the province. So we do strongly, of course, support this motion. Happy to be here. But also, I'd just like to urge you and continue this conversation about what can the city do, what more can you do, what can you do as an individual and as a councillor to continue these conversations. And I'd encourage you to think creatively about what your role is and what you can do to keep the members of our community alive. People with substance use disorders, people with addictions, people that use drugs are people. They're members of our community and they deserve to be treated with compassion and with dignity. They're also rights holders. They also have valuable rights under international human rights laws, the Ontario Human Rights Code, and the Charter. These are fundamental rights that are not rights that are conditional upon someone's commitment to abstinence. The people that use the CTS also have constitutional rights, including the right to life, liberty, and security of the person. The provincial government's proposed new laws will be subject to constitutional review and may, in my opinion, likely will be found to be unconstitutional because of the significant rights violations and the arbitrary way that it's being carried out. So Kitchener's a perfect example. Everyone in the community supports it, and yet it's still going to be closed because of the proximity to a daycare. So when the state interferes with someone's right to live, to stay alive, we know that's a big deal, and it's not something that should be taken lightly, and it's certainly not something that our justice system takes lightly. We're gathered here today on the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. Other people have mentioned it, but I'd be remiss if I didn't note that Indigenous people will suffer the most without access to harm reduction. They will experience higher rates of criminalization, incarceration, police violence, and medical racism, and unfortunately the list goes on of the harms that will flow to them. So I'm urging you to keep that at the front of your mind tonight when you're making your decision about this motion. The City of Kitchener is also committed to a human rights-based approach to dealing with policy initiatives, and that includes how you make decisions like this tonight, what types of places get to operate, what your priorities are. And so I'd ask you that you apply that human rights framework to your decision-making tonight, and support the motion and raise your voice to advocate on these issues in whatever way you can. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ashley. There is a question for you, Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, I'll try and make it fast. Thank you so much, and for the work that you do in the community. There's talk about another motion coming forward, and part of it is, reaching out, having dialogue with the other levels of government, with the Minister of Health, the Minister of Mental Health and Addiction, which I think that's a great idea. But I just wondered if you had any experience yourself with these provincial bodies.
It's difficult to advocate on these public health issues. So I think it's worth a try, raise your voice, try to have these conversations. It's really important. But as you heard from Michael, it's just a really difficult government to have these conversations with, unfortunately.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Those are all the questions we have. Thank you, Ashley, for sharing your perspectives with us. William Turman, and next up on deck is Simon Guthrie. Welcome, William.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, and thank you for staying late to hear all of the delegations tonight. My name is William Turman. I am here on behalf of the Downtown Advisory Committee, and I am the chair of that committee. And we are in support of the motion presented by Councillor Chapman, which we endorsed unanimously. Now, I realize that this might be a bit of a different sort of delegation than what we've heard so far tonight, and I just want to kind of give a bit of an introduction and remind Council and Mayor about what the Downtown Advisory Committee is. It's a committee of, my name is spelled so poorly. It is, yeah. Yeah.
Sorry about that. I caught it when I was reading it out. Anyway, please continue.
It's a committee of the City of Kitchener. It's run by volunteers and city staff. And the members of the committee, the volunteers, are local residents, business owners, and we discuss a variety of issues in the downtown. And one of those things that we have regularly been keeping track of and thinking about is the CTS site. Part of the reason and the primary purpose of the Downtown Advisory Committee, which is part of the terms of reference that we've recently updated and was approved, is to support, advise, and assist the Economic Development Division Downtown's work. And what is guiding the actions and the direction of the Downtown Advisory Committee is the downtown vision, which serves as the guiding direction. And additionally, the terms of reference state that the committee shall advise City Council on matters that impact and shape the core in downtown Kitchener. I do want to talk on the downtown vision, which is a really wonderful document that was consulted on with around 3,000 different individuals about how to develop downtown and where we want to go as a community. I'm just going to read through one of the principles that make up the vision and principles of the downtown. The vision is the heart of the city that excites, supports, and unites. And I think support is of critical concern for this specific motion. And the principle that relates to that I'm going to read is the principle of belonging. People feel seen in DTK. The downtown community respects and accepts every person for who they are. DTK provides the comforting feeling that they are meant to be here. Whether simply passing time or on a mission to get things done, DTK makes it easy for people to find support for their goals and acknowledgement of their progress. Working and living in DTK is not an either-or proposition. Housing is deliberately designed for the diverse majority, not the privileged few. DTK embraces a mix of residents who seek security and take care of their neighbors. So that principle and that vision is what guides the Downtown Advisory Committee in how we talk about the issues and the strategies and the things that are shaping downtown and where we want downtown to go. So now I'll read to you the statement that our committee drafted at our last meeting and that we again unanimously supported. Mayor and Council, I am writing to you today on behalf of the Downtown Action Advisory Committee, a committee of council. Like many in our community, DAC is concerned about the announcement by the Government of Ontario on the closure of consumption and treatment sites across the province, including the site located at 150 Duke Street West. We recognize the important role that the CTS plays in saving the lives of some of our most vulnerable citizens in downtown Kitchener and across the city. Data reported in the Waterloo Region Record demonstrates the success of this program as since the CTS opened in October 2019, there has been 1,035 overdoses which were reversed with no deaths. In reviewing of the motion being put forward by Councillor Chapman on September 30th, the Downtown Action Advisory Committee has unanimously voted to endorse this motion, and we would encourage all council to support this motion as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, William. And you probably noticed when we corrected your name, you got a little extra time. I respect you for not trying to grab that. Thank you. We do have some questions for you. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, William, for coming in. First of all, I'd like to say I love your, I don't know if you call it a guiding principle or a vision statement, but it's really lovely, and it shows how much you love, the Downtown Advisory Council loves our community. So thank you for that. William, I'm wondering, like, who brought this motion to the Downtown Advisory Council? Is this something that you've been working on, or where did this come from?
This is a motion that was brought to our committee by Councillor Chapman, who participates in the advisory committee. But we discussed it as a group and we supported it unanimously. So this is something that, everyone kind of contributed to as well. And it is something that we have discussed in the past. I think I've been part of the Downtown Advisory Committee for the past 6 years. So I remember when the discussions were being had around the CTS. And it has been something that we've been keeping track of in that time.
Thank you, William.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Ioannidis.
I missed what you called them earlier, but anyways, I agree with Councillor Johnson. I thought that was a really good statement that you brought forward with the vision and everything else. My curiosity is, did you delegate this same motion to the region?
Speaking frankly, the Downtown Advisory Committee is a committee of City of Kitchener and not a committee of the region. So frankly, I don't believe it's within the scope of our terms of reference to delegate towards the region. And our terms of reference is very specific in that we shall advise city councils on matters that impact and shape the core in downtown city. So our, our business, our kind of direction is to provide guidance and advice to council here, which is what I'm doing today.
Okay. But that doesn't preclude you from going as a private citizen, going to the region.
You are correct, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ioannidis. Councillor Stretch.
Hi, William. I just wanted to, I guess, clarify who brought the motion forward to DAC. I know that Debbie is bringing the motion here, but who brought it to DAC?
I don't have it at the tip of my tongue.
Yeah, it's okay. It was me.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I just
was-
remember it was Debbie's motion, so.
Yeah, so I brought Debbie's motion forward and she didn't vote on it, but I brought it forward for DAC to support.
Yeah, thanks for that clarification.
Thank you, Councillor Stretch. Councillor Singh.
Yeah, just William, you are within your right to delegate to us on this issue as an advisory committee. We absolutely want to hear from advisory members on issues that that matter to them. But just as a member of council for the city of Kitchener, I want to encourage you, implore you, whenever it's for the best interest of the city of Kitchener, even if it's with a region, I would encourage you guys to advocate to them as well, because they are a local body and their actions have an impact on us, on our downtown, and I think it's important for them to hear from all bodies and all voices. Just more of a comment more than anything else. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Singh. But just for clarity, an advisory committee of ours can give advice to us. If they are looking to take that advice elsewhere, they would actually have to get that position endorsed by our council so that they could then go and share it. So just so that there's that clarity. I mean, obviously, as an individual, you can go, but not representing the committee to another council. Thank you, William, for sharing that perspective from DAC. It's quite important.
Thank you.
Next up then is Simon Guthrie, and on deck is Don Eveland. Welcome, Simon.
Mayor and members of council, it brings me no joy to wish you a good morning. My name is Simon Guthrie, and I am the People's Warden at St. John the Evangelist Anglican Church here in Kitchener. In this role of voluntary service, I work closely with our congregation to support its spiritual growth and its engagement with the broader community. It embodies a deep commitment to both care and advocacy, which brings me here today. St. John's has been a part of this community for over 130 years. Our church building is located at 23 Water Street North, within a block of both Kitchener City Hall and the only CTS in our region. Our church has weathered countless societal changes, and throughout it all, we have remained steadfast in our outreach and social justice mission. From supporting those in need to partnering with local organizations, St. John's has long been dedicated to living out our faith through action. At the same time, we refuse to forget the dark chapters in our history, particularly the Anglican Church's role in the operation of Indian residential schools. This includes the Mohawk Institute in what is now Brantford, where horrors both unknown and known were carried out. As we reflect on truth and reconciliation today, we must acknowledge this history and pledge our ongoing commitment to healing and justice. We as a church have a responsibility to not only recognize our past mistakes, but to actively work to prevent harm in the present and future. This is why we have supported the CTS in our neighborhood from its inception. We recognized early on the life-saving potential of such a service, and our support for it was grounded in both our faith and our commitment to human dignity. A powerful parable from the Gospel of Luke, that of the Good Samaritan, tells of a man beaten, robbed, and left on the side of the road. He's ignored by others who pass by, but it's a Samaritan, a figure often despised by the community, who stops and offers aid and ensures the man's safety. For us, this story is not just a parable, it's a guiding principle. We are called as a community to not walk past those in need, but to stop, offer help, and ensure the safety of those who are suffering. CTS and its principles of harm reduction reflect what we learned from the story. Harm reduction is not a solution that we can turn our backs on in discomfort. It's an opportunity for us as a community to extend compassion and care to those often left on the margins. In the Gospel of Matthew, Jesus says, "And the king will answer them, 'Truly I tell you, just as you did it to one of the least of these who are members of my family, you did it to me.' To us, the people who rely on CTS are members of our family, often shunned, stigmatized, and treated as though they are beyond help. But as Christians, we are called to reject that narrative. Every life is precious and every person deserves safety and compassion. Supporting harm reduction services like CTS is one way we live out this calling, offering care to those who need it most. But it's not only our faith that compels us. Our human values also play a significant role. It's a matter of dignity and human rights. People who use drugs deserve to do so where their lives are valued and their safety is prioritized. The evidence is clear that CTS saves lives. In our community, it reduces harm, prevents overdose deaths, and offers a path to other health and social services that can eventually lead to recovery. Since the establishment of CTS, we at St. John's have witnessed its benefits firsthand. Before the site opened, our property was frequently used by individuals in active drug use. We saw the remnants of this: discarded needles, drug paraphernalia, and the occasional tragic sight of someone experiencing an overdose. It was clear that these individuals needed a safe space, somewhere that offered not only clean supplies, but also connection to medical care and treatment options. The CTS brought that, and with it we saw an immediate reduction in drug use on our property. But more than that, we saw how the site provided dignity to those who once had no choice but to use in public spaces. As a church and a community, we welcome the creation of heart hubs in our region. These hubs represent a positive step towards treating the intertwined issues of homelessness and addiction. However, while we celebrate their establishment, we also mourn the loss of complementary harm reduction services. Without these essential services, we risk leaving many vulnerable individuals without the support they need to survive. The two approaches of treatment and harm reduction work best in tandem. One cannot replace the other. We must show compassion towards the clients of the CTS. These individuals are members of our community. They are our neighbors, our brothers and sisters, our parents, our children, and they deserve to be treated with dignity. Providing them with a safe space to use drugs gives them the chance, maybe not today or tomorrow, but a chance to someday pursue treatment. Most importantly, it protects them from the stigma and danger of using in public spaces where they are often criminalized and dehumanized. In closing, I strongly urge you to support this motion to extend funding for CTS. It aligns not only with the principles of preventative health care, but also with our moral and ethical duty to care for the most vulnerable among us. Let us not be like the passers-by in the parable of the Good Samaritan who walked past someone in need. Let us instead be like the Samaritan who stopped, helped, and ensured that the person was cared for and safe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Simon, for sharing the perspectives and also for the work that your faith community is doing, particularly as the soup kitchen needed a temporary home. So thank you very much. So our next delegation then is Don Eveland, and on deck is Chris Varga. Is Chris still here? If not, then, are you Chris? Okay, great. Don, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Dawn Eveland.
Sorry.
I come because my first experience with CTS Site Sanguine was as a mother, walking in my neighborhood in Victoria Park, Mike Wagner Park, the stairwell beside Cameron Heights High School, and other small areas around that particular region, which is downtown area, picking up needles and having two young children and walking with those children with needles in one hand and going home because I could not stand the thought of leaving needles on the floor so not only children could potentially hurt themselves, but they walk by and think it's normal. Because really that's what education is. It's repeating something over and over and over again until it becomes a habit. And when we let needles and people in alleyways and on stairwells and that do that in front of our children, what we're doing is we're setting them up for a society that says this is what we expect. And that's what happened, because in the beginning I didn't know what to do. I took the needles, I put them in a yogurt container and I duct taped them and I put them in the garbage. And I thought maybe that's not right. So I need to educate myself. So I called the city. I said, what do I do with these needles that I keep finding? And she said, oh, just put them in a plastic container and leave them on your front porch, and they would have somebody drive by my house and pick them up. I thought that was a very inefficient method, but who am I? I didn't know. But a short time later, my bonus sister, my brother's they've had children together, told me about Sanguine, about the CTS site. And she said, you can take those needles there. And that made sense to me because I didn't want to have people driving around picking up needles. I wanted to have someplace where I could take them safely. And I went there on January 1st of 2022. And when I walked into the site with my daughter, who she's 20 now, but at that time was younger, nonverbal, autistic, and we're holding hands, and we go in, and there's a man in a wheelchair and a younger lady, and they go in, and we held the door. They went in first. And the gentleman in the wheelchair had been there many times, but the young lady, it was her first time. And so the voice, the eyes, the compassion, the dignity, the way the woman at the counter spoke to them like they were valued people with a purpose and with a reason to be there, and they were important. And this is the first day of the year. For me, it was amazing. This is a holiday. Everything else is closed, and here I am standing there watching this scene unfold. And she said, could you excuse me for 1 second? I just want to ask her what she needs. And I said, I just found these needles. I wanted to give them to her. She said, oh, here. And she gave me a sharps container, which I took home, and I stuck it in my backpack. And everywhere I go, I would have them with me, and I'd pick up needles, and I'd take them and drop them off, which I have not had to do for over a year now, because at some point I realized there weren't any. Because they were doing their job so well, there weren't people crouching on Mike Wagner bench shooting up, and there weren't needles in the stairwell next to the Cameron Heights High School. And I thought, I've been carrying this container around for months, and I hadn't seen a needle because they're doing their job so well. And as a mom, I felt great, not only because is everybody safer, but the little people going to school and the little people going to the parks are seeing a different future than the one that they saw 4 years before. They were creating in their minds already the future, and that's really all what we're asking as we come here with all these testimonies, is education. The repetition of a story, of a program that lets people know there is a better way to think, there's a better way to be, there's a better future possible because of places like the CTS. My brother became an alcoholic at 13 and has been a heroin addict, and he's been clean for a few years now. He worked for 2 years supervising other addicts and helping to get them clean, because that's what people do when they get clean. They help others. And he's alive helping others. And so I'm standing here for my brother and for all the rest of the people out there who know there's a better future because of places like this. So moms don't have to walk around with needles in their hand or covering the eyes of their children because they're being programmed that that's normal, and it's not, and it doesn't have to be. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dawn, for sharing your very personal experiences. Chris Varga, and then on deck is Kevin White as our last delegation. Welcome, Chris.
Before I start, I have a preamble on order of priority. I had a lot of time to do research while waiting. Deaths from traffic collisions in Kitchener, 1 death per year. That includes distracted driving, aggressive driving, speeding, and impaired driving. Fireworks-related deaths, none. Within the span of 5 days recently, there were 3 known opioid overdose deaths in Kitchener. I hope it counts for council members that we have waited patiently and that remarkably few people left given the 3-hour wait before starting. This can be taken as a testament to our sense of order of priority. Now on to my presentation. Are we going forwards or backwards? We look to government to assist the vulnerable, but when government puts ideology before people, we lose out as a society. It should not be a question of treatment versus safe consumption. A caring society which cares first and foremost for people's life, health, and well-being leaves no room for ideological debate when lives are at stake. We have already stripped down social supports to the bare minimum level. Since the beginning of COVID, overdose deaths have doubled in Canada. Since 2016, there have been 50,000 officially recognized overdose deaths across Canada due to opioids, bringing down the life expectancy rate, which is the average for all Canadians. Fentanyl is one of the world's most powerful yet dangerous pain-relieving medications. It is 100 times more potent than morphine. Why are people looking for medical relief through self-treatment in the streets when doctors could prescribe and care for patients with a clean and regulated supply? There are those who have fallen through the cracks, those who are about to fall through the cracks, and then there are those who will fall through the cracks in the future due to the lack of existing social programs. Let's not slough off that there is more to addiction than addiction treatment. Among those factors ignored by simplistic ideology are pain treatment, chronic illness, mental health, trauma, homelessness, marginalization, social isolation, barriers to services and supports, discrimination, poverty, social neglect, and hopelessness. All levels of government must work in concert. If the government is holding back on needed programs by limiting the number of safe consumption sites and is now even withdrawing the few in existence, the results will be felt at the local and community level, and even at the personal level. Let's also not forget that opioid overdose deaths are highest among those aged 26 to 44. A few days ago, I encountered 2 members of our community who have lost family members due to overdose. In their words, I will now read their heartrending testaments. My brother died because he didn't have access to a safe consumption site, and he ended up using by himself. This happened on July 17th, 2022, and by the time he was discovered by my mom, it was too late. He was only 35 years old, and his 2 children are now fatherless. I lost my only sibling, making me an only child. If that is not tragic enough, here's another. I had 2 sons die from overdose. My first one, Simon, and my second son, Tim. This happened on October 15th, 2019, and this year on January 18th, 2024. Simon was on his way to recover and get his life back together. Tim just moved to his new apartment, and people used his place to use. I will conclude by asking this question. Where in Kitchener is there a safe place to use? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chris, for your presentation and sharing those personal stories. Our last delegation then is Kevin White. Welcome, Kevin.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. There have been a number of tremendous delegations this evening expressing all the points I think we needed to hear, that all the social and economic benefits that are so broadly available and that the CTS provides are extremely invaluable and should be protected, encouraged, and expanded. What strikes me is that the provincial announcement for this came toward the end of August. By that point, the Registered Nurses Association of Ontario had also put forward a petition in April encouraging the support of CTS. It is now October, and the most we've got from Council in response to a decision not based on any logic or reason or science that we know will be lethal and amplify the death toll immensely come the end of March, should this go through. That it has taken 6 weeks to come up with an ask to say, maybe we could tell the province, please don't. It is now October. We have 6 months. Those other organizations that you talk about have put forward those petitions. They are making their voices heard. The region has put forward a motion. We have delegated there. We have written delegations to them. We talk about the need for communication with the media when it comes to traffic calming. The same is true of CTS. At the highest levels of government, we are seeing stigmatization of CTS. It makes it that much more important that your voices are providing support for it, that we hear that locally, and that we do know that it is valued and wanted. So much of the work that is done there is so extraordinary, and you've heard the stories of it tonight. And it is beyond the capacity of many of us to do that work. And we keep saying, well, what about these other people? Why can't somebody else do it? Why can't somebody else do it? A whole bunch of people who are doing it showed up here tonight and spoke. And the very least we can do is speak up in support of them. So this motion, which I fully endorse, has to be the first step toward doing everything in your power over the next 6 months to ensure that the CTS continues running, because we know that the toll will be so much worse. Leading up to 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, I did the bare minimum of volunteering. And every other week there would be a sign up saying, don't shoot alone. There would be a sign that somebody else had died of overdose. If we go back to that now, it'll be every day that a new sign is up. It'll be every half day. It's late. And now that it's October, we're less than 6 months away, aren't we? Because 6 months from now will mark the end of March. So please support this motion and work to expand the services and support it as much as you can. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Councillor Singh has a question for you.
Yeah, it's a question that will come with a bit of a comment, and I hope you allow it. I'll try to be quick as possible, Mr. Mayor, because, again, I appreciate and sense the passion in your voice, Kevin. Without question, you care. And I don't want you to leave today with any false understanding that the members on this council don't care either in any way. I think I'm proud to say during my time on council, jurisdictionally, anything that is within the purview of this council has never dropped the ball. And all we can do is advocate, and I don't disagree. It's really finding out the right course, and that's why we ask the questions, what is the right course to advocate? So I'll ask that question to you. Far too often, it's frustrating, it really is, I'm telling you. Far too often, this council writes motions to the province, to the federal government, and never a reply, and never a return acknowledgement or any action thereof. We feel better that we did something, but there's never really result from it. In some cases, we can direct and ask more supportive dialogue of engagement. Knowing that we may not be heard, do you think it's important for us to perhaps encourage where we have connected with the province and maybe a minister's office to create that dialogue for them to understand why CTS is so important in this community?
I would say yes, please continue your advocacy in all those respects. I would say also, however, that the public is not privy to those conversations. And if you are able to broadcast that you are sending those messages and what those messages contain on our behalf and what it is that you are advocating for, that would, I think, help to guide our local conversation as well, which is also very important on that, that educational component as well.
Okay, that's great. I can't take credit, but there have and are members of council that have done tremendous work leading up to when we heard of this, knowing the, that time clicking, the clock ticking, and they have been engaging, they have been in dialogue, and I look forward to seeing another motion coming forward that acknowledges that. Thank you and delegating today.
Thank you very much, Kevin, for coming in, and thank you to all of the delegations for your presentations this evening. Many of you have shared your life journeys as healthcare professionals, as people who have lived experience, as people who have had loved ones who have dealt with the challenge of addictions. And I think it, at least for myself, and I believe for everyone in the room, the pain and trauma that I know many of you have gone through, even in sharing some of your stories this evening, is very compelling and very much appreciated. So I'll now move back to Councillor Chapman to move your motion that I think you indicated was being seconded by Councillor Stretch. If you can click in, Councillor Chapman, and you'll have the opportunity to speak first.
Yeah, thank you. And I do really want to thank everyone who's here today to show your support to this motion and for all the work that you do in the community, right, that often goes unnoticed or unseen by many of us. So the motion that we have here before us this evening is very similar to the motion that was passed by Regional Council on September 25th. I think there's plenty of discussion around the motion, and in the end, I think everybody but two Cambridge councillors voted in favor of the motion. I understand, Mayor Verbanovic, you also supported it, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So this is an opportunity for us here to support the needs of those that require the services of the CTS, but also to support the work that's being done by the service providers with the support of the region and the province. The CTS and the heart complement each other. One does not replace the other. So, one focuses on harm reduction and provides services that the heart hubs will not provide. Why get rid of something that's working? The only CTS in the region is in Kitchener, and it's right in our backyard. So to think that we can ignore the fact that it's there and watch it disappear when we know how important it's been for so many people would be criminal in my mind. So I encourage the rest of council to support this motion. I know there's another motion coming forward. I'm happy to integrate the two. I think they complement each other just as the CTS and the heart hubs complement each other. But I think it's really important to get the message out there to the province that the CTS is working and we want it to stay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chapman. Councillor Davey, you're next.
Thank you. Actually, I just had, I wanted to direct a question to staff for a moment, if I could.
Go ahead.
I believe probably the most appropriate person would be our CAO to answer Mr. Chapman, and I would like to ask if you could describe our lower tier jurisdiction in this matter, if you could.
I mean, I'll leave it to Mr. Chapman to answer, but I'm really not sure that It's a very political question you're asking.
It's a simple question. There's divisions of government and there's jurisdiction. So I'm asking our CAO, who is our one employee, what our jurisdiction in this level of government is with respect to this issue.
Mr. Chapman?
Through Mr. Mayor, it's been rightly pointed out by delegations this evening, the primary relationship locally is with regional public health as a service manager and service provider. What I would remind Council is that the unique feature of this process was when it was initially located in Kitchener, it did require consent from Kitchener Council to see it cited here. And so Council did deliberate on that matter and ultimately did consent to the location where it exists today.
Thank you. And I was part of that council and was proud to support that location. But in terms of the actual decision makers, the actual decision makers, as you said, were the province. And actually, I'll cover the rest of this in my comments. Thank you.
Councillor Schneider.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank each of you who came in tonight. What a moving and impactful evening this has been. I'm bringing forward an alternate motion, and I do this just out of what I have learned. When I heard that the province intended to close the CTS, I reached out to Minister Mike Harris Jr. I reached out to Associate Minister of Mental Health and Addictions, Michael Tibolo, and I reached out to Violet at the CTS because I wanted to connect with them. I wanted to share my thoughts on the CTS and learn more about our CTS and how it operates. And for me personally, I don't believe it's the best when one order of government tells another one what to do. As my fellow councillor Singh brought out, we have passed resolutions that have been passed on and we don't get any response. So we don't know if all the advocating that you did tonight would make a difference. And again, I have complete respect for Councillor Chapman. Her heart is in the right place on this. I think everybody in this room tonight does not want to see unnecessary death. We want to save lives. Every interaction I've had with a constituent or resident, they want to save lives. And my motion, alternate motion, will be a way to have the voices that we heard tonight, the agencies that came and spoke, to be heard. What I'm asking for is that we, as the City of Kitchener, ask and encourage our regional chair to request that the Minister of Health, Sylvia Jones, and Associate Minister of Mental Health and Addictions, Michael Tibolo, meet with local service providers and experts to hear concerns and investigate if the CTS Center or portions of it can be integrated into the Heart Hub model and be part of the continuum of care that includes treatment, support for positive long-term outcomes, and here in Kitchener and in other communities where a CTS is intended to be closed. I can read through the whole thing, but I think it can be put up by clerks. But the whole idea is to have the conversation, for our local voices to be heard. Not just a request to keep it open and keep the funding going, but the reasons why, to tell our local stories. So I don't know, Mayor, if I should read the entire motion and have it presented so that council, it's already been sent to council, but those in the gallery, the whole intention is to have our local voices heard, and heard by those who can make the decision. So I'll just read it.
Councillor Schneider, I will, for the sake of debate and recognizing the late hour, I will allow it to be put on the screen, and if you want to share the operative phrases, but the time to debate it will be if the motion that's on the floor is not successful. Then we can come to debating this motion. But there is one motion on the floor right now, and we'll be disposing of that first. So go ahead and read the operative phrases. Oops, go ahead.
Therefore, be it resolved that the City of Kitchener ask and encourage the Regional Chair, request Minister of Health Sylvia Jones and Associate Minister of Mental Health and Addictions Michael Tibolo to meet with local service providers and experts to hear concerns and investigate if the CTS Centre or portions of it can be integrated into the Heart Hub model and be part of the continuum of care that includes treatment and support for positive long-term outcomes here and in other communities where a CTS is intended to be closed. Therefore, be it further resolved that service providers and experts in the areas of addiction, mental health, homelessness, and supportive houses included in the meeting would best be selected by the region, including but not limited to the chair, acting CAO, and public health manager.
Okay, thank you. So if the motion that's on the floor, once it's disposed of, I'll come to your motion, depending on the circumstances of the first motion. I do think there is also a scenario where Councillor Chapman's motion can be passed and your motion can be passed as well, because the first motion, quite frankly, very clearly calls on the provincial government to continue funding for the CTS, which I think was the message that we heard from many, if not all, of the delegations today. And then yours gets into a little more detail about how some of those discussions can happen, but doesn't speak to ensuring funding, at least in this moment. Madam Clerk?
So through the chair, if the motion is strictly that so what was read in terms of working with the region of Waterloo and requesting those meetings, I do think that it could be added to. I believe there initially were changes to the operative clauses and further advocacy, but if it is just those two clauses you simply read out now, they could be added to the motion.
They could both be passed separately, or if you want to do yours as an amendment to the main motion, we can add that in as an amendment and deal with it that way as well. Or we can deal with yours separately. Okay, can you turn your mic on? Go ahead.
For me, the bottom line is that we get this discussion. So if it means combining the two, I think it sends a bit of a mixed message, but that's my concern.
Okay, so I guess I'm just asking, how do you prefer to proceed?
Well, I would prefer to proceed if we could pass both motions. I think they're separate enough. One is directing us to ask the region to get a meeting. The other one is to request that the funding continue. I think if we combine the two, it's a bit of a mixed message.
Okay, then we'll deal with the funding motion, and then we'll come to yours to ask for the meeting.
Is that? So we could pass both motions. Perfect.
I'd like a recorded vote, please.
Oh, yes, it's close to 1 o'clock. I'll need another motion. Moved by Councillor Singh, said he would move it, seconded by Councillor Stretch. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. So we have Councillor Stretch. You were the seconder of the original motion. You're next in the queue. Go ahead.
Great, thank you. Hopefully I've made it obviously clear that I'm supportive of the CTS site, not just through tonight, but through my work in the community outside of this this delegation and this service tonight. I can say that I do hold Councillor Chapman and Councillor Schneider in the highest regard, but I am disappointed that both of you hadn't asked me about what I was currently doing as a Ward 10 councillor. I was at AMO. I did delegate to Minister Tabolo and had arranged for him to come meet with the City of Kitchener on the 17th and was doing a bunch of background work. We have 2 motions on the floor. I think we could have been much more collaborative in our approach, how we did this and worked together. So I'd like to see that going further, that, you know, especially when some big motion like this, that there is some consult with ward councillors in their specific wards. Of course, you can bring up motions other way, but this almost quite literally is in my backyard. Pardon? You did consult with me, but only after I came. And this motion that you did, Councillor Chapman, was what was on the regional council. And all of these edits here, I worked with community partners to put them in. And so I'm feeling a little frustrated that these are just quiet. And this could be me being new and not doing a good enough job of speaking up and keeping my elbows up in this space, and lesson learned. I'm with you both. I want to be supportive whichever way this gets done, but I feel like a lot of the deliberation and how we did this could have been better. And so, you know, I'll second whatever motion council wants to move happily and enthusiastically. But yeah, I'd like some credit for some of the work, including DAC bringing the motion there, including going to regional council and delegating, including the CTS site being very close to my house, my ward, my community association. So, and as well as connected to a lot of my professional work outside of council. So I'm tired and a little bit frustrated, but am voting in support of whatever motion gets us closer to the, sorry, there's a fly, getting us closer to meeting some of our common goals.
Thank you, Councillor Stretch. Councillor Davey.
Yeah, thank you. First, I want to begin too by thanking all of the delegations we had this evening. You're still here at 1 o'clock in the morning. Shows how much you care. Heard from so many people that know so much more about this, nurses, CTS workers, et cetera, so much more than I know as a lower tier councillor. I also want to acknowledge actually Councillor Stretch for handing this, in my mind, the most procedurally correct way in going to the level of municipal government, the regional government, who's in direct control of social services and delegating there. In my mind, I hate to say it, but there is a significant level of redundancy here. In any other municipality where there's not 2 tiers, it would have been handled at the tier that's responsible for it. So it makes me sad, and I guess it makes me sad for 2 reasons. First of all, the sad stories that we heard, but also some were very inspiring. But what makes me saddest is that all of those very important stories and information that we heard is not going to be heard by the people that actually make the decision. We're hearing it, they're not hearing it. And in a broader issue, this is starting to wear on me as a city councillor, hearing all of the issues at the provincial level of government and the federal level of government. And at the end of the day, what happens, we send a piece of paper, whatever the motion is, I don't even know if it might even be an email today, I'm not even sure, that oftentimes, as Councillor Singh, goes unacknowledged. So I struggle with it because, to be frank, you guys like quite literally are screaming into the void here today, right? And I feel like As long as we are encouraging people to scream into the void, we are being complicit in the apathy that people have for government today. So am I going to support this? Of course I'm going to support this, but it kind of blows my mind that in today's day and age, there isn't regularly held meetings by the federal government, monthly somewhere in a forum, the provincial government monthly in some kind of forum, where you can go and speak to the people that actually make the goddamn decision.
Thank you, Councillor Davey. I understand the passion. I just want to remind everyone to use appropriate decorum in the chamber. Councillor Singh?
I'll do my best, Mr. Mayor, but this is to the delegates. You're hearing a level of frustration amongst the members of council because it's late. We feel helpless. That's really the reason. Not that we don't care, not that we feel like, hey, you kept us here this late and it's not our jurisdiction, and why are we talking about this? Why are we hearing this? Because we don't care. We absolutely care. We care about the lives that are in jeopardy of this. We care about the importance of having these facilities like Shangwin, the organizations that support those with addiction, mental health. We care, and we are ready to listen as late in the night as possible. Really, the frustration is that we're so low in the totem pole, we never get consulted. What would have been right was for the province to have reached out to all the lower tier municipalities that got to deal with the homelessness related to addiction, the encampments related to mental health and addiction, all the other related services and bylaw issues that we have to deal with, and say, this is what we're about to do. How is it going to affect you? What do you want to advocate back? Nothing. That's not how it works, sadly. But I hope the important takeaway from tonight isn't that any of us don't want to hear you, is the fact that we're ready to listen, and the local government that's closest to you is the best form of government, in my opinion, because it gives you the voices. But it shouldn't stop here. We're receptive, but you have to contact your MPP. You have to. Not that we don't want to care, we don't want to listen. They have to hear it. We will send them a letter, we will respond to them. I want to recognize Councillor Stretch, who advocated AMO, knowing the issues in her ward. I want to advocate Councillor Schneider, who, as I said earlier, has been doing tremendous amount of legwork in not just trying to figure out the best way to advocate, but reaching out to the minister's office, the associate minister's office, and trying to engage in dialogue and say, hey, is there still time? He's reached out to the local MPP to outline his advocacy and his concern, the very same issues and concerns that you laid out. And of course, the Councillor Chapman, who was first at the gate to bring this motion because she cares. She cares. Both the downtown councillors have to deal with the stigma, the related issues with addiction, substance abuse, with homelessness, with mental health. And all of them, and again, I go back to Councillor Stretch and, working at a later end, working with Councillor Chapman with amending the motion further to do the advocacy. So it's not about jurisdiction, it's just reminding you that your fight doesn't end here. Your fight needs to carry on. We will support this. I will happily support this. I'm happy to be the voice that you want to be, but again, you have to do further, which is you have to connect with your regional councillors, you have to connect with your MPP as well. And we will be there alongside you. So again, I want to thank all the delegates staying this late, sharing your very personal stories to open up this way. I can't relate, and I appreciate it. It allows me to come to a more learned position and helps me to care more and be more receptive to what, as a municipality, what as a council that we need to do. And once more, to both Councillor Chapman, Stretch, and Schneider, thank you for doing your part. And to the downtown councillors, thank you for continuing to deal with the issues that you have to and caring about the community, because this issue affects all of us, not just the downtown councillors, but the whole community. Happy to support this, and more importantly, more than that, I'm happy to participate. Hopefully, the province will take some heed to Councillor Schneider's motion and engage in that dialogue. And hopefully there is time for us to be able to provide input and add to the change in the format that they want to do with the service delivery. It's long, but again, we care. That's all I want to keep on repeating.
Thank you, Councillor Singh. Councillor Deneau.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and again, thank you, Councillor Chapman, Stretch, and Schneider for for working on this important matter. Stephanie at AMO, Councillor Chapman for bringing the motion forward, and then Councillor Schneider for bringing an amendment forward. But I think actually both are valuable, and I think both serve our community well. I'm of the believer that the more voices that can be heard, whether it's municipal or regional government, in advocating for the top two levels of government, I think it's important. I believe we have a more open line of communication with our MPs and our MPPs, rightly or wrongly, but that's how I see it. I know what my advocacy looked like before and my access before becoming a city councillor, and I know what it's like now, and so I'm more than willing and happy to bring the concerns of our city and our community to those other two levels of government. And they may, blow smoke up my butt and just to, yeah, they want to hear me. But I think it's important enough for us to bring these concerns forward. So quickly, the Greenbelt, the dissolution of Peel Region, public health cuts, notwithstanding clause on QP workers, autism reform, and class sizes in schools. Those are 6 areas that the Conservative government, because of a public outcry, have reversed their decisions on. And so I think the more and more individuals and groups that get involved, I think there's a history that they've shown that they will backtrack on some of the decisions that they make. And I'm hopeful in this situation that this is going to be added to this list of backtracking on some decisions that aren't necessarily based in evidence, but more of something else. Anyways, thank you again for sticking around, folks. Really, really appreciate it. That's my latest meeting so far.
Thank you, Councillor Deneau. Councillor Stretch, before I come back to you, I'll make my own comments. I want to again thank all of you for sharing some very compelling experiences and stories with council. I've heard some of them at the region, others I heard for the first time here, but there's no question in my mind that you have certainly made the case for me about why we need to be very clear with the provincial government that CTS sites, especially the one in Kitchener, needs to continue, and that funding for it needs to continue. I can tell you that the Ontario Big City Mayors Caucus certainly were advocating for something like the Heart Hub as being part of the continuum of care and options available for people with addictions. But part of that advocacy was not the elimination of CTS sites and seeing that elimination only in certain communities where there was a proximity around schools. And as a result of our location and other communities that were in a similar situation, quite frankly, our community was going to be underserved going forward in ways that other communities where it wasn't within 200 meters weren't having that same experience. And that plainly, in my view, is simply wrong and is not serving our residents. I think we've heard from many of you about the life-saving services that are offered there, the importance of dignity that's free from stigma and judgment, and the importance of choosing safety and life over death. The results have been clear. 55,000 visits, over 1,000 overdoses and not one death in 5 years. It doesn't need to be any clearer than that for me. The reality is these are people, as has been pointed out, who are sons and daughters, mothers and fathers, brothers and sisters of people in our community. And our residents deserve the same care as residents in other cities get. The point has been made that this is a healthcare issue, and that is absolutely true. Think about it for a minute. Would we ever deny someone mental health care because perhaps they're in an abusive relationship that they can't leave, need mental health care, can't leave the situation easily, and now all of a sudden we would say, let's not give them mental health care because they're choosing not to leave? Can we imagine a situation where we wouldn't give someone medical care for something like lung cancer because they've been a cigarette smoker and have an addiction and haven't been able to shake that addiction even despite the healthcare issue they're having, or someone who was a professional car mechanic and perhaps was exposed to asbestos or other solvents and so on that led to cancer, and we wouldn't give them treatment because, well, you could have gone and maybe tried to find yourself another job. We wouldn't do that. This is a healthcare issue, and we need to recognize that. And we need to recognize, yes, we may not always be satisfied. Yes, we may get frustrated, but our voice as a council has a certain degree of power and influence with other orders of government. The reality is we advocate for things that we don't have direct responsibility for all the time. But if it's something that impacts the well-being of our residents, we do have the responsibility to do that. We've advocated for things like funding for like the health innovation arena, investments in healthcare, yet we don't have direct healthcare responsibility. We've advocated for things like funding for two-way go, even though we don't have direct intercity transit responsibility. But we know these things are important to our residents, and we've advocated for those things. So I implore council to send a strong message to the province with a unanimous signal on this around the funding. And then I think we can also adopt the motion that Councillor Schneider has brought forward in terms of engaging in further dialogue. But I don't think there should be any ambiguity with the province around the need for this to continue and the funding to continue to exist. Councillor Stretch.
Thank you. I guess it's a procedural question, but just learning about the role that DAC plays, are we able to also have DAC be able to go to regional council? Is that something we can do today?
Well, I guess that is something, I mean, I guess I'd want to see the clear motion that came and so on, so it suggests that would need to happen in the future, but I think the other piece is regional council's already dealt with this issue, so I mean, I think they could, with endorsement from us, potentially, send that as additional information to the region.
Okay.
Okay, so we're dealing then with the vote on Councillor Chapman. You want a final word?
I just want a recorded vote, please.
Okay, we will do a recorded vote. This is our first recorded vote with the new system. You'll notice that you've got a plus in green if you're voting yes, a no is the red, and the 0 in green in the middle is if you had a conflict. You have someone who hasn't voted yet?
I didn't know. I thought.
We're sorry. Help me here. Do you guys see them?
No, he pressed it. It's green.
It's not mine. Everyone's voted? Okay, so there is 10 yes and one no. Okay. And so now we'll deal with Councillor Schneider's motion. Councillor Schneider, if you can click in. Go ahead, Councillor Schneider.
Okay, so I would like to move the motion that I put forward. And do you want a second?
Sorry, who's seconding it? Councillor Stretch again? Okay, thank you. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor? A recorded vote? Yep, we can do a recorded vote again. And that's carried unanimously. Okay, thank you again, everyone, for being patient with us while we work through this, and to everyone for their very passionate and caring presentations. It's very much appreciated. Okay, let's keep things going. No, do you really want a break? Huh? I think let's finish it. Okay. We're moving on to reports of committees. Finance and Corporate Services Committee. Councillor Davey.
Thank you. I'd like to start by giving a notice of motion that...
Okay, folks, we'll wait a minute till folks leave.
I'm kidding. Don't get nervous over there.
If I can ask folks to perhaps take their conversations out into the hallway, just so we can finish the rest of our council meeting. Thank you, everyone. If I can ask delegations to take their conversations outside, please. Ladies, can you take your conversations outside? Thank you. Councillor Davey, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I didn't mean to scare the clerks. I was going to joke that I was bringing a notice of motion that I'm allowed to swear after 1 o'clock in the morning. It's been moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Hernandez that the 5 items from Finance and Corporate Services Committee be adopted.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, sorry, I'd like to draw your attention to the addendum report for the Vanmar construction noise exemption. So staff would require a further deferral, so I just wanted to bring that to your attention.
Would require further deferral?
You had directed staff to report back to you on whether or not they were going to be able to do public engagement. So I just need to confirm if a deferral date is being requested.
Correct.
What you're planning.
So council would now have the opportunity to either continue deferral and allow that to happen, or to give direction and go back to the original motion from that staff made, which was to not recommend the 6 a.m. start. Councillor Davey, you had the floor, go ahead.
Sure, I'm not sure procedurally because I moved the motion. Am I allowed to change still change? Okay. So I just speaking for myself, but after some sober second thought, my personal belief is, the engagement's going to be pretty clear. It's going to come back in the negative, and I really think it's going to be a waste of staff time and resources. So I would actually move staff's original recommendation that the 6 a.m. start be refused.
Okay, thank you. And sorry, who was seconding? No, who was seconding the overall report?
Councillor Inez.
Councillor Inez, okay, thank you. Councillor Michaud.
Okay, I just want to clarify something here, because when I had the last council meeting, I didn't ask staff to go back and do this. I had asked Vanmar, would they go back and meet with the delegation? This wasn't I want that to be clear, because this was not what I said in the meeting.
So to be clear, in the discussion, it was made clear that if there was going to be consultation, that it needs to be our staff to do it, because in all due respect to Vanmar, they're not independent in doing that consultation. So staff were directed to come back with consultation plan, time, costs, which is what's in the report here.
Okay, well, but what was said, as I recall, was staff was going to work with Vanmar. So I might have misinterpreted the whole thing, but that's here nor there. I'll
Okay.
second it if somebody
Okay,
has.
well, it's already been moved and seconded. Councillor Singh.
Yeah, that's kind of how I saw it too, Councillor Michaud, that of course it would be facilitated by our staff, but it was requesting Vanmar would engage. And I would only add, I think that was a prudent step to take. We don't necessarily need to be presumptive of what the outcome of the consultation is going to be. Even if it's overwhelmingly against, at least we gave an opportunity here, rather than presuming, because presuming does not lead to success. And the very least, on top of it, we have a partner in our community who's a builder, who's actually constructing, at a time where others aren't. So the fact that they've had that asked and we're giving them an opportunity to engage with the public shows that we are a consolatory partner leading to a fruitful end, which is doing right by our citizens too. So getting those voices, I don't think hurts us. I think it's a good investment.
Councillor Deneau.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just want to make a quick note, 7.1B, the school bus loading zone and crossing guard adjustments. I'm not sure if I should indicate I have a conflict of interest. Just one of the bus loading zones is right around the corner from my house.
Okay, so we'll take that as a conflict and we'll deal with 7.1 point B separately when the time comes. I will speak to 7.1 point C, and thank you to Councillor Davey for bringing forward the motion that we deny the 6 a.m. exemption. I think, to be frank, it would be a waste of staff time and resources to go down that path. It's been very clear to me. I have not heard from a single person since we've dealt with this issue saying, please start construction at 6 a.m. I've heard the total opposite from both people in that ward and across the street and throughout the city who have said, please don't, 7 a.m. is bad enough. And I think it would be a dangerous precedent for us to be going down. The applicant is certainly free to go to staff if they have a pour and getting a short-term exemption. We do that regularly with applicants, but to give a 7-month exemption, I think would be a very dangerous precedent. And I can assure every member around this council horseshoe that they would have many frustrated residents if that became the course of business in their wards. Councillor Ioannidis.
Just out of curiosity, what did we give the region when they were building the LRT? Did we give them a 2-year exemption?
Do you remember that?
Yeah. I know it's late, but I recall us giving them numerous amounts of exemptions.
Mr. Reedman?
Through the mayor, I can't recall at this time. I'd have to go back and check the files to see if there was anything.
Okay.
Okay. So I'll deal with 7.1 point B first. Those in favor? This is those in favor of school bus loading zone issue. Those in favor? Okay. Those opposed? That's carried. The balance of the report, those in favor? Those opposed? That too is carried. And in the first one, by the way, Councillor Deneau did not vote because of his noted conflict. We'll now move on to 7.2.
Okay.
Planning and Strategic Initiatives Committee. Councillor Singh, do you want to bring forward everything but 7.2.A?
I may have, after my passionate speech, voted for something that I was against, because you took all of it in one go. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, I'm going to stick to my guns. Can we take a vote on that one separately, if you don't mind? Or just note that I voted no on that one. Okay. Not that you guys take. It wasn't a recorded vote.
Can't redo a vote.
Okay, fine. Okay.
Sorry.
All right.
It wasn't a recorded vote. 7.2.
7.2, yes, moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Chapman. We're moving
items B and C?
B and C, yes.
Okay. Any discussion? All those in favor? Well, the camera didn't switch. Can you turn your camera? All those opposed? That's carried, and I'll now need someone to move 7.2.A. Councillor Chapman, do you want to move that as vice chair? Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Through the chair?
Yep.
Sorry, just to point out that there is a further deferral being recommended for 328 to 330 Mill Street. It's expected to go to council in October, so is that what's being moved?
Is that what you're moving, Councillor Chapman?
I was moving.
But it is now?
Who's the request coming from, or can we get more information on this?
Mr. Reedman?
Through the mayor, staff were working with the applicant to revise their proposal, and we need a little bit more time, and so we are working collaboratively with the applicant, but they weren't prepared to come back today with the revised zoning for that.
Okay, I'll move that it be deferred to the October meeting.
Okay, before I take that, Councillor Davey, you have a question of staff?
Yeah, sorry.
And are you willing to second it?
It's possibly yes. It's just, I just do have to ask. I believe that there was a statutory requirement to make a decision. So they would now be unless I'm misremembering, they're now in an appeal period. Do we run any risk of a non-decision at this point, in your opinion, Mr. Reedman?
Mr. Reedman?
Through the mayor, we don't believe the applicant will proceed with an appeal. We are in the appeal window, but we are working collaboratively with them to try to bring forward something that can be presented to council that's supported by staff.
Okay, thank you. I will second it.
Okay, so it has been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Oh, no.
All those opposed? And that is carried with the noted conflict. Any unfinished business? Any new business? There are, under new business, we've already dealt with the two motions. There's nothing under mayoral business and updates. Any questions and answers? Madam Clerk, moving into the bylaws, are there any additional bylaws?
So through the chair, there are two late starters on the agenda related to 2980 King Street East, an OPA and a ZBA bylaw.
Okay, and just looking under the existing bylaws, none of them were things that were part of the conflicts, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so mover for the bylaws? Moved by Councillor Ioannidis, seconded by Councillor O'Dooney. All those in favor? Any opposed? And that is carried. Committee, it's been moved that council resolve itself into committee of the whole. Moved by, actually, no, just all those in favor? That's carried.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there aren't any reports on committee of the whole. It's just an information item. So there's no need to rise and report.
Okay, thank you. So, Councillor Davey?
Just on that information item, I never miss an opportunity. This was on the tenders that we've received in the interim period. There were 26 tenders, 22, I believe, of which had a budgeted amount, and every single one of those tenders came in under the budgeted amount. I feel it's really important, given the misinformation out there about tenders always coming in over, that we clear that air, and my congratulations to staff and procurement.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Davey. Third reading of the bylaws with the late starters, moved by Councillor Deneau, seconded by Councillor Schneider. All those opposed? That too is carried. There is one last item that we want to do this evening, and that's to take a moment before this very long meeting comes to a completion to acknowledge the 25th anniversary of our Deputy City Clerk, Diana Saunderson. Diana started her career at the city in 1999 as a lifeguard before moving into a role with, so at one point she was a lifeguard in the swimming pool, now she's a lifeguard in the council chamber. But she started back then before moving into a role with Kitchen Utilities and finally joining our amazing clerks team in 2007. After showing great initiative, commitment to the city, and progressively responsible experience, she moved into the Manager of Council Committee Services and Deputy City Clerk role, where she continues to hone her leadership and coaching skills, providing crucial guidance and support to council, staff, and the public. In her time with the city, she's assisted with not one, not two, not three, she's a glutton for punishment, but 4 municipal elections. Quite the accomplishment. Congratulations, Diana, and we look forward to you being part of Team Kitchener for many years to come, and we'll still do this, I guess. We have a certificate to... And with that, I just want to thank Council for your indulgence this evening. It's been a long night. We haven't had one of these in a long time. But I think we had a very fulsome discussion about some challenging issues, and really want to applaud Council for your collective leadership in that regard. So with that, motion to adjourn. Sorry? You're not on. Go ahead, Councillor Hernandez.
Geez, it's hard to get any word in here. But anyways, what's our record for lateness? Is this it? That's why I'm curious, because
no, I think we've gone later, but we can send that to you at some other time.
Okay.
So motion to adjourn, moved by Councillor Stretch, seconded by Councillor Michaud. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much, everyone.